Chapter 591. Those trashy officials in the bureau. Huai Chaoshi was not in a good mood. The Federation soldier named Su Lu in front of him was completely different from the description in the intelligence. He was tough, but he was not the pedantic saint who truly carried the banner of morality in his heart. He had never believed that such a person existed in the universe, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. If Su Lu was really a freak saint, perhaps the actions of the Empire in the past few days could have really touched him. To be able to make the war hero that the Federation had spent the most effort to cultivate betray. No, even if it was just to make him doubt himself from the depths of his heart, it would definitely be of great help to the Empire's propaganda in this war. Was it a pity? A little, but it was nothing too pitiful. It was just that there would be another dead body of the Federation in the Empire's territory. In the face of death, many people of the Federation would kneel and beg for mercy, but I've studied you and know that the possibility is not high. The reason why I brought you to see the scenery and let you listen to this specially arranged history lesson is to strike a blow to the moral superiority of you hypocrites of the Federation. Huai Chaoshi walked out of the campus with his hands behind his back like an old man. His face was expressionless, hiding the pity deep in his heart extremely well. Moral superiority is indeed a very boring thing. Su Lu replied, but I am really interested in this period of history. Before I die, can you satisfy my request and let me see the relevant files of the past? If you want to strike a blow to the moral superiority of the Federation people, this is very necessary. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment and nodded. His subordinates disguised as civilians in the crowd behind him immediately left to arrange this matter. The Empire's history textbook was translated into the Federation's language. It took 1 hour and 17 minutes, showing extremely high efficiency. An hour and a half later, Su Lu moved his eyes away from the e-book screen and rubbed his pale face due to weakness. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked, according to your logic, this is the Federation's scheme. But in reality, the previous war, the first space war that you mentioned, we had already prepared for it. If we really had a conspiracy, why would we appear so unprepared? According to the records of the Empire's history books, the Empire had always been cautious when they first came into contact with the Federation. They would never think of attacking the scientific research ships of the Federation. In their opinion, the explosion of the scientific research spaceship was definitely a scheme of the Federation. They even provided relevant evidence to prove that the spaceship could only have been blown up by the Federation themselves. Because in the eyes of the Federation, we are just a bunch of monkeys with outdated technology. Huai Chaoshi coldly replied, you guys are too impatient and underestimate the monkey's ability to resist. It was strange to say that Su Lu should have been enduring endless torture in the Empire's black prison, just like what he had experienced in the past 10 days. However, at this moment he was in the highest class club on planet Libin, having lunch with what was definitely the most respected figure of the Empire. This was a high-rise building in the shape of a deformed mulberry tree. It sparkled under the sunlight. The restaurant on the top floor that had long been cleared was empty. Looking around, one could clearly see the sea of mulberry trees beneath their feet like a green carpet. That's all for the discussion of history. The beginning of a story does not determine the color of the entire story. Even if it is a war related to profit, it is not beyond the scope of my poor thinking. However, in the end, in my opinion, you are a group of beasts that slaughter civilians, women, and babies. This is something that cannot be changed. Su Lu picked up the knife and fork and began to cut the beef on the plate. His trembling right hand that held the knife showed his current weakness. He lowered his head and asked, because of certain reasons, you temporarily did not kill me. I can understand. However, I still do not understand why you are willing to grant me such enjoyment. The you in the intelligence report does appear to be somewhat stupid and absurd in certain matters. However, someone who can develop the MX mecha must have enough wisdom to understand certain facts. Huai Chaoshi gently wiped the corner of his mouth and indifferently said, as long as you do not work wholeheartedly for the Empire, then no matter what, no matter sooner or later, you will die in the end. At this point, this special young Imperial officer emphasized, but you only need to give me a satisfactory answer to 2 things. I can guarantee that you will die with great dignity. And I think that this answer should not harm the interests of your government. What is it? The first question, you are not Li Pifu's illegitimate child. How did you manage to cultivate Yada Jinchi? Huai Caoshi's eyes flashed with a trace of biting cold. Yada Jinchi? Su Lu confirmed that this was the first time he had heard of this strange term. What was Yada? What was Jinchi? Was it a wonderful setting in one of Master Schiller's plays? However, it seemed that the scorching heat in his body was very similar to the setting in the Master's plays. Huai Chaosher did not mind his silence and continued calmly, "The second question. This time you passed through the space channel and ambushed the Ghost Fleet. You are infinitely close to success. It could even be said that you have succeeded. I cannot understand. How did you manage to follow us in the Empire's star sector by controlling a light tri-winged warship?" At this point he waved his hand. The subordinate who had been waiting in the distance hurriedly ran over and set up the relevant equipment by the table. With a light beeping sound, countless fine beams of light shot out from the equipment and gathered into dense light spots in the air, forming a three-dimensional star map of the Empire's border star sector. Even if you have the star map drawn by the Federation years ago in your hands, you can't do this alone. Huai Chaosher's slender finger drew on the imaginary three-dimensional star map in the air and pointed at the obvious sailing trajectory. Frowning, he said, "Your sailing route was too perfect. Even if I had thought more thoroughly, assuming that you had the authorization of the Bureau of Proclamation before the crazy revenge operation, with the remote support of the charter computer, it would not have been enough to complete such massive calculations. Besides, every time your tri-winged warship accelerated or hid, it just happened to avoid the detection range of the fleet. How did you do it?" He looked at Su Li's eyes and asked solemnly, "According to the intelligence, you don't know how to pilot a warship at all." Su Li was silent. The first question involved the uncle, who was known as the #1 traitor of the Federation. Who knew what kind of relationship he had with the Imperium? Also, this story involved the loophole of the Federation's The Glory of the Charter and his last hope of survival. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the other party. As for the second question, it was related to his greatest secret, so it was even more impossible for him to tell. Therefore he could only remain silent. Huai Chaosher raised his extremely ordinary face and said indifferently, "I won't ask you to reveal the Federation's newest technological secrets. I just need a general answer." A moment later, Su Li replied, "I can't tell you anything. I can only say that this revenge plan that seems impulsive is actually not impulsive at all. It's just that I didn't expect you to be on that flagship. If I hadn't met you, I would have successfully returned to the Federation by now." Still not getting an answer, Huai Chaosher narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura gradually enveloped the dining table. "There's good news. The Imperium has already successfully developed a high-power dedicated signal output device. In the last experiment, it has already successfully connected to your civilian network." Huai Chaosher looked at Su Li with narrowed eyes and said slowly, "The video that humiliates the Federation's war hero will probably be the first document we send over." Su Li's right hand that was holding the knife suddenly tightened. He knew that the humiliation the other was talking about was definitely a humiliation that ordinary people would find difficult to endure. What truly made him nervous was the Empire's following arrangements. He wasn't a narcissistic person, but he had to admit that he was now important enough to be able to affect even more people and matters, and on a much larger scale. The Federation government had spent a huge amount of money to film and broadcast the documentary, Team 7. Together with the media that covered everything, it was only then that he and his troops were molded into a brand new military idol. If that video that hadn't appeared yet was widely spread through the civilian network, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Federation's public and the military's morale. If such a situation really did occur, the Federation government would definitely hope that this Federation hero would simply die in battle rather than be captured and humiliated by the Empire's people. Su Li also thought the same. "This is very interesting. It's just like playing cards. We killed Zhong Suehu, which is a trump card. You chased after us and killed Keaton, which can be considered as returning a hard card. I captured you, the successor of the war god. I'm very curious as to what kind of trump card the Federation can return." Huai Chaosher's tone didn't contain any deliberate mockery. He raised an exquisite silver fork and sent a piece of tender beef into his mouth, slowly chewing. "Why isn't it a live broadcast of me being killed? Letting the entire universe watch you die, other than stimulating the Federation's desire to fight and calming your internal conflicts, what good does it do for the Empire?" "I can let myself die," Su Li said with a serious tone. "The department I'm in has a lot of drugs that can be used." Huai Chaosher frowned, picked up an exquisite white porcelain salt jar, and lightly sprinkled some salt on the steak. "Also, I understand people like you very well. You are not afraid of death, but before death truly arrives, you will stubbornly want to live on. You have strong confidence that you can live on. Therefore, unless you are certain that you will definitely die, you will never commit suicide." Su Li blinked, feeling that his eyes were a bit dry. Only now did he realize that this seemingly ordinary young officer of the Empire in front of him not only had inexplicably powerful combat strength, but also had an extremely strong ability to read people's minds and to coerce them with force. The dining table was silent. Only the sound of the silver knife and fork lightly touching the porcelain plate, and the juicy and tender sirloin touching the tongue and teeth could be heard. Huai Chaoshi was waiting for Sulu to make a decision and give an answer. Sulu knew that he wouldn't give any answer. He was like he was in a bottomless dry well, looking at the trace of light that perhaps didn't exist. He was unwilling to fall into eternal darkness, but he couldn't find any solution. Right at this time, an Empire officer walked into the dining room with a serious expression, holding an electronic spectrum record book in his hand. Huai Chaoshi narrowed his eyes and looked up. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked up. Chapter 592. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and looked up. Sulu looked up and narrowed his eyes. During the past few days of sightseeing, the Imperial soldiers who appeared in the open with the two of them were all wearing plain clothes. This was the first time he had seen someone wearing a military uniform, and he immediately thought that this officer should be a member of the security department hidden in the dark. "Sir, there is indeed a problem with the intelligence feedback received last night." The Imperial officer stood beside Huai Chaoshi and reported respectfully and concisely, "We have increased the surveillance. Just now, the electrical detection room detected a low-energy waveform curve. It seems to be a civil electrical appliance, but the curve is a bit strange, and the spectrum exclusion is unable to obtain a result." Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly and took the spectrum analysis electronic manual. Looking at the quivering curve on the top, she asked, "Weapon? Military and civil mecha heat start has been excluded, and the reference frequency of long-range weapons is also different. Analysis is being conducted. It should be safe, but the location of this restaurant is too exposed, so please leave immediately." The Imperial officer said directly, and he had no intention of avoiding Sulu at all. Although he, like many of his colleagues, did not understand why the Honorable Sir would bring this lowly Federation captive with her. In their eyes, this person was already a dead man, and it did not matter even if they heard some confidential information. Huai Chaoshi looked at the curve on the electronic manual, and the angle of her thin and black eyebrows furrowed a little wider. She was a little self-deprecating in doubt. Was there anyone in the Empire who dared to harm her? Sulu heard the Imperial officer's conversation, but his pair of black eyebrows did not helplessly furrow into a ball, but suddenly raised like a knife because he saw a very familiar curve in the corner of his eyes. His pupils suddenly constricted and brightened. He felt a chill coming from his neck, causing the hair on that area to stand on end. This was indeed not the heat start waveform curve of a mecha, nor was it the warm-up curve of a fighter jet. In fact, the entire surveillance department of the Empire should not have seen this curve, and there were very few people in the Federation who had seen this curve. But he had seen it before. In the glacier of 5460 Shiqinghai, he and Gu Shifeng had discussed many times what electronic means should be used to destroy this terrifying weapon's only flaw that not many people had discovered. But because of the tight time, he and Gu Shifeng only found a direction, but did not succeed in putting it into practice. It was ACW. This curve was the redundant overflow waveform created by the activation of the ACW electric pulse ignition device and the magnetic resonance auxiliary effect. It sounded ridiculous that a gun could actually alarm an electronic monitoring device, but when it was placed on this big gun that gathered the wisdom of countless weapons experts in the Federation, and was so expensive that the former Minister of Defense cursed for 3 days straight, it seemed reasonable. When this terrifyingly powerful king of single guns first appeared on the Chiolin slope outside the S2 Foundation building, it blasted apart Macklin's well-trained subordinates and powerful Special Task Force agents. When it reappeared in the snowy world at the front lines of the West Woods, it was like a ghost that took the lives of more than a dozen high-ranking Imperial officers in succession. In the entire Federation, only 3 ACWs had ever been produced, and one of them had always been in the hands of his best friend, Shiqinghai. Therefore he knew better than anyone else just how terrifying this great gun was. Due to the scarcity of manufacturing costs and materials on the battlefield, the ACW was an extremely poor sniper rifle. However, if it was used for assassination, it was definitely the most despairing choice. There was a slight breeze of fresh air in the restaurant on the top floor, but the little goosebumps on the back of Su Li's neck were about to freeze. Where was that sniper? The ring-shaped restaurant surrounded by transparent glass was empty, and there was only a mountain ridge in the distance that looked like a black line. You should be there. Who was the sniper's target? Him. But if the Imperial people wanted to kill him now, it would be too easy. Why would they go through so much trouble? And it was obvious that the young and noble Imperial officer across the table did not know about this matter, let alone that there would be 3 high-speed tungsten alloy bullets flying towards him. Could it be that the sniper's target was the other party? In certain dangerous moments, the speed of human thought could even appear faster than the speed of light. In a very short period of time, Sulu thought and analyzed many things, but he still did not have time to judge the situation clearly, and he also knew that there was no time to continue thinking. No matter who the sniper's target was, the only thing he had to do now was to fall down as fast as he could and look for something hard enough to cover his body. With a whoosh, the silver knife, fork and white bone porcelain tableware splashed everywhere with Su Li's movements. He was not a saint, and he did not care about the life or death of the imperial officer across the table, so naturally he would not stupidly jump over to the other party. He just fell down resolutely and fiercely as if he was heavily shot down by someone. His body was almost close to the ground. The silver knife, fork and white bone porcelain tableware had just jumped off the beautiful stone table, twisting their bodies in the air. The imperial officer who came to report the situation opened his mouth, but he did not have time to show a vigilant expression. The words that he wanted to shout were still brewing in his chest and lungs, but they had not turned into air flow, and he had not strummed his strings like vocal cords. In this frozen moment of time that seemed to have stopped, Huai Caoshi's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood something from Su Li's movements, feeling an unprecedented sense of danger approaching him at high speed. There was no time to jump up, no time to fall down. In front of that bullet that was tearing through the bright air of Mulberry Orchid Province at high speed, even someone as powerful as Huai Caoshi did not have time to make too many movements. He only had time to raise his right palm, and as if he was swatting away the beef juice in front of him, he simply slapped down on the beautiful stone table in front of him. No one could calculate what kind of terrifying reaction speed Huai Caoshi needed to make such a simple movement in this instant. When his right palm slapped down on the edge of the beautiful stone table, the beautiful stone pattern that was known as the hardest stone material actually deformed slightly. His palm's deformation was even more severe. The pale white part of his palm that was in contact with the edge of the table squeezed out a rosy red, and also strangely squeezed out countless jets of air. The 8 rice jinchi in Huai Caoshi's body was released at full force. The silk sleeve on his right arm shattered into pieces, about to fly away. The chair beneath him silently shattered, about to fall. His body, under the influence of this powerful and tremendous force, instantly began to move backwards. A flower suddenly bloomed on the hard wall of the ring-shaped restaurant. The petals were pieces of concrete that had been blasted open. The core of the flower was alloy tendons that stood up like angry hairs after being cut open by a high-speed object. The color of the flower was light, the heavenly light that seeped in from outside the wall. The light outside the building shot in through this flower-like hole. While moving forward, it lightly brushed past Huai Caoshi, who was moving backwards at high speed like a shadow. Then there was a loud buzzing noise that sounded like muffled thunder. The speed of this life-reaping bullet was too fast, faster than sound, as if it was going to surpass light and shadow. In an instant, 2 more holes that seemed to have been carved appeared on the wall. The muffled sound of gunfire tore through the deathly silence, shattering the frozen time. With a muffled bang sound, Huai Caoshi's thin body fell heavily against the wall. Her Highness is under attack. The Empire officer who had been watching this scene in shock finally woke up. His entire body trembled as he screamed out. At the same time, he threw himself towards the corner of the wall, instinctively placing his body in front of Huai Caoshi. The life-reaping bullets that came from the distant mountain ridge were still being fired continuously. The luxurious decorations in the restaurant were torn apart like fragile pieces of paper. They floated up, landed on the ground with difficulty, and were sent flying again. The sound of broken porcelain and silver tableware rang out endlessly. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. There was chaos. Su Li hid behind the hard and beautiful carved stone tabletop. His face was a bit pale. At this moment he confirmed that the sniper's target wasn't him, but he didn't relax in the slightest. This was because he discovered that the ACW used by the sniper was a high-speed armor-piercing hard-ink bullet. Moreover, after the first 3 burst shots, the sniper began to fire in a wide range. It looked like the sniper didn't care about killing him while he was at it. The high-speed armor-piercing hard-ink bullet could penetrate the normal alloy plates of military mecha. How could the supposedly hardest carved stone tabletop in front of him block it? The next second, Sulu was slightly relieved. This was because the Empire soldiers in the restaurant reacted extremely quickly. The ring-shaped glass adjusted the angle of light refraction in the shortest amount of time possible. Although this definitely couldn't block the sniper's bullet, it could make it a little more difficult for the opponent to shoot. Immediately after, even more Empire soldiers flooded into the spacious restaurant. These soldiers seemed to not be able to see the mournful lines of bullets. They carried the pop-up alloy shields and bravely charged towards the corner of the wall. 4 or 5 Empire soldiers fell on the road, but in the end they still managed to successfully construct a simple shielding corner. Sulu didn't expect those Empire soldiers to provide him with the same treatment. In fact, he thought that this was a good opportunity for him. Under the cover of the smoke and dust, he half lay on the ground, using his heels to rub against the mess on the ground, quietly and slowly moving backwards. Ox. Right at this moment, in the corner surrounded by the Empire soldiers' alloy shields, a loud Empire language suddenly rang out. At this moment, this voice still sounded extremely calm and powerful. It was actually not drowned out by the whistling sound of bullets tearing through the air. Sulu could understand some of the Empire language. At the very least, he could accurately understand this sentence. Keep an eye on that Federation person. He stopped his slow retreat, frowned and cursed fiercely in his heart. He didn't expect that in such a tense moment, that person still hadn't forgotten about him. That sniper actually didn't kill this person who was clearly the strongest enemy of the Federation. This made him feel a little regretful. The gunshots suddenly stopped. In the silence there was a sudden vibration. The floor-to-ceiling windows that were already shattered beyond repair began to buzz. Sulu, who was hiding behind the table and covered in dust, and Huai Chaosher, who was anxiously surrounded by his subordinates and half covered in blood, couldn't see each other, but they did the same action at the same time. They narrowed their eyes, raised their heads and cursed in a low voice, "Fuck." There was a wisp of cloud outside the building. A dark green Empire fighter suddenly broke through the cloud and rushed over at high speed. What was even more terrifying was that the missiles under the wings of the fighter had already been detached and were spitting flames high in the sky. Chapter 593. Did he always see something inauspicious every time he raised his head and narrowed his eyes? Su Li's eyes were wide open as he stared at the rapidly approaching aircraft in the air outside the building, as well as the 4 dazzling missile jet streams that filled his nose with the smell of death. In the Federation's understanding, the Imperial family should be a supreme existence in their star field, an existence that no one dared to look down upon. But how could there be someone who dared to assassinate that young Imperial officer? They even sent out fighter jets. Death was about to arrive in an instant, but Sulu was still unwilling to give up. He hurriedly breathed in the air mixed with smoke and dust as he ran a few steps toward the corner of the building. The beam structure of the building there should be able to increase the chances of survival after the building collapsed. Even if it only increased the chances of survival from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000, the chances were still higher. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless densely packed sounds rang out as hundreds of white streams of air rose from below the high-rise building where the restaurant was located. They quickly swept past the ring-shaped glass window and then abruptly turned, heading toward the 4 missiles. The Imperial Defensive Bomb Cluster Formation? Right before the explosion, Sulu recognized these things. In a flash, a thought appeared in his mind. To have the qualifications to have these battlefield weapons protect the team, the identity of the young officer should not be far from what he had guessed. The rapidly rising dense bomb cluster successfully intercepted 3 extremely powerful missiles in the shortest amount of time, but missed the last one. The violent explosion, the dazzling flames, the flying debris, and the pungent smoke instantly occupied the entire restaurant. A huge hole was blown in the wall in front of the right. The wind from the outside whistled in and was licked by the burning flames. The temperature was boiling hot. The slender and elegant high-rise building shook like a young girl who had been slapped on the back of her head by a naughty boy. However, for the people inside the building, it was like they had experienced a terrifying earthquake. The floor shook violently and no one could stand still and fell heavily to the ground. As for the soldiers of the Imperium who were close to the center of the explosion, many of them were blown out of the building by the airwaves before they could even make a sound, turning into black spots that rapidly fell from the sky. Some of them crashed into the wall on the opposite side and died while spraying blood. Some of the soldiers were set ablaze, screaming miserably before they fell to the ground and twitched, unable to get up again. Sulu was very lucky. The missile that wasn't intercepted exploded very far away from his body. Other than the rubble that flew up from his brow bone, his body was unscathed. In the corner a few steps away from him, Huai Chaosher, who was surrounded by the soldiers of the Imperium and their alloy shields like a cocoon, was naturally not dead either. The soldiers in the corner quickly dispersed. Huai Chaosher stood up with a cold face. Half of his body was dyed red with blood. Combined with the ruthlessness that flashed across his cold face, it made people shudder. In the blink of an eye, the emotions on his face suddenly became abnormally heavy. It was unknown what he had thought of, but this young expert of the Imperium who had remained calm in the face of an assassination attempt, only angry and not frightened, also felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. However, these emotions were only temporary. Huai Chaoshu coldly glanced at Su Lu, who was not far away, walked over with large strides, grabbed him by the back of the neck, lifted him up, and threw him to a subordinate officer behind him. Then he quickly left with the crowd. This was a shameful treatment, like catching a chicken. However, Su Lu knew very well that as a prisoner of the Federation, he could not expect to receive true respect. The so-called sightseeing and the so-called imperial cuisine were only because the other party had a request. Right now, the environment was dangerous, so how could the other party still care about psychological attacks? That special Imperium officer was heavily injured, but the movement of his hand reaching out and grabbing was still as strong as before. His palm wasn't large, but it was harder than steel. The blood that flowed down this person's arm turned his shoulder wet and sticky. The Imperium soldiers protected Huai Chaoshu as quickly as possible, pushing and even dragging Su Lu to the bottom of the building. There were already more than 10 bulletproof military vehicles waiting by the side of the street. However, those who dared to carry out this crazy assassination had no intention of letting this group of people leave just like that. The Imperium soldiers in charge of security and surveillance had some ugly expressions on their faces. Just 3 blocks away there was a mechanized unit approaching at high speed. At this very moment, a mechanized unit without any electronic communication verification represented absolute danger. Meanwhile, the surveillance confirmed that this unit's combat strength was at least greater than that of a reinforced battalion. There was absolutely no way these 100 or so soldiers could contend against them. "Sir, please leave first." The Imperium's military officer in charge of security gave Huai Chaoshu a military salute with a flushed face, and then loudly said to the surrounding soldiers, "Stop them on the spot, immediately set up temporary fortifications." The Imperium soldiers responded in unison, quickly moving into action. They shouted loudly, blowing down the giant electronic signboards on both sides of the street, blocking the center of the street as a fortification to stop the enemy's mechanized vehicles. At the same time, they drove over the military vehicles that they had decided to leave behind, also blocking the street. Even though they knew that this was a mission to stop the enemy, these Imperium soldiers didn't hesitate in the slightest. Their faces didn't show any fear, instead full of valiant fighting spirit. In order to protect the Imperium's pride, their most respected officer, they truly did not fear death. Huai Chaoshu nodded at his subordinates, turned around and sat on the military vehicle. During this entire process, his face was still cold, not saying a single word. As a soldier, at this very moment, any sadness of parting was a waste of emotion and hypocrisy. Accompanied by the ear-piercing grinding sound of wheels, several military vehicles quickly drove away. Su Lu looked at the young military officer in the front row who could make countless Imperium soldiers willingly give up their lives. His brows furrowed slightly and he coughed twice. He didn't understand where this person's grave and worried expression came from. This freakish expert who didn't even frown when half of his body was covered in blood, what was he worried about at this time? It shouldn't be that he was worried about the pursuit from behind or the lives of his subordinates. People like him should have long since become indifferent to such things. Suddenly, concentrated gunfire and explosions rang out in the streets behind them. Su Lu turned back to look, only to see flames and smoke rising into the sky. In order to cover for Huai Chaoshu's departure, the Imperium soldiers engaged in fierce and even bloody battles with the enemy in the streets of Mulberry-Ji province. Over 100 soldiers gradually died in silence. Of the several military vehicles that drove away, only 2 were left behind to carry out a desperate suicide attack. Huai Chaoshu's group finally managed to temporarily shake off the pursuit of the enemy and arrived at the outskirts of a quiet residential area. The door to the underground garage slowly opened, and 3 military vehicles filed in. As the door closed once more, no one was able to discover the abnormality of this place. In the dim underground garage, Huai Chaoshu's expression was still heavy. He looked at the electronic map and said, "Cut off all contact with the outside world and stay here for 20 minutes to observe the situation." "Yes, sir," a soldier replied. "This is the latest meeting point set up by the Bureau. As long as those traitors are unable to infiltrate the royal palace, they should not be able to find this place." They had some guesses as to who dared to carry out the assassination, but no matter who it was, if they dared to assassinate the emperor, then they were, without a doubt, traitors. Huai Chaoshu made a sound of agreement. For him, The most important reason for choosing this meeting point was not because it was hidden, but because it was the source of his confidence in moving unhindered through the universe. The history of the empire was written with blood. He knew this very well since he was young. However, ever since the emperor inherited the throne, the empire and the noble class were unprecedentedly united. At least it was on the surface. No one dared to challenge the dignity of the royal family, much less carry out such a crazy action. Who dared to assassinate him? Huai Caoshi's expression was unusually heavy. Just as Su Lu had analyzed, he was not worried about his own safety. Instead, he thought that if those people dared to assassinate him, they would definitely know how angry the emperor would be. Then, would the emperor's safety also be threatened at this moment? Suddenly the alarm rang. The Empire officer looked at the data feedback on the screen with a face full of shock. He said with extreme guilt, "The whistle left outside confirmed that the rebel army suddenly changed direction and is coming this way. Sir, this place should be exposed." As he spoke, the Empire officer's hand was on the gun at his waist. He swept his cold gaze over the people present, trying to find the traitor hiding among his own people. "Don't move." An officer at the front right suddenly took out a metal gun from behind him and shouted at the crowd, "Otherwise I will immediately kill the emperor." The cold gun barrel trembled slightly as it aimed at Huai Caoshi. The officer's voice was also trembling. It was obvious how much pressure he was under at this moment. "Rossi, you traitor, put down the gun. Otherwise I will kill you." The Empire officer from before roared angrily. He wanted to rush forward and use his chest to block the muzzle of the gun, but because he was afraid that the opponent's bullet would hurt the emperor, he did not dare to move. "Our people will be here soon." The Empire officer named Rossi laughed somewhat crazily and said in a shrill voice, "When the time comes, I will kill all of you." "Rossi, why is this? Have you forgotten the kindness that the emperor has shown you?" Huai Caoshi looked at this subordinate officer expressionlessly. He could no longer remember when this officer had entered the bureau to work, and when he had become his direct subordinate. He did not listen to the angry questioning of his loyal subordinate. He did not even look at the trembling gun barrel. Instead, he took a step forward without any warning. Half of his body was covered in blood. It was as if he was stepping on the wind. In an instant he moved forward 2 meters. He slapped down with his palm, bending the gun barrel and breaking the traitor's neck at the same time. With a crack, the traitor fell to the ground. His head was horribly tilted to the back. Su Lu, who was standing behind the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He was shocked. The emperor was seriously injured, but he was still so strong. Chapter 594. The dark underground parking lot, the dangerous guns, and the escape. This kind of familiar environment made Su Lu feel a little uncomfortable. The internal strife of the empire had nothing to do with him, a soldier of the Federation. Ever since he entered the underground parking lot, he had been standing silently at the back, watching everything unfold, trying his best to listen to the empire's language, which was difficult to understand. Assassination, traitor? He felt that the conversation of these empire people was very much like a clumsy script, but he had never thought that such a clumsy script would have such a seemingly natural, understated, and yet extremely sharp ending. The empire soldiers looked at the traitor officer lying in a pool of blood with disdain, walked to the side of the underground parking lot, pulled open the cement wall camouflage outside, and then tore off a large piece of blue electronic dustproof cloth. With a whoosh, a new empire mecha in black and green revealed its true appearance amidst the flying dust. Its armor glowed with a faint metallic luster, its body slender like a demon, and strange metal boxes hung from each of its joints. Su Lu narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting. This was the peach miasma that had brought him to a dead end. Huai Caoshi coughed twice and silently boarded the mecha, while the rest of the empire soldiers quickly dispersed. All the lights in the underground parking lot suddenly went out, and in the darkness, the low and powerful sound of multiple engines suddenly rang out, cutting through the silence and stifling atmosphere. Just before the rebel army surrounded the street, the peach miasma mecha broke through the door at high speed, turning into a ghostly shadow under the light of day. It crushed the cement road, knocked away the tanks in its path, and roared as it ran away. Its speed was swift and its momentum was heroic. It did not look like it was fleeing at all but leaving proudly. And then it threw itself into the sea of mulberry trees. Inside the dimly lit cockpit, only the green sea of mulberry trees on the monitor screen could soothe the nervous nerves and somewhat dry eyes. Those tender twigs and leaves fluttering in the wind flashed past the screen at high speed, gradually becoming countless green lines. It was possible to infer just how astonishing the speed of the mecha was at this moment. Su slightly lowered his eyes, no longer looking at the picture of Shanghai on the light beam that lasted for almost half an hour. His eyes fell on the officer of the Imperium next to him cautiously. The person beside him had sustained significant injuries in the attack at the ring-shaped restaurant. Blood had dyed a large portion of his body red, but this person's expression did not change at all. He continued to operate his mecha steadily, skillfully, or even exquisitely, dodging at high speeds through the sea of mulberry trees, avoiding what seemed to be an increasing number of enemies. Could it be that the Imperial family were all monsters with endless blood flowing through their bodies? This should be a nervous escape, but to Su Lu, he thought of himself as an outsider, so he had enough calmness to observe everything that was happening. Especially this peach miasma mecha. This was the latest generation of mecha that the Empire had successfully developed. It walked the path of multi-joint microengine acceleration. It was different from the Federation's development of the new mecha, but it was very similar in essence. Su Lu had not expected that in such a tense moment, this young Imperial personage would actually bring him along. However, this just so happened to provide him with a rare opportunity to observe the Empire's new mecha up close. He used his eyes to observe all the devices in the cockpit of the mecha, doing his best to memorize everything he saw. Although the chances of him returning to the Federation alive were slim, if he had the chance to send back this first-hand information, it would definitely be of great help to the Federation. Other than the internal structure of the Empire's new mecha, he was more interested in the way this young Imperial officer beside him operated it. After a long period of silent observation, he confirmed that this person's method of operating the mecha was extremely similar to his and Li Feng's. They were also using a device similar to the simulation system, directly transferring the power in their bodies into the internal sensors of the mecha. It was just that the other's device was clearly more compact, with only the connectors at the cuffs of the mecha visible. During their escape in the Mulberry Sea, this Imperial officer had operated the peach miasma mecha to easily break through the enemy's encirclement. In several thrilling encounters, he had killed several enemy mecha like a tiger tearing rabbits apart. Su Lu had been watching his operation all this time, once again feeling the terror he had personally experienced on the battleship. In the process of breaking through the encirclement, this Imperial officer had displayed an unparalleled level of mecha control. This was especially true of the calm and sharp senses that radiated from his bones, as well as the exquisite micro-operations that danced between his fingers. What looked like the simplest input of commands, the most standard mecha movements when combined at a certain frequency, would become so powerful. Sometimes, without waking up in the middle of the night, Su Lu would privately analyze himself and feel a little satisfied and proud. Other than his talent in mecha maintenance, what he was most proud of was his mecha operation skills. In just a few short years, even if he could not say that he was invincible in the military, at least no one had dared to challenge him. However, after the battle on the battleship today, he could not help but admit with some desolation that this Imperial officer beside him was indeed far more skilled than himself. Admitting that he was inferior to the other did not mean that he would always admit defeat. His personality determined his way of thinking, especially when he thought about how this Imperial officer beside him was really that legendary person. If he was really that person from the legends, then losing to this person would not be considered too shameful. At this moment, he missed dearly that black MXT that had self-destructed on that flagship. The Mulberry Sea in the middle of the night was like the sinister grasslands of the giant kingdom. Starlight cascaded down from the dome above, and those dense branches and leaves that swayed gently in the night wind were like the countless tentacles of a monster, ready to bind and devour the people who were trying to escape at any moment. Those dense rustling sounds were like demons eating with a smile on their faces, making people shudder in fear. The peach miasma mecha, covered in metal boxes, was currently lying on its side in an empty space in the forest like a giant pile of metal trash. The temperature of the mecha had already dropped significantly, so in the cool night, it should be able to hide from the infrared scanning systems of the pursuers. Su Lu leaned against a mulberry tree. The weeds beneath him were somewhat damp and cool, making his lungs feel uncomfortable. He used his hand to cover his mouth, stopping all the coughing, his face showing an unhealthy flush. The dog-eat-dog of the Empire had nothing to do with him. Those pursuers had heard the coughing and rushed over. Killing that Empire officer did not make him feel the slightest bit of guilt, but for the sake of his own safety, he still needed to be a little more careful. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty space beside the mecha more than 10 meters away. The night was dark, but his eyesight allowed him to see everything clearly. That Empire officer seemed to have tried to contact someone earlier, but had failed. The Empire officer's expression was rather heavy. After using a first aid kit to treat his wounds, he had been sitting silently under another tree, eyes closed, resting. From that somewhat shocking amount of HP, it was possible to determine that the opponent had suffered a very serious injury. However, Sulu did not have the urge to help the opponent. Even for the sake of his own safety, he was willing to let this powerful opponent be a little weaker. Moreover, this kind of freakish human resembling madmanly probably would not die so easily. In the darkness of the mulberry forest, the two of them did not speak, each thinking about their own concerns. Earlier in the dining hall, Sulu had been puzzled as to why this Empire officer had such a heavy expression. Now that he was more and more certain of the other's identity, he could more or less understand. Thus, the only question that truly troubled him was that gunshot at the beginning of today's assassination. Why would the ACW secretly developed by the Federation appear within the Empire's borders? Why would it appear in the hands of those assassins? Sulu pondered in silence for a long time. He could only think of one explanation, and that was that in these past few decades, the Federation had never stopped infiltrating the Empire, and might even be secretly collaborating with certain Empire factions. The night gradually deepened, the stars gradually shifted, and the temperature gradually dropped. Under one of the mulberry trees, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empire officer under the other tree. Seeing that his breathing was gradually calmer and his shoulders naturally shrunk inward, he understood that under the condition of blood loss, this person should be feeling somewhat cold. Other than shivering clothes, humans also had a way to resist the cold. Although this kind of sleep was often fatal, it was always hard to resist the instinctive choice. The wind was still blowing the branches of the mulberry trees, rustling them in a monotonous manner that induced sleep. Sulu remained motionless. He silently looked in that direction, counting the other's breathing rate. Only after counting for nearly an hour did he lower his gaze and slowly take off his shoes. Immediately afterward, he took off his dusty and blood-stained silk jacket, gently wetting it in the small hole under the tree and tying it around his neck. Then he silently stood up and carefully took a step back. His bare feet stepped on the soft, wet grass without making any sound. Not even the insects in the grass were startled. He took a second step and once again approached the mulberry forest behind him, forcibly suppressing his heartbeat and controlling his breathing. Then came the third step. As long as he entered the sea of darkness behind him, who could catch him? However, at this moment, a silent vibration suddenly came from his shoulders, causing his footsteps to freeze in place. Lowering his head to look, the bracelets tied to the two bloody holes above his shoulder blades weakly lit up 3 times. After a moment of silence, Sulu inwardly sighed and lightly shook his head. Under the mulberry tree 10 some meters away, Huai Chaosher slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were abnormally bright as he looked at Sulu and said in a hoarse voice, "I always thought you to be a smart person. Now, it seems that you have made a few mistakes in your judgment." His voice was suppressed to an extremely low level. The night birds resting in the forest were still in their sweet dreams, undisturbed. However, he knew that Sulu should have been able to clearly hear his words. "The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Those people who want to kill me are probably also very willing to kill you." Huai Chaosher said with an indifferent expression, "The Empire is covered in chip detection equipment. Do you really think you can escape?" Sulu was silent for a moment. Naturally, he would not explain his final card to his opponent. He walked back to his own mulberry tree and somewhat tiredly sat down as if he had done nothing. "In addition, this time, I don't know if I can survive." Huai Chaosher looked at him and said, "But before I die, I will definitely kill you first, so you had best pray that I can survive." Chapter 595. What followed was silence. The forest was silent. Sulu and Huai Chaosher were like 2 statues, sitting silently under their respective mulberry trees. Only when the willow trees began to turn white on the horizon did they suddenly open their eyes at the same time. It was not because they were startled awake by the light, but because they had smelled a dangerous scent coming from the mulberry forest at the same time. Sulu placed his palm on the ground and focused on feeling that faintly discernible vibration. Huai Chaosher, on the other hand, came under the peach miasma mecha. Looking at the external sound wave monitoring equipment on the side of the mecha, she slowly frowned. "Let's go," Huai Chaosher said briskly. Sulu did not hesitate. He got up and walked towards the mecha. Accompanied by the clear sound of electricity, the peach miasma mecha stood like a god, crossing the branches of the mulberry trees to face the rising sun. The two of them climbed up the mecha, coughing loudly as they climbed. The coughs were hoarse and dry, like dried mulberry leaves being torn apart by angry silkworms, but they also carried a sense of unbridled joy. The injured and tired duo had held back their coughs for an entire night. Now that they had confirmed that the enemy had caught up, they naturally did not need to hold back anymore. Of course they would cough to their heart's content. The rebel army more than 10 kilometers away should have heavy armored vehicles or mecha. Otherwise they would not have left such clear curves on the surveillance equipment. The Peach Miasma mecha's hatch closed, and its engine roared once more. The crystal ores that made Su Li's heart ache underwent primitive atomization, powering the heavy body of the mecha to become a giant bird in the morning. It swept up at an angle, cleverly bypassing the dense mulberry trees and advancing at high speed. 10 minutes later, a loud roar came from outside the mulberry forest that had regained its peace. The entire ground began to tremble. The forest birds that had just woken up and the insects in the grass fled in all directions in fear. Almost 20 black and green Imperial Night Wolf mechas surrounded them. Their heavy alloy bodies crushed the grass in the forest into a mess, sending mud and stone tumbling. After confirming that the target had once again left, this mecha troop did not blindly scatter in all directions. Instead they stopped temporarily. The cockpit of one of the mecha opened up, and an Empire military officer with the rank of colonel walked out with a gloomy expression. He crouched down under a mulberry tree and carefully searched for any traces. The Imperial officer's fingertips gently slid across the tree trunk, touching a smear of blood that was about to solidify. His gloomy expression seemed to relax a little, but no one noticed that his fingertips were trembling violently. In front of his subordinates, this officer had to maintain absolute calmness and confidence, but in the depths of his heart, to carry out such a terrifying mission, to hunt down that important figure, his heart had long been endlessly terrified that in the next 10 days or so, in the sea of mulberry trees on planet Liban, 7 or 8 teams like this mecha troop appeared. These Imperial troops of unknown power silently and patiently pursued that mecha. No reinforcements came. The Peach Miasma mecha was alone in the sea of mulberry trees, dealing with these rebel troops. Even though the 2 people in the mecha's cockpit were the strongest mecha warriors in the universe, facing the pursuit of almost 200 mecha, they could not actively choose to fight head-on. Moreover, Su Li's internal strength was completely destroyed, and Huai Chaoshi was heavily injured. The situation was very critical. Fortunately, the mulberry trees on this planet were shockingly large, giving the Peach Miasma mecha enough space to escape. In the process of escaping, the Peach Miasma mecha braved the danger of being monitored by the enemy and finally succeeded in contacting a certain intelligence source. However, Huai Chaoshi still had no way of fully grasping the current situation on planet Liban. Right now, he could only try to find a safe escape route as quickly as possible. The Imperial mecha squad conducting this pursuit clearly knew who their target was. Even those soldiers who had not dared to believe their ears at first were able to confirm this fact after more than 10 mecha had fallen tragically at the hands of the Peach Miasma mecha. All of the Imperial soldiers were incomparably fearful of that Peach Miasma mecha, or more accurately, the person inside the Peach Miasma mecha. However, since they had chosen this path of rebellion from the very beginning, there was no turning back. Instead, because of the trembling fear in the depths of their hearts, they became even crazier. In the last few mecha encounters in the Mulberry Forest Sea, the rebel army's mecha had become crazier each time, more reckless than the last. They knew that defeat was certain, but they continued to surround the Peach Miasma mecha like moths to a flame, attacking the Peach Miasma mecha at all costs. It was as if even if they had to pay the price of destroying their mecha and losing their lives in exchange for the malfunction of one of the Peach Miasma mecha's most important sensors, they felt that it was worth it. Watching silently from the sidelines, Sula gradually understood the intentions of those rebel mecha. His face grew paler and paler, but he continued to operate the Peach Miasma mecha like an emperor. The undefeatable Huai Chaoshi also understood the rebel army's intentions, but he had no way of changing the situation. The Peach Miasma mecha moved as fast as lightning, unparalleled in its evasion and retreat. Its close combat spear was swift and fierce. Not a single rebel mecha could last more than 10 seconds against it. On a normal battlefield, this mecha battle would have undoubtedly ended with the Peach Miasma mecha's victory. This was because it could move around like a shark, cruelly searching for opportunities to attack shoals of fish, and then retreating again. If this simple cycle continued, the rebel army's mecha horde would eventually be wiped out. However, in this mulberry forest, the Peach Miasma mecha could not do this. This was because there was no supply base here, and there were no components and materials needed to repair the mecha. The rebel army's mecha horde chased relentlessly and relentlessly, all because they wanted to force the person they respected the most to never have time to rest. Their injuries and exhaustion would continuously eat away at that person's strength. At the same time, they also wanted to continuously wear down the peach miasma mecha's body. In this primitive agricultural area, if the mecha could not be repaired, then it could only be nibbled to death by shoals of fish. During the process of their escape, Sulu had been diligently observing or studying the mecha controls of this empire elite. Even if tomorrow morning or the next moment, this innocent fish in the pond would be burned to death, he still devoted a great deal of energy to this task. This was because the other's level of mecha control was truly very high. From the perspective of someone at his level, he was able to experience much more, even gaining a certain sense of fierce beauty. What shocked him the most, or perhaps more accurately terrified him, was that even though they had been on the run for more than 10 days and nights, this Empire officer beside him had actually been able to maintain a valiant combat prowess, as well as a vigorous desire for battle that he could not comprehend. Although this person's cheeks were becoming thinner and thinner, the light in those small eyes had never once dimmed. However, just as the several mecha units in pursuit had hoped, the heavily injured and bone-deep exhausted Huai Chaoshi held on valiantly. Meanwhile, the peach miasma mecha could not withstand the increasing wear and tear of its components and metal fatigue, finally collapsing at some quiet dusk. In the blood-red twilight, the heavy and massive peach miasma mecha crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt and dust. Fortunately, the dense mulberry trees around it blocked the dust from reaching into the air. Not too far away was a row of simple and crude village houses. Judging from the row of hydraulic gears behind the houses, this should be a mechanical mill used to process mulberry trees. This row of mills was bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, glowing faintly with a bright red light. The emergency hydraulic valves activated, and the peach miasma mecha's cockpit opened up a little. The new model mecha lying diagonally on the ground now looked like a patient gasping for air, waiting for death. Huai Chaoshi and Su Lu crawled out from the open cockpit. The two of them were covered in small wounds, looking rather haggard. However, from the silent expressions on their faces, not a trace of it could be seen. An hour ago, when Su Lu had been considering whether or not to remind this person that the mecha's components had already passed the critical threshold and that it could shut down at any moment, the central control computer of the peach miasma mecha had blared out a shrill alarm. Huai Chaoshi had silently operated the mecha to begin the fastest ambush they had made since their escape, all the way to this stretch of red mills. The rebel mecha should still be 20 kilometers away. Huai Chaoshi stood under the overturned mecha, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked up at the setting sun on the horizon, silently calculating the time. Then he coughed twice and led Su Lu towards the row of red mills. The two of them entered the red mill to get some water, but they found no trace of anyone. It seemed that the faction that had betrayed the imperial family had at least taken control of the mulberry province. They had cleaned up this vast farming region of mulberry forests very thoroughly. After drinking, Huai Chaoshi walked to the west wall of the red mills and narrowed his eyes to look out. The red rose still had not been contacted. Right now, he only had sporadic feedback from the crows in the bureau. He had no idea how dangerous the current situation was, but there were more than 200 imperial mecha chasing after him. It was easy to imagine that the situation on this planet was very bad. Would there really be a problem this time? Huai Chaoshi narrowed his eyes. He looked like an ordinary imperial military officer, but in reality he was definitely not ordinary. He had never doubted himself in his life, but he had never experienced something like this. As long as he was in the mecha, he was an undefeatable god. However, at this moment, the peach miasma mecha had become a pile of alloy garbage outside the mill. In the entire sea of mulberry trees, there was no way to find the parts needed to repair it. What was waiting for him? Being killed by his own subjects in his own planetary sector? A self-deprecating smile appeared on Huai Chaoshi's face. He suddenly felt that the red setting sun on the horizon was fake. Otherwise, why would his body feel so cold? Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the flowing water in the tunnel below the mill. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, "What do you think?" At this time, there were only two people in the red mills, so the person he was asking this question was very clear. Su Lu frowned and looked over, looking at the pale face of the imperial royal in the twilight. He did not expect that this seemingly ordinary but actually extremely arrogant person would ask for his opinion. Chapter 596. No opinion, Su Lu replied in a low voice. This is an internal matter for you Empire people, and I am a member of the Federation. If you are referring to the method of escape, I believe you have seen my file. My level of tactical deduction has never been high. These two people in the red mill were both extremely cold and ruthless. For different reasons they were used to silence. However, for some reason, Sulu became more talkative in front of this person. For a second he thought of his own childhood. Back then he had lived with his parents and sister. He seemed to have a lot to say. Even when he was an orphan he still spoke a lot. Perhaps it was because he later met a nagging uncle that he became less and less talkative. Actually, I think the key question now is whether or not your emperor will survive this assassination attempt. Sulu woke up from his momentary daze. He looked at him and said, "If he dies, even if you escape this planet, you won't be able to survive." Huai Chaoshi frowned. She did not expect this Federation member to see the most fatal part of the situation so quickly. Sulu paused for a moment. He looked at the Empire officer and continued, "Your Highness, those people even dared to assassinate you. Naturally they will kill your father first." Hearing the words "Your Highness," Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes. A glint flashed through her eyes. After a moment of silence, she still did not give any response. Sulu looked into her eyes and said, "Rumor has it that you passed Mecha level 6 at the age of 12. I have a proud friend who has you as his goal. After these days of escape, I can confirm that you are indeed the most talented and powerful pilot in the universe. So, I don't understand why you didn't choose to break out of the encirclement at the beginning of the attack. Instead, you chose to enter this mulberry sea." The proud friend he was referring to was Tai Ziyuan. This Federation's Shadow Prince had once said that there were only 5 people in the entire universe who were his goal. "I don't know the situation outside. Mulberry Sea is suitable for guerrilla warfare and escape." Huai Chaoshi replied expressionlessly, "I didn't expect that so many Imperial soldiers would dare to betray the Imperial family. First, they would use the ACW, which no one in the Empire knew about, to launch a long-range attack. Then they would use a missile attack. Finally, they would use a mole. Finally, they would tear off the disguise and directly use the heavy armored forces to launch a frontal attack." Sulu knew the power struggle within the Empire, but in his opinion, this assassination plan was very reasonable. If he was not so familiar with the activation curve of the ACW, perhaps the pride of the Empire in front of him, the powerful princess, would have died under that terrible big gun. However, this kind of assassination arrangement also revealed some kind of information. The force that dared to betray the royal family obviously only wanted to solve the problem in the simplest and fastest way in the beginning. They didn't want to make too much of a commotion. It was only later that they were forced by the situation that the whole incident gradually escalated. From this, it seemed that the force that betrayed the royal family didn't completely control the situation on this planet. "You should contact a reliable subordinate on this planet," Sulu suggested. "I can't contact Red Rose. There are too few sources of information. I can't judge who is trustworthy." Huai Chaoshi glanced at the watch on her wrist and said, "The traders will need at most 3 hours to see through my last disguise and find this red mill. I hope you can provide some meaningful suggestions." Sulu lowered his head and coughed twice in pain. He squinted at the princess and couldn't help but shake his head. Why did the princess ask for help from him, a member of the Federation, and make it sound so natural? I think the Empire's satellites should also have a micro-positioning system. He looked up at the blood-red sky outside the window and said, "The fact that the traders haven't been able to surround you means that they can't use the satellite positioning system. So it's very simple. Whoever has the authority of the satellite positioning system is your people." Huai Chaoshi said, "The authority of the satellite positioning system is in the hands of Governor Ku Baoning." After a pause, she continued coldly, "Even if you can contact this person, you can't escape without a mecha right now." Seeing this person's attitude, Sulu felt a little strange. The traders wanted to kill him, but why was this princess so cold and calm as if it had nothing to do with her? "I don't think it's impossible to escape without a mecha. You are one of the most powerful people I've ever seen." Sulu looked at her pale cheeks and suddenly said, "Of course, if you think I'm a burden, you can let me go. After all, I can't escape the Empire. I can only stay in this sea of mulberry trees." Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes. She was about to ask who this person was, but when she heard the last sentence, she almost laughed coldly. She said, "Don't try to leave my side. Then maybe you can put that Jinchi in my body? Take it back. You should be able to judge that having a fighting force like me will be very helpful for your escape." 1. That's impossible. Huai Chaoshi looked at him coldly. 2. Your tactical deduction skills are really bad. In this kind of flat, non-man-made forest, facing more than 20 military-use mecha, no one can rely on their own physical strength to escape the encirclement. Just now, when you were staring blankly at the sunset, I checked this mechanical mill. After a moment of silence, Sulu suddenly said, "I found a lot of mechanical farming tools below. This should be the farm owner's warehouse. Farm owner? Huai Chaoshi corrected him expressionlessly. She frowned and asked coldly, and? I can fix the peach miasma for you, Sulu said, staring into her eyes. Huai Chaoshi looked back at him silently as if she was looking at an idiot. I'm the designer of the MX mecha. I'm the Federation's most talented mechanic. No matter how good a mechanic is, it's impossible to use a bunch of farming tools to fix an intricate military-use mecha, replied Huai Chaoshi coldly, clearly not believing him. When the war god traveled thousands of miles to assassinate your grandfather, he had been using parts from your empire's mecha to repair himself. As far as I know, that M37 mecha also used a lot of civilian machine parts in the end. Sulu looked at her and said, I may not be as good as you in terms of mecha combat. Of course, I'm definitely not as good as Lord War God, but when it comes to mecha repair skills, the two of you combined won't be as good as me. Of course, with just these farming tools, it's impossible for your peach miasma to become invincible again, but it can at least make it output 30% of its original power and run again. Hearing the two words War God, Huai Chaoshi's gaze suddenly sharpened, but she was somewhat convinced by Su Li's words. However, she believed that this Federation member must have some ulterior motive for voluntarily displaying his strength at this time. What do you want? She asked directly. I want freedom, replied Sulu. Impossible. Huai Chaoshi's answer was extremely concise and powerful, like a long spear coldly cutting through a piece of metal, so firm that it made one's heart palpitate. Inside the Red Mill it was silent. The two of them both knew that their pursuers were getting closer and closer, that the footsteps of death were getting clearer and clearer, but neither was willing to be the first to back down. They only stared calmly into each other's eyes, engaging in a battle of mental wills. It was like two battleships flying at high speed in a narrow waterway, seeing that the explosion of death was about to arrive, but each gripped the rudder firmly, unwilling to back down. The water below the Red Mill flowed silently and quietly. Suddenly, a leaf clamped between a mechanical gear fell down, lightly hitting the water with a soft thud, breaking the silence. You give me the mecha and I'll give you a dignified death, said Huai Chaoshi expressionlessly. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He knew that this was the princess' bottom line. If the other party was willing to keep her promise, then at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry that the Empire would use this method of humiliating him to strike a blow to the morale of the Federation's citizens, causing those friends he cared for and loved to grieve once more. He blinked lightly and said in a monotonous voice, I want the authority of the peach miasma. I want to see the internal blueprints. I want you to open them all to me. Repairing the mecha doesn't require full authority, said Huai Chaoshi coldly. I insist, said Sulu. Huai Chaoshi's eyes narrowed, her voice somewhat strange. You want to obtain the blueprints of the peach miasma so that you can escape back to the Federation in the future? You're very confident, even a little arrogant. As long as you have that doglet-like chip behind your neck, you won't be able to escape. Sulu looked into her eyes and said, whether or not I can escape is my business. I'll keep my eyes open and see just how you'll escape. Huai Chaoshi expressionlessly gave him the secret key to the highest authority of the peach miasma mecha. 3 hours later, 60 to 70 Imperial Moon Wolf mechas crushed the surrounding mulberry trees, crushed the tranquility, and crushed the shadow cast by the Red Mill on the water. With a roar, they charged in from 3 directions, tightly surrounding this row of houses. Unlike the crazy pursuit of the past dozen days and nights, today, these Imperial rebel mechas finally surrounded their revered highness. However, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they silently guarded the perimeter. The dirt on the metal belts gave off the smell of rotting leaves under the starlight. This assassination operation had been going on for so many days. The rebel mecha squad had already confirmed that their highness terrifying peach miasma mecha's weapon system had been completely destroyed under their continuous and frenzied attacks. Moreover, in this vast Mulberry Sea agricultural area, there was no way to repair it. Colonel Na Song of the Imperial Military Special Mecha Brigade walked down from his mecha with a complicated expression. He looked at the Red Mill not far away and hesitated to give the order to attack. After a long internal struggle, he walked alone toward the row of Red Mill houses. With a thud, he knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, you are the pride of the Empire. We don't want to hurt you. As long as you are willing to leave with us, I will guarantee your safety on the honor of the military and the family. Chapter 597. In one of the most heavily guarded manors on the Liban Star. The light from the broken lamps, which imitated the starlight of the night sky, refracted and fluctuated inside the spacious building like flowing water, making the exquisite jade carving on the black sandalwood table seem as if it was about to come alive. The jade carving was of a spring silkworm. Below the white curve was a thin piece of jade that resembled a mulberry leaf. In contrast, the jade silkworm's body was round and cute, completely without the disgusting feeling that ordinary insects gave people. The mulberry tree and silkworm had an important symbolic meaning to this planet, so when this manor was being renovated, the most famous sculptor of the empire chose it as the object to carve, which won the appreciation of the manor owner and all the nobles. A young noble wearing a black silk coat gently stroked Jade Silkworm's body. His slightly gloomy face suddenly twitched as he coldly said, "His Majesty is already old and muddle-headed, but the Empire and the royal family have no reason to pay the price for his old and muddle-headed behavior." For decades, in the Zwichinstar region, no one dared to criticize the high and mighty emperor like this. Those poor rebels on the remote planets may have angrily preached similar words in front of the fire, but their stinking heads had been piled on the ancient city wall, and their corpses were burned to ashes and thrown into the stinking puddles. After the young noble said this, he still appeared very calm. Looking at the night sky outside the manor, he raised his arm and said with a cold smile, "Look at this planet. The emperor actually allowed those lowly people to eat together with us in the same school. What is he trying to do? Did he forget the noble bloodline of the royal family, forget the oath of the nobles? And this time's hunting plan?" A cold smile appeared on his face. The 3 technological breakthroughs of the Empire that are most likely to change the situation of the universe were actually used by him to kill a commander of the Federation. Think about the West Woods Expeditionary Force 2 years ago that was destroyed because of his reckless orders. What kind of crazy emperor would do such a crazy thing? The luxuriously dressed middle-aged man behind Jade Silkworm had been silent and did not answer these treasonous accusations. It was not until now that he raised his head and said with a frown, "The time travel hunting plan was drawn up by the military ministry. As for the destruction of the West Woods Expeditionary Force, I don't know what His Majesty thinks." The middle-aged man was Ku Bowning, an important minister of the Empire's famous liberal faction. He was also the governor of Liban Star. Because of his ability and charming demeanor, this person had a very good reputation in the aristocratic circle. Moreover, he also had a strong appeal among the commoners of Liban Star. However, in these dozen or so days and nights, Governor Ku Bowning had already found it difficult to maintain his composure. With a heavy expression, he stared at the young noble in front of him and said, "Speaking of madness, His Majesty ignored the staunch opposition of the Council of Elders and your father and made you a duke at such a young age. Is this not madness? But the young duke was actually covered in explosives and trapped me in the governor's mansion. Isn't that crazy? If you were really so loyal to His Majesty when I expressed my intentions, you should have chosen to summon the troops to kill me, even if it meant dying together with me." A trace of mockery appeared on the young duke's face. "But you hesitated. For His Majesty and that powerful prince, hesitation means betrayal. If His Highness was allowed to live, do you think you would still be able to survive?" Governor Ku Bowning's expression became even darker. After a moment of silence he said, "I really can't believe this was your father's intention. How could His Highness betray His Majesty because of these things?" No, father's vigilance didn't last long. If it wasn't for the tragic death of County King Carlton, how could he have the courage to fight his brother? The young noble lowered his eyes slightly and said slowly, "I don't understand what you mean," Governor Ku Bowning said in a low voice. "How much did Uncle Carlton do for the Empire, for His Majesty?" The young noble said with a trace of emotion. "Back then the entire Empire's West Star Line was dyed red by his troops. For the stability of the Empire, he killed countless lowly people, but he only received the title of butcher. Those people who hated him to the core, who would have thought that he was actually just a knife, but the knife has always been in His Majesty's hands." He turned around, stared into Governor Ku Bowning's eyes and said coldly, "Right now the most brutal and persistent untouchables in the Empire have all been killed by this blade. Our Emperor is carrying out interracial education on this planet and the Great Class Harmony movement. He wants to play the role of a benevolent and fair king in front of billions of untouchables. How can he allow this blade to continue appearing in front of people and remind those untouchables how many of their family members the royal family has killed?" "What are you talking about?" Governor Ku Bowning stared at the young noble and said loudly, "County King Carlton sacrificed himself on the battlefield for the Empire. What does this have to do with His Majesty?" "Died on the battlefield?" The young noble's pupils slightly dilated, with a trace of crazy mockery. "With your intelligence, do you think you'll believe this? Or does His Majesty think that the intelligence of all nobles has dropped to this level? A spaceship of the Federation, a member of the Federation forced his way through the space channel, and then, in the Empire Star region faced with a powerful ghost fleet, he easily killed the commander of the fleet and blew up the flagship. Is this possible? Is that member of the Federation Li Pifu? The young noble widened his eyes and said coldly, "The most chilling thing is, Our Invincible Highness was on the flagship at that time. Who could kill Uncle Carlton in front of him?" Governor Ku Bowning was silent for a long time, and then said with a pale face, "You think this is all a scheme?" "Of course." The young noble's voice gradually calmed as he said coldly, "No one knows when the butcher's knife in His Majesty's hand will be swung again in order to please those lowly commoners and to create his image as a benevolent ruler. Who will die under his butcher's knife next?" Father, me and many people in Tianjin understood everything. We didn't want to sit and wait for death, so we had to stand up and face the battle. Although the flagship exploded in the end and there weren't many videos left, there were many witnesses. The military also investigated and confirmed that there was no problem with County King Carlton's death, Governor Ku Bowning said with a frown. With His Majesty's power, I'd believe it even if there were 4 million witnesses. As for Father's investigation, Her Highness controls the Intelligence Bureau, so she wouldn't let the military find anything. You think Her Highness killed County King Carlton? Yes. Watch your words. Your speculation is baseless, Governor Ku Bowning said sternly. I won't allow you to insult Her Highness' character like this. Burning like the sun, warming the entire empire, was Her Highness when she was young. She rarely appeared in front of people these years. Who knows what she's become? For a future empress, what kind of cruelty and viciousness wouldn't she do? The young noble said coldly. Governor Ku Bowning took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. He stared at the other and said, "What did you do to His Majesty?" The young noble didn't answer him. He stroked the smooth jade silkworm and stayed silent for a long time until a dark shadow appeared between his brows. He then raised his head proudly and said to himself, "Even if we can't do anything as long as we kill the heir he appointed, I believe that the empire can go back to the right path in the future." At this moment the watch on his wrist vibrated slightly. He lowered his head to look and a strange smile appeared on his lips. He said calmly, "Governor, let me tell you a piece of good news. You don't have to worry about me torturing you to get the satellite authority anymore because Our Highness has been surrounded." The Red Mill was not dark in the night. Instead it was eye-catching. When White Caoshier's expressionless face appeared at the window of the Red Mill, it was even more eye-catching. It attracted a slight noise from the surrounding mechas. At this time, there were dozens of Imperial Moon Wolf mechas surrounding the Red Mill. These mechas only needed a simple sweep of their cannons to turn this row of crude mills and her into red powder. No matter how powerful she was, she could only welcome death. However, these Imperial soldiers who dared to betray His Majesty maintained a temporary silence. Through the screens in their mechas, they looked in that direction with complicated emotions. Because the person who appeared at the window of the Red Mill was the idol of all the Imperial soldiers. When she was still a young girl, she had already received the adoration and love of countless subjects. Because she was Her Highness. Na Song, who sent you? The military or your family? Your sickly father, does he know that you participated in this treason? Huai Chaosher looked at the Imperial officer kneeling on one knee in front of the room and asked calmly. Although she had not recovered from her injuries, if she wanted to, she could still kill this person or take him hostage at any time before the rebel mechas attacked. However, this was meaningless. These rebel mechas dared to take the risk of having their entire family executed to participate in this assassination. Naturally, they had already placed life and death outside of their scope of consideration. A calm conversation, maintaining the demeanor of a royal highness, could temporarily alleviate the tense situation. However, she knew that as the noble officer in front of her said, if she did not surrender, the military mechas in front of the Red Mill would move. White Caoshier's ears trembled slightly. She listened to the faint noise behind her that was covered by the sound of flowing water. She silently calculated the time, not knowing if she could delay until the Federation person completed his mission. Your Highness, Father did not know. Please forgive our actions because we only want the Empire to return to the right path. The Imperial noble officer named Na Song knelt on one knee and said loudly, "The Federation is already preparing to attack. We need a stronger leader. If your Highness is willing to accept what has happened and forgive the nobles who were forced to participate in this matter, I am willing to be your personal soldier and accompany you to win this war." After saying this, Na Song felt much more relaxed. He took a deep breath. Just as he was about to continue persuading, his pupils suddenly shrank and he became nervous. The ground under his knee suddenly trembled slightly. Chapter 598. Truth? What truth? Huai Caoshi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Soon after she said lightly, "There is no truth. The nobles only know how to show greedy eyes in the dark night. How can they hurt His Majesty the Emperor?" Na Song didn't hear Her Highness answer clearly. His rapidly narrowing pupils had been tightly grasped by the scene in front of him. In the beginning he didn't know where the nervousness in his heart came from. It wasn't until the ground under his knees suddenly began to tremble slightly and a faint buzzing sound came from the red mill shrouded in darkness that he finally understood what was happening at this moment. Impossible. After more than 10 days of crazy and reckless mecha pursuit, Her Highness Peach Miasma Mecha couldn't possibly hold on. There were no military bases in this vast mulberry sea, no factories and not even an automated assembly line. Before they surrounded the red mill, his mecha unit had carefully monitored for a period of time and confirmed that Her Highness Mecha had lost all mobility. In fact, Her Highness' new mecha, which left a deep impression with countless metal boxes hanging from its joints, looked like a pile of metal trash. It had been lying quietly and helplessly on its side by the stream behind the red mill just now. It was like a pile of metal trash. Why did this pile of metal trash suddenly move? He was stunned in place, still in a kneeling position. He raised his head to look at the tall shadow in front of him. The shadow was as heavy as millions of tons of steel. His body suddenly stiffened. This was the last question the imperial officer Na Song asked before his life ended. In the middle of the night, in the red mill by the stream, the rebel army's mecha stared in shock at the terrifying mecha that looked like a demon. It woke up from its deathly stillness and returned from hell. It stood up at high speed with a loud roar and smashed through the shabby houses, causing dust and debris to fill the air. At this critical moment when the situation suddenly changed, there was a moment when time stopped. In this short period of time, in the dim cockpit of the Peach Miasma Mecha filled with the smell of inferior engine oil, Su Li's eyes were abnormally bright. His gaze pierced through the light screen in front of him and stared at the back of the figure in front of the crumbling red mill. That person's back was a little thin. She, who usually gave people a feeling of invincibility, appeared so small and weak under the heavy metal mecha's feet. As long as he gave the command, the Peach Miasma Mecha would raise its gigantic mechanical legs and stomp the opponent into meat paste. The Federation's most powerful and dangerous enemy had suddenly become an ant that could be easily stepped on because of such an opportunity that was hard to replicate. This kind of temptation was hard to resist. The Peach Miasma Mecha had been repaired, and its power output was now at 37%. If he could kill this person in front of him in one blow, Sulu had a 60% chance of avoiding the encirclement of these traitors and driving the Peach Miasma into the dark night. However, the person he wanted to kill the most had his back facing the Peach Miasma Mecha, but his hands were behind his back the entire time. A remote control device was emitting a faint light between the pair of hands that didn't seem to be strong but rather delicate. With just a glance, Sulu suddenly felt the two bloody holes above his shoulder blades begin to hurt. It was as if his blood and bones would explode in the next moment, turning him into a miserable corpse. The other party hadn't pressed the remote control, but just the thought of it made him feel cold. Even though they were surrounded by danger, Su Lu in the cockpit and Huai Caoshi in the shadows of the mecha still managed to make a bet in such a short amount of time. They were betting on who was faster, and the chips were each other's lives. Su Li's bright eyes abruptly dimmed. Expressionlessly he suppressed that impulse. His right hand quickly entered the mimicry command and opened the hatch of the Peach Miasma Mecha. The Federation's mecha horde had reacted quickly enough. By the time they noticed the abnormality, the Moon Wolf Mecha, which had been in a state of alert all this time, began to howl and pounce forward. At the same time, the long-range weapons on its mechanical arms were ready to fire. However, they were still faster than that mecha and that person. The Peach Miasma Mecha burst out of the red mill, abruptly becoming a shadow. Huai Caoshi stood expressionlessly in front of the window. The window frame gradually shattered, the walls crumbling. The scene around her seemed to accelerate in time and then rapidly crumble. She coldly looked at Na Song, who still hadn't managed to retract his stunned expression. Her feet pushed off the ground and in a dense gust of air, her body quickly flew backwards. After more than 10 days and nights of pursuit, the large patches of blood-stained silk clothing were severely damaged. As she flew backwards, it scattered in all directions, like the ancient robes of a god fluttering in the starlight. The hatch of the Peach Miasma Mecha behind her had already opened. She was like a monarch returning to the throne that represented power, returning to her seat. The howling and sharp sounds of gunfire rang out. The mulberry trees in 3 directions in front of the red mill were viciously cut down by the sharp shrapnel. The white stubble jutted out sharply, splinters flying in all directions. Suddenly, the rebel mecha horde were attacked, and the muffled sound of gunfire was deafening. It was only then that the rebel soldiers in the mecha realized that although they had done a lot of preparation work, they still had no way of getting access to the data of the ammunition ratio of His Highness's mecha. It was even possible that the data of the ammunition they had was fake data deliberately sent out by His Highness's intelligence department. Because of this fatal error in intelligence, the rebel mecha horde had never imagined that Her Highness Peach Miasma mecha would have such a shocking amount of ammunition. Instantly, a small opening appeared in the encirclement. Of course, the most fatal reason for this situation still puzzled them. This had nothing to do with intelligence. This Peach Miasma mecha had clearly been severely damaged and could not be activated. Why did it have to be activated again at the most critical moment? Amidst the flying shrapnel, there was the ear-piercing sound of the heavy mecha stomping through the ground at high speed. After the Peach Miasma mecha's sudden display of power, the rebel mecha, and even Su Lu, who was in the Peach Miasma cockpit, all thought that Huai Chaosher would choose to retreat quickly after this wave of fierce attacks. She would leap over the small stream behind the mill and throw herself into the darkness that could hide everything. Thus, the 10 mecha flanking the rebel mecha horde rushed towards the small stream. They knew of Her Highness' near-invincible mecha battle strength and the terrifying mobility of the Peach Miasma mecha. If they didn't advance in advance, there was no way they could stop the other. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Huai Chaosher, who had quickly taken over control of the Peach Miasma mecha, valiantly chose an even more direct path. When the 2 flanking rebel mecha advanced towards the small stream at high speed, the Peach Miasma mecha charged straight ahead. The red mill collapsed to the ground. The walls were reduced to dust under the concentrated attack of bullets. Under the starlight, the dust on the walls actually looked a little like the miasma formed by the dew on pink peach blossoms. The Peach Miasma mecha whistled through the red miasma. The alloy body of the Peach Miasma mecha was wrapped in wisps of dust. With a speed that the naked eye could not see clearly, it coldly attacked the rebel mecha horde in front of it. With a hiss, a 5-meter-long multi-layered forged alloy gun was pulled out of its case. It spun at high speed in the mechanical arms, dancing with the starlight and red dust. It was like a giant and terrifying peach blossom. The Peach Miasma was poisonous. The peach blossom petals could not be blocked. Upon contact, one would die. The rebel mechs that were blocking the path of the Peach Miasma mech all fell to the ground in a flash of red, their mechs exploding. In the mulberry forest filled with the smell of burnt flesh, 6 Empire Moon Wolf mecha lay wretchedly on the ground. Their outer armor was damaged and curled up. Sparks flew in all directions. There were 2 mecha that had been knocked down that did not completely lose power. Their metal joints crackled, causing the mechanical arms to contract futilely and even sorrowfully like patients on their deathbed. The night wind blew past. The red mill had already been reduced to ruins. The dust gradually settled. The Empire officer named Nason had been crushed to death by the falling wall. His eyes were wide open and unwilling to close. The Peach Miasma mecha had long disappeared without a trace. The cockpit of the Peach Miasma mecha was silent. The lights were dim and only the rising and falling of the mecha indicated that it was running at high speed. After breaking through the encirclement of the mecha swarm, Huai Chaosher did not take revenge on Su Lu for the trace of killing intent that had leaked out from the Peach Miasma mecha behind her. After a long period of silence, she suddenly said, "If you can repair the Peach Miasma mecha for me like you did today, even if it can only maintain 30% of its power output, I can still clear out all the rebel mecha in this sea of mulberry trees." Humans were the #1 machines. Hearing Huai Chaosher's calm and confident judgment, Su Lu suddenly remembered what the uncle had once said. This princess seemed to never feel tired. The strength in her body was inexhaustible. Her mind could always maintain a high level of concentration. She was like a cold machine. But she was still human. There is no such possibility. After coughing twice, he replied hoarsely, "You have to admit, your luck this time was too good. There just so happened to be enough parts in that storeroom, and the core components of the Peach Miasma mecha were not damaged. The miniature repair arm is also still functional. But even if you can find enough parts in this agricultural area, this kind of repair cannot be continued indefinitely. Using agricultural machinery to replace precision military mecha, even if it can be activated as long as the mecha's engine is running, the severe wear and tear between the components will continue, and it will only worsen until the structure explodes. The cockpit once again fell silent. As a mecha combat genius, although Huai Chaoshi was far inferior to Su Lu in the field of mecha repair, she must have done some research. She knew that Su Li's judgment was correct. This person's repair skills were indeed shocking, but in the end, it could only be a temporary replacement and support for a period of time. After a long period of silence, she spoke again and asked coldly, "A few hours ago in the Red Mill, you once told me how Li Pifu assassinated my grandfather." Su Li's eyes narrowed. Looking at the side of her face, he said, "Back then, the war god traveled thousands of miles, hiding along the way, attacking the Empire's lone mecha. Then he used these broken mecha parts to replace and repair them." "Can this method still be used now?" Huai Chaoshi asked. "They are all Empire mecha. It should be easier to use," Su Lu replied with a smile. "Then let's do it this way," Huai Chaoshi said. "I will be responsible for hunting down those traitors' mecha. You will be responsible for repairing them." Chapter 599. A cold, powerful and greedy specter of a mecha was floating in the sea of mulberry trees. In order to encircle and annihilate the specter, the rebel army, which had already arrived outside the Liban planet's atmosphere, had sent a large number of mechas and heavy armored troops into the Sea of Green. While the Governor-General, who controlled the most powerful military on the planet's surface, had been forced to remain silent, the rebel army could sweep through the entire planet. However, in front of the specter mecha, in the sea of mulberry trees where day and night alternated, the mechas and heavy armored troops suddenly felt like they had changed from being hunters to being hunted. They were confused and panicked until their hearts were shaken and they were secretly trembling in fear. Between dawn and dusk, the cold rainy night and the scorching sun at noon, the mechas and heavy armored troops of the rebel army seemed to be under attack all the time. The mulberry leaves swayed in the wind, dispersing the shadows. A few cunning rabbits fled in panic among the weeds. The mechas that were carrying out reconnaissance missions or were alone were instantly destroyed by the specter mecha. Then they were miserably torn apart into wreckage. It looked like their internal organs had been devoured by primitive barbarians who believed in demons. The main army of the rebel army had approached the specter mecha many times, but the specter mecha had used some unknown method to silently disappear from its original spot, leaving behind only the monotonous sea of mulberry trees, which was so dull that it made one's eyes go numb. It made a rustling sound as if it was mocking the futility of these people. More and more mechas of the rebel army were destroyed in the encirclement. Not a single mecha could escape or even withstand the sneak attack of the specter mecha for a few seconds. Once they encountered the specter mecha, they would die. This shadow, which was like a curse, shrouded the entire encirclement army. When they thought about the identity and legend of the person in the cockpit of the specter mecha, the rebels could not help but feel extremely tense. The mecha was called Peach Miasma, but its body was painted with the black hibiscus flower that represented the imperial family of the empire. It moved like a specter through the dense, green mulberry forest. Most of the metal boxes hanging from the joints had been destroyed, and 70% of the original alloy armor had been destroyed. Instead, it had been replaced with armor that had been picked up from somewhere. There were still clear traces of the use of high-temperature cutting guns and welding guns on the armor plates. The outer armor, which looked like beggar's clothes, was sprayed with oil-sputtering lines. Together with the damage marks left behind by the fierce battle, it looked like a painting of the Galaxy sect, which was famous for its ugliness and fury. The Peach Miasma mecha, which had never contributed anything in terms of aesthetics, now looked more like a walking pile of metal garbage than ever before. The internal components of the mecha had already been repaired countless times. Who knew how many parts had been swapped out? Those temporary replacement parts were helplessly wearing themselves down, letting out a sad, low grinding sound. The two slender mechanical legs, nearly 3 meters tall, were unable to ensure an absolutely precise dynamic balance because they had collected the spherical joints of two different mecha. Every time it moved forward at high speed, the Peach Miasma mecha would always tilt its body, like a walking pile of metal trash. Suddenly it looked a little like a poor crippled metal patient. To make this mech that looked like it would fall apart at any moment move, to the point where it was close to going on strike countless times, only to once again let out a low rumble, and even to the point where it could continue to fight for many days and nights in a row, to be able to do all this was naturally thanks to the mechanic jointly cultivated by the Federal Nutshell Company and Uncle Fengyu. The joys and sorrows of humans were not the same. The joys and sorrows of the people of the Federation and the people of the Empire were diametrically opposite. Fortunately, Both sides had absolutely similar thinking patterns and the same baffling units of measurement and design concepts. Even the operation of the simple maintenance arm seemed to be the same. Even with Hui Caoshi's translation, Sulu could not fully understand the technical parameters on the Imperial Mecha's components. However, when his hands touched the cold handle of the maintenance arm and pressed the switch, he very quickly began to familiarize himself with all the machinery, or rather, everything related to metal. And he fixed it. He even used the limited components to modify a Rebel Army electronic mecha station that the Peach Miasma mecha had destroyed. Although he did not succeed in infiltrating the Rebel Army's command system, he greatly improved the Peach Miasma mecha's electronic shielding ability. In the instant he completed the modification, Sulu thought of that truly amazing electronics expert he had met. Thinking of Gu Shifeng's 10 plump fingers, he silently assessed that among the ranks of normal combat forces, the Empire's electronics technology level was far inferior to the Federation's. The Rebel Army encirclement and suppression forces in the Mulberry Tree Sea were shocked and even terrified by the fact that the Peach Miasma mecha was like a specter, as if it would never have any mechanical problems. No matter how many intense mecha battles it experienced, the next time it appeared, it would still be in perfect condition. Although this Spectre mecha seemed to be becoming more and more tattered, the combat strength it displayed did not decrease in the slightest. The Rebel Army could not understand how the other had done this. Even though the staff officers had deduced some things from the pieces of the Moon Wolf mecha, they still found it hard to believe that there was someone in this universe who could complete this kind of repair work that required expensive and heavy equipment in this absolutely agricultural region. Moreover, the other party had completely used the parts of the Moon Wolf mecha to repair it. The Rebel Army officers gradually developed a misconception that the highness they were currently encircling was not fighting alone. In this vast sea of mulberry trees, there seemed to be a large logistics base operating continuously, providing an unending stream of powerful support for the Highness's Spectre mecha. However, this sea of mulberry trees had already been swept clean by the Rebel Army. Where could there possibly be a large logistics base? Hui Caoshi had not made any comments regarding the level of mecha repair Sulu had displayed these past few days. That ordinary face of hers did not even reveal a trace of emotion, but deep down, she was already deeply shaken. She knew that this Federation man beside her was an extremely powerful soldier, even qualified to engage in a fair mecha battle with her. However, she did not care about any of this. Her valiant strength and self-confidence were enough to support her contempt for Sulu. However, seeing how the Peach Miasma mecha had actually managed to hold out for so many days under this seemingly ordinary pair of hands, she could not help but feel admiration. Amidst the admiration was a strong sense of wariness. Amidst the wariness was confusion, the same confusion as those Rebel Army officers. The Federation's mecha research was not that far ahead of the Empire's. The level of the industry determined the level of operation. Hui Caoshi could not understand how this person had managed to develop such inconceivable mecha repair skills. Could it be that this kind of thing also required talent? Chapter 601. While Hui Caoshi was secretly shocked by Su Li's mechanical skills, Su Li's heart was also filled with endless admiration and even fear for her. He had never seen such a person in his life. Other than focusing on mechanical repair work, Sulu had always maintained a normal rest, because his weak body was constantly on the alert. However, Hui Caoshi, who was in charge of operating the Peach Miasma mecha, not only had to escape the pursuit of the rebel forces, she also had to constantly launch sneak attacks on the enemy's mecha. She had no time to rest at all. During the many days of tense escape, Sulu had never seen this highness be able to maintain a high level of concentration, even if she closed her eyes once. There was not even a trace of fatigue to be seen. The rebel forces outside Li Banstar's atmosphere, after taking control of the Red Rose, continuously released troops into the sea of mulberry trees. It was like an endless wave, constantly slapping against the black reef, each wave higher than the last, each wave stronger than the last. However, Hui Caoshi, who did not have the slightest time to rest, controlled the Peach Miasma mecha to calmly and almost indifferently withstand all of these attacks. Humans are the first order of machines. Su Li's heart once again rang out with the uncle's words. The more time he spent with them, the more shocked he became. So there really was an existence like steel in this world. The tattered mecha moved at high speed through the dark forest. A young man and young woman in tattered clothes were silent in the dark cockpit. The roaring Peach Miasma broke through the heavy infantry barrier of the Xinma Hills. Under the torrential rain, the encirclement only left behind violent battle shadows. A certain Empire rebel army division that had urgently parachuted into the sea of mulberry trees was suddenly attacked by the peach miasma as soon as they arrived on the ground. The division commander died tragically in a decapitation plan, for the promise of dying with dignity, for the responsibility of the country, for some completely different reasons. Su Lu and Huai Chaosha worked hand in hand day after day. They continued to escape and counterattack. Tense repairs and fierce battles became their entire lives. The nobles who had betrayed the imperial family could not have imagined, nor could the madly searching for Her Highness the Princess in the Mulberry Sea. In truth, no one could have imagined that once the two most extraordinary individuals of the younger generation of the Federation and the Empire joined hands, they would erupt with such astonishing battle strength and accomplish an almost inconceivable goal. In the wee hours of the morning, the peach miasma mecha, which had narrowly escaped the first aerial attack of the rebel army, welcomed a rare moment of temporary rest. The powerful highness, like a demon, did not need to rest, but the soldiers of the rebel army could not endure this kind of intense battle. The morning light was dim, unable to spread across the entire land. The fog around the stream greatly reduced visibility. The tattered peach miasma mech silently crouched on the rocky ground beside the stream. Su Lu crouched beside the stream and splashed a handful of stream water on his stubbled face. The cold stream water flowed down his tangled dirty hair, spreading from his neck to his naked upper body. It made his body tremble and he felt much more awake. He could not help but smile happily. Looking back, Huai Chaosha was silently looking at the electronic manual in her hands, the pen between her fingers moving incessantly. She should be conducting some kind of communication. The silk coat she wore had long been torn to shreds, and she had changed into a mecha combat uniform. It had not been washed for many days, and the sour smell seemed to be coming from it from afar. Paired with that face full of dust, she did not look like a noble princess at all. Through hunting the rebel army's mecha, they knew some of the situation on Liban planet. Especially after Su Lu successfully repaired the electronic mecha's equipment, Huai Chaosha contacted even more of her loyal subordinates. She had a better understanding of the current situation and the inside story of this shocking assassination. The rebel fleet had already taken control of the outer space around Liban planet. Although they lacked long-range attacking battleships and were unable to control the situation on the entire planet, they had successfully cut off the connection between Tianjing and Liban planet. Now, no one knew what exactly had happened on Tianjing planet, or whether the emperor who was in that vast and magnificent palace complex was still doing well. This was the first rebellion led by the nobles in the empire's 100 years of history. Compared to the rebellion of the commoners and slaves, the nobles' rebel army had more resources and more powerful military force. The situation on Liban planet was dangerous and strange. A few great lords had already successively surrendered to the rebel army, but the numerous mechanized divisions under the control of the governor's office, the most powerful army on the planet, had maintained a strange silence, as if they did not know what was happening on the planet, nor did they see the fleets showing off their prowess outside the atmosphere. Through the information sent by the Intelligence Bureau's subordinates, along with Su Li's previous analysis, Huai Chaosha guessed the reason for the current situation. The governor's office should have been controlled by the rebel army, but Governor Ku Baoning did not surrender. The rebel army was worried that killing him would trigger a counterattack from the governor's office, so they left him alive. Probably only an idiot like Louis would do such a stupid thing. He succeeded in ambushing the governor's office, but now he's stuck in the mud. Huai Chaosha thought expressionlessly. Then her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she thought of the key information sent by her subordinates. It was from these few pieces of information that she found out something that she did not understand after she was ambushed. Even though the empire's reforms in the past few years had harmed the interests of some of the great nobles, under the powerful pressure of her father, these nobles still dared to launch a rebellion so hastily? They actually think that I killed Duke Carlton. Huai Chaosha subconsciously looked at the stream. That man from the Federation was currently bathing in the stream with his upper body naked, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth, smiling somewhat irritatingly. If he knew that he killed Duke Carlton and caused such a huge disturbance in the Empire, would he still be so carefree and happy? No, he would be happier, Huai Chaosha thought unhappily with her eyebrows furrowed. Su Lu felt her gaze and scratched his head in confusion. He walked out of the stream, his bare feet stepping on the hard stones, and walked in front of her. He calmly stood in front of Huai Chaosha, not in a hurry to grab clothes to cover his naked upper body, because after that luxurious silk coat was turned into silk, there was not a single piece of clothing on him, and he also did not have the habit of taking off clothes from the dead rebel soldiers to wear. The more important reason was that Su Lu found it very difficult to see this princess in front of him as the opposite sex, so there was nothing unnatural about it. There was once a joke. A man resentfully asked a strong woman, "Why are you so unlike a woman?" That woman coldly replied, "Because you are too unlike men." In front of a strong woman like Huai Chaoshi, most men would probably have a hard time finding a clear sense of gender. The question you asked last time I can answer you now. Huai Chaoshi looked into his eyes and calmly said, "His Majesty is not dead." The information channels in the direction of Tianjing were sealed, the people on Libenstar had no idea what happened there, and she who was in the Sea of Mulberry Trees had no information to confirm. However, it was precisely this suffocating silence that allowed her to confirm the Emperor's safety. If the rebel army really succeeded in assassinating the ruler of Zhuqianstar region, how could it be so quiet? For you this should be good news. After a slight pause, Su Lu said, "But it won't be of much help to our escape. I have to warn you again, this peach miasma mecha won't be able to last much longer. There is already a problem with the central wiring of the multi-engine storage room. I am a mechanic, not a magician. Once this type of core component is damaged, apart from replacing it, there is no other way. The problem is that we don't have any large-scale equipment that can be disassembled. Even if we do, in the entire Sea of Mulberry Trees, there is no trace of any new Wolf Fang mecha." He spread out his hands, stared into her eyes and asked seriously, "How many more days do we have to flee in this damned Sea of Mulberry Trees before your people can come to our rescue?" Huai Chaoshi was silent for a long time. She didn't directly answer this question, only saying, "The longer, the better." Su Li's eyes narrowed and he frowned. "You want to delay a little longer?" Huai Chaoshi smiled slightly. As long as the Emperor wasn't dead, the rebel army wouldn't be able to completely control the situation. As long as the situation on Tianjing planet stabilized, the powerful royal fleet would be able to easily solve the problems on Liban planet like a knife cutting through paper. Huai Chaoshi had persevered in this treacherous Sea of Mulberry Trees with extraordinary perseverance. Even though her subordinates had already prepared to help her escape 3 days ago, she still didn't leave. She was stalling for time. Only if she was alive and proved to the governor's office that she was still alive through battle would Governor Ku Baoning continue to persevere. So that's how it is. Hearing Huai Chaoshi's calm explanation, Su Lu said, "If things really develop as you think, that Governor Ku Baoning will definitely be killed by the crazy and desperate nobles. I think that Governor Ku Baoning should have the self-awareness to sacrifice himself for the empire," Huai Chaoshi said coldly. Su Lu shook his head. He casually picked up a rock beside her and sat down. Using his hand to cover his mouth, he began to cough silently and painfully again. The desperate battle in the Sea of Mulberry Trees came to an abrupt end on a sunny afternoon. The rebel army, whose hearts and minds were filled with excitement and fear, finally succeeded in forcing the ghost mecha to reveal itself. Under the encirclement of countless heavy weapons, the tattered peach miasma mecha was like a frightened metal statue, silently stopping in the middle of a farm. However, there was no one inside the peach miasma mecha. The spy from the Royal Intelligence Bureau who had infiltrated the rebel army at the cost of his life, had successfully lured a small gap into the rebel army's encirclement. After receiving the latest information, Huai Chaoshi resolutely abandoned the mecha she relied on to shock the universe and sweep through the wilderness. She and Su Lu braved the great danger and followed the gap, following a secret path in the Sea of Mulberry Trees to arrive at a silk processing factory in the southwest. Chapter 602. An official of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency, disguised as a foreign trader in a silk processing factory, or more accurately, a foreign trader in a silk processing factory who worked for the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency, received 2 extremely skinny young men in tattered clothes at the sewers outside the walls of an unassuming silk processing factory. The merchant didn't dare to look directly at these 2 targets of his, nor did he dare to discuss them in his heart. He only dared to lower his head and respectfully lead them past the walls, arriving at a small, dark and remote room. Only then did he dare to raise his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He then turned around and knelt down. In a trembling voice he said, "Your Highness, we have failed in our work, causing your Highness to be in danger for so many days. We truly deserve to die." Huai Chaoshi didn't recognize this merchant. She hadn't been in charge of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency for long, and hadn't even seen all of the officials in charge of the various prefectural planets, let alone this merchant, who was only an unassuming 4th-rank liaison officer on Liban Star. They hadn't been able to discover the plot of the nobles' betrayal in advance, and they hadn't been able to warn them in advance, causing Her Highness to be surrounded by the rebel army. This was the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency's greatest humiliation, as well as its greatest fear. If Her Highness had really been harmed in this rebellion, the grief of His Majesty and the anger of the populace would probably cause thousands of officials to lose their jobs or even die. We'll investigate the responsibility later. What are the next arrangements? Huai Chaoshu didn't give any warm words of encouragement to her subordinates in this tense moment. She said in an extremely cold voice, "Has there been any news from Tianjing planet? The information channel should have already been opened." The merchant wiped the cold sweat off his forehead again. "But this subordinate's rank is too low, so I'm unable to access the information." Huai Chaoshu clearly wasn't satisfied with this answer. The merchant continued respectfully, "The Liban branch office has drawn up 17 escape routes around the Mulberry Sea. All the preparations outside have already been made to receive Her Highness as she leaves. The problem now is how to withdraw from these routes." "Haven't the rebels been moved away?" Huai Chaoshu asked with a frown. "All the factories in Mulberry Sea are under the control of the rebel army. Especially the commercial routes and air routes, the control is very strict. I used some methods to get into this place, but this basic silk workshop is still 7 kilometers away from the next meeting point." The merchant looked at her feet in fear and said, "Most of the rebel army's mobile troops have been sent away by the wrong information, but there is still a heavy infantry battalion on this 7-kilometer road." Sulu had been listening attentively to the conversation between Huai Chaoshu and the Imperial Intelligence officer. He noticed that the officer's tongue was always curled when he spoke. It was somewhat pleasant to hear, but his trembling voice made him seem particularly fearful. His proficiency in the language of the Empire was rather mediocre, so it was not easy for him to understand the heavily accented sentences. Only then did he realize that he was still in danger. "What do we do next?" he asked. Huai Chaoshu replied calmly, "Of course we're going to break through. That's a heavy infantry battalion and we don't have mechas." Sulu frowned and asked in unfamiliar Imperial language, "Why don't we try other routes?" "Because we don't have time." Huai Chaoshu turned her head and looked at him indifferently. Sulu shrugged and did not express any more opinions. But when the merchant saw this scene he was somewhat shocked. There was actually someone in this world who dared to use such a tone to speak to Her Highness? This person who spoke with a lisp as if he had not spoken for many years, what was his background? Is this a level 4 stronghold? Huai Chaoshu no longer paid attention to Sulu and asked the merchant. The merchant lowered his head and replied, "Your Highness, this is a level 2 stronghold." "Very good." Huai Chaoshu raised her eyebrows and said in a clear voice, "Since this is a level 2 stronghold, then you should immediately prepare your firearms." The merchant and Sulu were both stunned at the same time. Looking at this person with a thin face, they both thought that she was really going to take a gun and rush into that heavy infantry battalion. "I want a lot of guns, big guns." Huai Chaoshu added that no matter how many guns a person had on his back, it was impossible for it to be as dense as a forest. But if she had 3 Gatling guns on her back, then the bullets would be more dense and violent than a rainstorm. The high-speed and sharp bullets were shot out from the rough barrels of the Gatling guns, accompanied by a pungent burnt smell and the strange smell of the cold system. The bullets tore the air above the grassy slope and formed countless terrifying rays, blasting the barracks in front of them into countless pieces of smoke and dust. With a pale face, Sulu followed the moving human-shaped barracks in front of him and quickly ran forward. Looking at this scene he couldn't help but think of a prehistoric monster that kept spitting out flames, and it was a female. Huai Chaoshu was not very beautiful, but if she washed her cheeks clean she could be considered delicate and pretty. She did not look like those terrifying prehistoric monsters at all. However, a skinny woman carrying 3 heavy Gatling guns and madly shooting while running, with clear muscle traces faintly visible on her arms under the military sleeves, such a terrifying woman could no longer be considered a woman or even a human. "Motherfucker, what a monster!" Sulu subconsciously muttered, but his voice was immediately covered by the deafening gunshots. In the eyes of the Federal forces and the Empire soldiers who had fought with him before, he was without a doubt a monster. But now he realized that this princess was even more of a monster than he was. How could such a skinny body contain such terrifying power? The Empire's Gatling guns were as famous as the Federation's Darlin cannons. They were extremely heavy, and in addition to the huge amount of ammunition required to continuously fire, anyone could estimate the weight of the guns to be jaw-dropping. But Huai Chaoshu lifted them up as if they were light. Using her skinny body to carry a moving ammunition depot, she launched an attack at a heavy infantry barracks. "What did you say?" Huai Caoshi's slender waist turned slightly, and the 3 Gatling guns on her back roared as they changed their angle, blasting the military vehicle 300 meters away into pieces, causing a small explosion. I said I have muscles too, Sulu replied loudly with some anger. At this moment he thought of Xiong Linquan, the Xiong Linquan who was as strong as an overlord, but could only carry 1 Darlin cannon. The 3 heavy Terran heavy machine guns were thrown into the pond, creating a huge wave. The fishes in the pond fled in all directions in fear. When the hot gun barrels came into contact with the slightly cold pond water, a sizzling sound was heard, and a few puffs of white smoke rose. A few intelligence officers disguised as workers nervously removed the empty magazines from Huai Caoshi's body, but they almost hit their own feet. After successfully breaking through, it should be said that they unreasonably destroyed the outermost line of defense of the rebel army in Mulberry Sea. Huai Caoshi and Su Lu followed the intelligence officers who had been waiting for a long time on a single-track freight train and arrived at the next rendezvous point as quickly as possible. They boarded a small interplanetary spaceship. Chapter 603. Beep, 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 beep. Along with the piercing sound of the alarm, a startling red symbol appeared on the screen beside the cabin door. It was similar to a bug animation, alerting the people in the spaceship that the surveillance system had discovered a chip behind the neck of a Federation member. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau officers disguised as silk smugglers reacted quickly. In a fraction of a second, they pulled out the guns at their waists, blocking Huai Caoshi and Wang Zhong behind them. The black muzzles of the guns aimed in all directions, while the communication system on their wrists rang with the sounds of data analysis and tracking. A few seconds later, the officers put down the guns in their hands with extremely strange expressions. Looking at the small-eyed man behind the princess, they realized that the source of the alarm was actually this person. This person was actually a member of the Federation. The officers thought back to the time when the spaceship was leaving Banban Star, and countless questions arose in their hearts. Could it be that the rumor of the aristocratic rebellion was true? Turn down the sound of the alarm system. Huai Caoshi frowned slightly. Taking a step forward, she said in a cold voice, I don't want to hear these ear-piercing sounds on the way back to Tianjin. Su Lu followed her forward, shrugging his shoulders at the strange expressions of the Imperial officials on both sides of the cabin door, expressing his innocence. He was slightly disappointed that the princess did not order her subordinates to turn off the chip scanning system. This also proved that although the princess was known as the most ferocious person in the universe, she was still cautious and meticulous in her actions. With her hands behind her back, Huai Caoshi stared coldly at her subordinates as they replaced the electrically controlled explosives on Su Li's shoulders. She was still unwilling to relax until her subordinates painstakingly found a set of heavy electrically shocked alloy shackles and placed them on Su Li's ankles. Only then did she truly relax and slowly straighten her body. Su Lu watched as her eyes slowly narrowed, like a book with a black cover that was about to be closed. Suddenly, his eyebrows jumped and he said, Don't fall. Huai Caoshi suddenly opened her eyes and stared at him. What did you say? Don't fall. Su Lu acted as if he did not feel her sharp gaze and said firmly, Don't forget what you promised me. What did he promise? A dignified death or a dignified life? Huai Caoshi frowned slightly. After a moment, he thought of something and a rare gentle smile appeared on his lips. He pointed at Su Lu on the chair with his right hand and said to the subordinates around him, As long as he doesn't run away, treat him well. Yes, Your Highness, the intelligence officer on the spaceship answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Lu was truly relieved. His feet that were tightly bound by heavy shackles moved as if he was scratching an itch. Then, seeing Huai Caoshi slowly narrowing her eyes again, he reminded the officials of the Imperium around him, Hold her. The officials of the Empire did not know what this person from the Federation meant. More importantly, they had never imagined that Her Highness, who was standing by the porthole of the warship, would fall one day despite her slim figure and the feeling that she was invincible. Her Highness, who was about to become great because of her strength alone, would fall one day. That was why their reaction was a step slower. Huai Caoshi's narrowed eyes finally closed gently. With the touch of her single eyelid, the eternally burning crystal engine furnace seemed to have been turned off. She still had her hands behind her back and proudly and calmly stuck out her chest. Maintaining this cool posture, she fell backwards. With a muffled bang, she fell head first onto the ground of the spaceship, making it tremble slightly. Cries of disbelief and angry shouts erupted from all around. The officials of the Imperial Intelligence Department rushed over as fast as they could. A moment later, they discovered with some lingering fear and some disbelief that Her Highness was not injured at all. She had just fallen asleep. The nervous officials escorted Her Highness to rest and hurriedly opened the healing pod. Meanwhile, the officials who stayed in the pod looked at Su Lu with strange expressions. On the surface, they did not understand the true relationship between this Federation member and Her Highness. On the surface, they did not understand why this person could see that Her Highness was about to fall. Su Lu lowered his head. His gaze followed the explosives on his shoulder and landed on the heavy alloy shackles. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. After fleeing and fighting for so many days in that sea of mulberry trees without a moment of rest, even a true metal body was probably about to collapse. After entering the spaceship, Huai Chaoshi confirmed that she was temporarily safe. Once her mind relaxed, the fatigue and injuries gushed out like a flood. How could she not fall? If she still did not fall in front of such a terrifying enemy, Su Lu would really lose all hope. Fortunately, she fell in the end. The empire was a society with a strict hierarchy. The 5 classes of royalty, nobles, commoners, peasants, and slaves were divided quite clearly. In the vast space era, the empire was still able to maintain its imperial power. The empire's royalty relied on the oppression from the top to the bottom and the incomparably bloody strength to maintain order. The history of the empire was actually a history of suppression and resistance. The history of the empire gradually turned the peasants and slaves into a class, the most miserable class. In recent history, the most miserable class in the Empire's Star region had already become the Federation members. Although the number of Federation members who were captured and brought into the Empire was extremely small, this type of object that even the peasants and slaves could spit and throw eggs at on the streets could only compete with pigs and dogs for the treatment they enjoyed. The Federation members were the best targets for the peasants and slaves to vent their dissatisfaction. They were the supreme weapon that maintained the stability of the Empire's society, the bright light that guided the Empire forward. Thus, they naturally became the most unshakable part of the Empire's strict order. Anyone, regardless of whether they were the peasants struggling in the slums or the slaves with their backs to the sky in the mines, had already been nurtured an instinctive hatred for the Federation members, a fanatical bloodlust. Their existence was not necessarily reasonable, but they definitely had reasonable needs. If Su Lu had not snatched those words out of Huai Caoshir's mouth before she fell asleep, one could imagine how miserable his treatment on the disguised spaceship of the Intelligence Bureau would have been. Just like the 2 Imperial experts on the Red Rose, the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau would not have minded slowly tormenting him as an experiment subject until there was not a single part of his body left unscathed, his organs and limbs torn apart, leaving only his last breath to swallow the past of the heroes of the Federation. Fortunately, at the top of the strict order of the Empire was the Imperial authority that could not be challenged. Since the princess had spoken, even the lowliest Federation member would instantly become a guest that must be treated well. No matter how unwilling the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau were, they had to do it, because the princess would wake up from her deep sleep one day. The disguised smuggler spaceship used some unknown method to break through the blockade of the star system by the rebel fleet. It traveled long and far in the dark and silent space, following the top-secret smuggling route shared by the Silk Smugglers and the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, getting further and further away from the turbulent planet. In these days, the standard meals in space, the delicious hand-ground coffee of the Empire, the language of the Empire became clearer and clearer, the novels of the Empire that were used to pass the time, and the sentences in the novels that were difficult to understand gradually became easier to understand. This was Su Li's life on the spaceship. If the heavy shackles on his ankles had not rubbed his skin to the point of bleeding, and if the explosives piercing through his shoulder blade had not been so painful, he would have been able to enjoy the journey. Other than that, he had been silently observing the actions of the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. He watched as the officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau dealt with the rebel fleet, talked to the smuggling bosses hidden in the darkness, and escorted Huai Caoshi away from danger seemingly dangerous, but actually casually. He could not help but feel more and more shocked. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau, an intelligence agency that was very similar to the Bureau of Proclamation but did not have a charter computer, displayed too much ability. The intelligence of countless spies was like the information feedback of the Federation's ubiquitous chips. If the Federation's the glory of the charter relied on the powerful computing power of the central computer and the ubiquitous information nodes, then the Imperial Intelligence Bureau used to rule the universe relied on people everywhere, people like the sea, people like the mountains, people like the vast ocean, people like the mountains, people like the mountains, people like the vast ocean, people like the mountains. 11 days had passed in the Empire's standard time, and Sulu was once again deeply shocked by the scene that appeared on the screen. Covering the sky and covering the sun was not enough to describe the fleet in space ahead. In fact, when this fleet of hundreds of Empire's battleships suddenly appeared in front of the interstellar passage, the entire universe seemed to be swallowed up by the densely packed fleet of battleships. The black hibiscus logo on the front of these battleships was so eye-catching that it made people shudder. The terrifying Empire's royal fleet finally left the space base outside of Tianjin planet. They brushed past the lone Imperial Intelligence Bureau spaceship, leaving behind 10 battleships as protection, while the rest of the battleships all rushed towards Liban planet. A few days later, images of space around Liban planet appeared on the screen. Countless silent explosions and dazzling fireworks bloomed one after another in that area of space. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he watched all this. He realized that the Intelligence Bureau's officers beside him did not have any excited expressions. Perhaps in the eyes of these officers, who were extremely loyal to the imperial family, this aristocratic rebellion was a joke. As long as His Majesty and Her Highness were still alive, these reactionaries would be torn to pieces sooner or later. "What are you thinking about?" A voice sounded behind him. Sulu subconsciously opened his mouth. He spoke in the Empire's language, but he immediately realized that the person behind him was speaking in the Federation's language. On this spaceship, there was only one person who spoke to him in the Federation's language. He turned his head and looked at the ordinary face that no one dared to underestimate. He smiled and said, "You're awake?" "Yes." Hui Chaosher carried a cup of coffee and walked to the side of the chair. She looked at the balls of flames on the screen and said, "It seems like there is something wrong with your mood. Liban planet is a sea of fire. I don't know how many people will die. Can that governor survive? I just received bad news. Governor Ku Baoning has already died for his country." After a moment of silence, Sulu said, "I thought of that officer who surrounded us in the sea of mulberry trees that day. Although I can't completely understand your conversation, I still feel pity for him. Your aristocrats seem to like posturing, but they don't understand that posturing can always easily lead to death." Hui Chaosher put down the cup of coffee and said, "You don't understand. I really don't understand. For example, why did that Governor Ku Baoning, who clearly knew that he was going to die, persist for you and your imperial father? Your president is a puppet of vote politics, but over here, His Majesty is the Empire." This discussion ends here. Sulu was silent again. Suddenly he asked, "Can you explain to me the composition of the Empire's fleet that is going to quell this rebellion?" The two of them weren't the only ones in the room. Those officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau who were quietly working had actually been carefully listening to the conversation between Her Highness and that person from the Federation. Their profession meant that the Federation language was a compulsory subject, so they heard this conversation clearly. The first part of the conversation shocked them that the High and Mighty Her Highness would speak to that lowly Federation citizen in a tone of equality, but the last part really gave them the urge to immediately kill Sulu. The composition of the Empire's fleet, whether it was the crudest ratio of functional ships or the most subtle increase in firepower, was without a doubt top-secret information. Even the average aristocrat didn't have the qualifications to access this information, let alone ask a person from the Federation. The spaceship was silent. The officers of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau thought that Her Highness would perhaps fly into a thunderous rage, or perhaps unexpectedly not give any response. However, Hui Chaosher's following response was already beyond their understanding. "This fleet is the Heavenly Thunder Fleet. It belongs to the First Royal Fleet. The flagship, Songlei, is powered by 21 sets of compound engines. Its armor is 3 layers of increasing thickness." Hui Chaosher was silent for a moment before she began to calmly explain the Empire's military's absolute secret information. It was as if she had completely forgotten that Sulu in the chair was a soldier from the Federation. The entire spaceship's officers were dumbfounded. Apart from her voice, there was a deathly silence. Even a night cat walking past could hear the thunderous footsteps. Only Sulu noticed the flash of light in Hui Chaosher's eyes. He was also the only one who understood why Hui Chaosher dared to tell him these things. "What you're asking isn't anything important." Hui Chaosher finished explaining the composition of the fleet and lowered her head to look at Sulu with a smile, her face full of confidence. "Are there really laser weapons in the outer space bases of Tianjin? We've been guessing this all this time," Sulu continued to ask without holding back. "You'll naturally find out when you have the ability to attack." Hui Chaosher put her hands behind her back and said calmly, "However, I can give you a rough estimate of the firepower. According to the defensive capabilities of your fleet, they should be able to hold on for more than 17 seconds. What about the Wolf-Fang mecha? Although the micro-engines in the 47 spherical joints can avoid the interference of the electronic turbulence in the containment chamber, how can they achieve synchronization? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The quiet smuggling spaceship headed towards Tianjing planet. The voices of two youths who appeared ordinary on the outside but were, in fact, prouder and more confident than anyone else, rang out in the quiet cabin. This conversation lasted for an unknown period of time. They talked about the Empire's military deployment, Tianjing planet's culture, the most famous food among the Empire's people, and the most direct answers to the most direct questions. Between the questions and answers, there was an atmosphere like that of a sword brewing. In the sea of mulberry trees, Su Lu and Huai Chaoshi had already discussed this. This was just pushing the discussion one step further. You say that you want to escape, but you're just asking for trouble. She knew that he would definitely want to escape. She knew that the moment he escaped, he would cause even greater harm to the Empire. However, she insisted on saying this because she firmly believed that he wouldn't be able to escape. On the contrary, the more he knew, the more he wanted to escape but couldn't. This was a very interesting gamble. Su Lu, the man who was already hanging upside down on the gallows, had steel chips tied to his hair. With every sentence that Huai Chaoshi said, the chips would increase until they were thousands of tons, tens of thousands, tens of millions of tons like seawater. Actually, you don't have to make this gamble with me. The royal battleships around the spaceship dispersed like ghosts, and a blurry nebula appeared in the distance. Su Lu knew if that was their destination. After ending today's discussion and gaining a preliminary understanding of the Empire's literary history, he suddenly spoke to Huai Chaoshi beside him. I never gamble. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes at the nebula that was only the size of a fingernail and said, since the start of the war there have been a total of 27 Federation prisoners who pretended to surrender and then tried to escape. Among them, there were many who were much more cunning and powerful than you, but not a single one of them was able to escape more than 3 kilometers from the surface of the planet. Su Lu was silent, knowing the reason she was talking about. Huai Chaoshi coldly glanced at the back of Su Li's neck, a hint of disgust appearing in her eyes. She said mockingly, just like how we can't enter the Federation, you guys can't either. To have a machine implant a dog's tail in your body, I really don't know what you Federation people are thinking. Su Lu laughed, not intensely arguing with the other over the issue of the chip. Instead, he said, this isn't something I can choose or decide. I sympathize with you and all of you. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly and said, that's why I really don't understand why a guy like you can still laugh so happily as death draws closer and closer. I don't believe that you really have the confidence to escape. Of course. Her pair of straight eyebrows raised slightly and she said with narrowed eyes, I'm looking forward to the surprises you can bring me. Could this be the so-called loneliness of the experts? Su Lu scratched his head, his shoulder hurting a little and his brows furrowed. Probably so, Huai Chaoshi replied. In the magnificent interstellar era, the individual heroism supported by superstrength had long since given way to the cold mechanical order. Under such a background, anyone who dared to express their feelings of invincibility to the princess by the porthole could most likely be classified as a lunatic or a pretentious idiot. However, history was so long, and the human population was so large, so there would always be peerless experts who had the qualifications to say such words. For example, Li Pifu, or the person who had his teeth smashed by Li Pifu. For example, him, her, and him. I'll do my best. Su Lu looked into her eyes and replied with the most serious tone he had ever used in his life. The spaceship landed on a huge planet, and the bulletproof limousine led the group out of the secret royal military base. After driving for about 70 kilometers, they entered a heavily guarded manor. Su Lu, who was wearing the helmet of darkness, could not see anything and could not even hear anything. All of this was completely based on the inference in his mind. The acceleration of gravity during landing, the speed felt by his body, and the time silently counted in his mind, everything was just inference. Stepping on the protruding round stone road, Su Lu was dragged forward by the dynasty's soldiers. He suddenly said, I still have a very important question to ask about that Ba Dao. He knew that Huai Chaoshi definitely had not left yet. If she wanted to leave, she would definitely say something to him. Sure enough, a moment later, he heard that person's cold and calm voice. I'll tell you before you die. Su Lu smiled and did not say anything else. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and looked at the back of the figure that disappeared into the underground passage. For some reason she felt a little strange in her heart, not because of this bet that she thought she would definitely win but because of something else. On the way back to the core of the empire on the Wild Rose, she needed to know Su Li's secret at all costs. However, after receiving a complete analysis of the information, she immediately withdrew the idea of chopping off this person's arm. This was because she firmly believed that with this person's seemingly dull but actually firm temperament, once faced with such a situation, he would definitely choose to commit suicide without hesitation. At that time she did not want him to die too early, die too quickly, but the current situation of the empire did not allow him to commit suicide. He could only commit suicide because the royal family still had to give a clear explanation and account to those neutral nobles that Su Lu was no stranger to the dark and silent prison cell. He had once endured an entire half-year in such an environment where he would die in solitude. The Fox Fortress was once as intimate as his second home, but at that time he had the old thing playing. What could he have now? He could only constantly think, secretly experimenting, and gently stroking the metal bracelet on his left wrist. His life in the Black Prison did not last long. He welcomed the high-ranking judge of the Empire's judicial organization and the merciless executioner. After seriously listening to the Empire's sentence with a Tianjin accent, Su Lu finally understood that he would be executed in public at the entrance of the palace tomorrow. He furrowed his itchy brows, scratched his itchy hair and rubbed his itchy instep. The electronic devices on his shoulder blades and the heavy shackles on his ankles clanged, making him feel a little uneasy. Where is the dignity you promised? He looked at the darkness outside the Black Prison and asked very seriously. No torture, no death by 1,000 cuts, no humiliation, dying by a metal bullet. For a soldier, is this not dignity? Huai Chaoshi appeared at the entrance of the Black Prison and spoke coldly with her hands behind her back. I don't understand why you have to do such an unnecessary trial. However, my empire's words are correct. You seem to have said that I am Li Pifu's illegitimate son. Su Lu stared at her who was standing by the door. For people of the Federation, isn't it an honor to die with such an identity? Of course not. Su Lu shook his head and said, I have a name, a father, a mother, a sister, a teacher and friends. I don't have such a hobby. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment before saying, before the execution, I will tell you about Ba Dao. After saying this, she silently turned around and prepared to leave with her hands behind her back. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to hear the secret I want to know the most. Su Lu looked at her back and grinned. His white teeth were as bright as his eyes at this moment. Huai Caoshi's pupils constricted rapidly. Her body whistled through the air as she flew backwards. Her finger went straight for Su Li's chest. However, when the fingertip was still a few centimeters away from his chest, the smiling small-eyed man suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and then fell straight down. Chapter 604. If a person wanted to kill themselves, they could choose countless ways. The variety of choices far surpassed the Federation's protein meat. A straw rope, a fruit knife, or a golden chain were all enough to end a person's life. Even if one didn't have a straw rope, one could still pick up a rusty nail without a fruit knife, or a piece of metal without a golden chain. Moreover, this world was full of tall buildings, low buildings, deep pits and shallow pits. The height and depth of the trees were enough to kill. Even if one's luck was so bad that they couldn't find anything at the moment of death, one would still have a tongue. Biting one's tongue to commit suicide might be too much of a grudge, but in the face of death, all methods were equal. Therefore, suicide was not a difficult matter. Huai Chaoshi was a dazzling red sun high up in the empire when she was young. After puberty, she hid her splendor and walked between the imperial palace and the military department. In recent years, she silently presided over the work of the Royal Intelligence Agency in secret. She had seen the surging waves and swallowed mountains and rivers, seen the filthy, vicious, and cruel darkness. As always, her heart was as strong as her body. For such a person, something as simple as suicide should not have caused her too much trouble. However, when she saw the scene of Su Lu vomiting black blood and falling straight to the ground, her valiant heart could not help but palpitate a little. Because the timing was wrong. After carefully studying all the information about Su Lu, Huai Chaoshi had never doubted that this person had the courage to kill her. However, why would he so resolutely choose to end her life before the last moment? You should still have many questions that need answers. Why are you willing to commit suicide? She looked at the Federation man surrounded by medical personnel and narrowed her eyes. Your Highness. The Imperial Medical Officer reported in a low voice, "According to the results of the examination just now, his lung hematoma is very serious. His respiratory failure is severe. If he is needed alive, we must immediately send him to the ground for rescue." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Huai Chaoshi frowned at the medical officer and said, "What is needed on the execution ground is a living Federation war hero, not a corpse. But the problem now is that even if we are lucky enough to save this person, he won't be able to stand up again." The medic wiped the sweat on his forehead. His medical team was equipped with enough examination equipment, so he knew very well how serious the injuries of this Federation captive were, and how strange they were. The nerve bundles in his body are perfectly fine, and there is no problem with the nerve hub under the double fiber bond. But for some reason his nerve connection seems to have lost its function, like it has been broken. We cannot find the problem, so there is no way to fix it. What's the best outcome? Huai Chaoshi lowered her eyes and asked. "Paralyzed," the medic replied in a low voice. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment, then walked to the bedside. The busy Imperial military doctors hurriedly made way for her. Hearing the beeping sounds of the instruments, she slowly put her hands behind her back. Looking at the dying Su Lu, her straight eyebrows slightly furrowed. Suddenly her fingers shot out like lightning and forcefully tapped Su Li's chest. With a muffled thud, the severely unconscious Su Lu didn't react at all. "You actually ignored my warning and tried to reconnect the broken meridians? You really aren't afraid of death, you really have guts." Huai Chaoshi retracted her fingers and lightly rubbed them, confirming that the medic's judgment was correct. This small-eyed man in front of her probably wouldn't stand up again in this lifetime. She thought of those continuous escapes and battles in the mulberry tree sea, but she didn't feel sentimental or sad, because she never had the slightest bit of sympathy for her enemies. She only felt that it was a pity. There weren't many people in this universe who had the qualifications to fight side by side with her, and the only one who had ever fought side by side with her was Su Lu, who had vomited blood and fainted. The cooperation between the world's #1 mech fighter and the world's #1 mech mechanic was such a breathtaking and satisfying battle scene. From today onwards there probably wouldn't be another. Send him to the 1st Imperial Hospital and transfer him to the Royal Special Forces to guard him. Huai Chaoshi closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then made a decision: try to save him. The first noble rebellion in the Empire in 100 years started from the shock and suspicion of the royal family, and this feeling also started from the strange death of County King Carlton. Now this rebellion was about to disappear, but to completely eliminate the fear and suspicion of the huge noble class, especially the neutral noble class, the royal family really needed a living Su Lu, and then let him die for everyone to see. Many popular science and science books would mention near-death experiences, saying that at the moment of death human beings would look back at the past at the fastest speed, feel the present and look forward. Sorry, there was no future here, only a high-speed retreating hole condensed by a black wall, and on the other side of the hole was a pure white world, completely different from the bloodstains when human beings were born. Su Lu had never believed in this saying. This semi-illiterate who didn't finish the Federation's legal education was filled with mechanical principles and a mechanical worldview. In his opinion, there was not much difference between human beings and the stray cats that ate leftover beef outside the mine, except for aesthetics. How could they have the privilege to reread their lives before they died? Then what would the near-death experience of the stray cats be like? Countless fat, big-eared rats? Even though the uncle had taught him the 10 postures and the scorching, magical, trembling power was running through his body like countless fat rats, he still maintained an absolutely simple view of materialism. He sorrowfully and stubbornly believed that there was no heaven above his head, only the sky and the stars. Heaven could only be found in life. Sure enough, there was no black hole or holy white light, but there was a black dream, a very unoriginal black dream. However, the old charter computer didn't appear in the dream, wearing an old butler's uniform or really wearing a black silk skirt to talk about some mysterious things. In the black dream, there was only the painful tearing of the halo, the scattering of the breath, and no rebirth, gradually quieting down. Suicide was a very simple thing, and surviving was also a very simple thing, especially for a young man who had experienced countless life and death situations, and whose body muscles and organs were extremely strong. All he needed to do was to try hard to open his eyes. Su Lu opened his eyes with difficulty, and the light in the gap of his eyelids gradually dimmed and became clear. There was a majestic oil painting on the wall, and the signature below it was so messy that no one had any impulse to identify it. "He's awake." Along with this surprised shout, There were dense and chaotic footsteps in the ward, and the nervous voices of the treatment team. All kinds of advanced medical equipment were connected to his body. The metal contact should be very cold on his bare skin. Sulu, who had a very unpleasant past in the Federation Army General Hospital, thought silently in his heart, and then his body subconsciously prepared to tremble. However, he couldn't tremble. He didn't even feel a trace of coldness. Only now did he realize that his body was completely out of the control of his brain, and he couldn't feel anything. He furrowed his brows. Fortunately, he could still move his brows, so he should be able to close his eyes. Lying on the hospital bed, Sulu opened his mouth and smiled happily. This smile that came back from death instantly shocked the people of the Empire in the ward and made them collectively speechless. A few days later. I warned you, your Jinchi has already been scattered by me, and the meridians in the upper circulation have been blocked. If you try to force a breakthrough, only death will await you. Huai Chaoshi stood by the bed with her hands behind her back. She looked at Sulu on the bed, looked at his extremely thin cheeks and said expressionlessly, I really didn't expect that you would actually use this as a means of suicide. Sulu smiled and didn't say anything. Now his entire body was paralyzed and he could only move above his neck. Other than speaking, he could only use his expression to express his thoughts. He could no longer imitate President Pabre and forcefully wave his right arm to help his emotions rise. A human's expression could only choose between laughing and crying, joy and sadness, happiness and depression, calmness and depression, and these two opposite camps. So Sulu naturally chose the former. According to the judgment of the doctor and me, you will never be able to stand up again in this life. Huai Chaoshi looked at him and said indifferently, how does it feel to be paralyzed? You can no longer carry the prosthetic arm to display your talent. Do you regret it? Why do I feel like your highness has more regrets than me? Sulu, with his thin cheeks, finally opened his mouth to speak. His voice was extremely hoarse and weak. He said, the feeling of being paralyzed and is a bit fresh. From the file, I can't judge that you are a hopeless optimist. Huai Chaoshi turned around, poured herself a cup of coffee and said casually, that's because I have never fallen into hopeless despair, so I can't display my talent in this area. Huai Chaoshi turned around with the coffee cup in her hand. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, if you had died that day and now you are paralyzed, would you really be willing? Hearing this, Sulu was silent for a long time. He stared straight at the snow-white ceiling until the corners of his mouth lifted into a trace of a complicated and indescribable smile. Only then did he reply in a low and hoarse voice, of course I wouldn't be willing. I still have a lot of things I haven't done, a lot of secrets I don't know. For example? Huai Chaoshi took a sip of coffee. You have seen my file, so you should know about Zhang Xiaoming. Your first love. That's right. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He sighed softly and said, I used to always want to make love with her one more time before I die. Now it seems that I don't have the chance. This is probably the biggest unwillingness. Hearing this unexpected answer, Huai Chaoshi was moved. She asked, why not your national girl Jian Shuer? Of course, in my opinion, among those ambiguous women in the Federation, only that female engineer nutshell is worth dating. Without waiting for Su Li's reply, this imperial princess, who had never been in a relationship before, thought that she understood something. She shook her head and said, stupid first love complex. Sulu smiled and didn't explain. In the entire universe, probably only the prince of the Tai family knew the real reason for this kind of unwillingness. Since you are unwilling, why do you want to commit suicide? Since you are a hopeless optimist, I always thought that you would persist until the end, at least until the execution. The Federation's proverb says that if the Grim Reaper tells you to report at 3 o'clock, you will never see the first ray of sunlight again. But I am a soldier. Even if I am facing the Grim Reaper, I have to compete with him in terms of strength. After a moment of silence, Sulu replied, you want me to go to the execution ground and let a lot of people watch me die. I don't know the specific reason, but if you want something, I will make sure that you don't get it. At least I can choose the method of death and the time of death. Until the moment of death, soldiers should fight. Suicide is actually a kind of battle. Chapter 605. The three sentences were like three hard stones that jumped out of the air, smashed into the ground and then bounced up. Even if they eventually shattered, they refused to be deformed in the slightest. Their valiance and stubbornness were hard to describe. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment. She, who was confident and arrogant under her ordinary face, did not care about the impassioned Su Lu on the sickbed at all. However, when she heard the 3 stiff sentences, she could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. If the soldiers of the Federation were all tough people like this, the war that was about to come might not be easy to fight. I promised you that I would let you die with dignity. She put down the coffee cup in her hand, looked at his unusually thin face and said slowly, since you believe that this way of dying is not dignified, and have decided on another way yourself, I can only accept it. If a completely paralyzed captive cannot provide the corresponding benefits for the Empire will naturally not keep you for nothing. I can't say that I look forward to the arrival of that day, because there is no one who is not afraid of death. However, since that day is bound to come, there is actually not much meaning to what you are saying. Far away from his home galaxy, alone in the depths of the Empire's enemy territory, Su Lu, whose life and death were unpredictable, or perhaps destined to die, seemed to have found some of the shadow of the orphan on the clock tower street back then in his last moments. He raised his eyebrows, looked at Huai Chaoshi with a rather playful smile and said, however, it seems that you have won that bet. The bet between you and me was not fair from the beginning. Huai Chaoshi replied. Then she took out a small booklet and asked, this is what we found on you when we captured you. Can you explain it? Su Lu glanced at the old booklet, and his thoughts instantly returned to the planet full of ice and snow before the new year like a movie. After being captured and brought to the Empire's Tianjing planet, he had never seen the sky above the enemy's headquarters. He had only seen the endless darkness and the snow-white ceiling of the ward. The people around him were all enemies, and the air was filled with the smell of a foreign land. He missed the past more than any other moment in his life. The subordinates of the 7th Division, the small team of the Nutshell Engineering Department, the mecha group that silently advanced in the snow. He even missed the monster Iron 7th Division trained by Du Shaoqing, the Highland Valley at 3,320 meters, the Glacier Forest at 5,460 meters, the road lost in the snow and the deep pits beside the road, the corpses of countless Federation civilians in the pits, the diary of an Empire officer, and the gray eyes of a little Federation girl that couldn't close. I believe you have already read this booklet. Su Lu replied, this officer named Arthur was executed by your own people because he was unwilling to carry out the Expeditionary Army's order to kill. I have to say he's the first person from the Empire that I wouldn't describe as a beast. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and the coldness gradually grew, but she didn't say anything. Su Lu didn't seem to feel that pair of cold eyes at all. He continued to frown and said, you asked me earlier about my unwillingness. In fact, I really do have a lot of unwillingness. He calmly looked into Huai Chaoshi's eyes and said, you are the butchers of the universe. It's a great regret that I can't completely destroy you. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said with slight mockery, I thought that after taking you to Liban to read our textbooks, you would have a relatively objective and clear understanding of history. I didn't expect you to still be a piece of trash that was brainwashed by the Federation. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous for the Empire's princess to say the words brainwashing to a Federation citizen? Or do you think that the role of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's Royal Supervision Group is only to direct the chorus? Su Lu refuted without any trace of politeness. This is war. Huai Chaoshi coldly said, there has never been a just war in the history of the universe, especially when this war is between the Empire and the Federation. You have even less of a moral chip to take out. War is naturally only war. George Carlin has said this many times. Su Lu stared into her eyes and said, but war is definitely not about slaughtering civilians. Your Federation's army isn't all a model of morality like you. The mockery on Huai Chaoshi's lips grew even stronger. If you flip through the history of the Empire's resistance against invasion, you can find countless examples that show that your comrades are actually no different from wild beasts. Su Lu was silent for a very long time, then he slowly replied, what's wrong is wrong. This has nothing to do with who's wrong or which camp they belong to. If you encountered this kind of situation in the army, how would you deal with it? Huai Chaoshi looked at him like she was looking at an idiot. I don't know. Su Lu replied very honestly. But don't misunderstand. I'm playing the role of a moral pretentious prick right now. I've always lived according to my habits. Whether it was assassinating Macklin or fighting you on the front lines of the Westwoods, I simply thought that these things should be done. So I did it. Prince Macklin is the most outstanding member of the royal family in the history of the Empire, and he is also my uncle, Huai Chaoshi said calmly. Thank you. Su Lu said very seriously. With these two simple sentences, he understood the true identity of the seed of the Empire who had died under his pen. He also understood that for him to have killed Macklin with his own hands to have a relatively dignified death, this princess by his bedside must have put in a lot of effort. Huai Chaoshi gently placed the diary of the Empire's military officer on the table, then looked at the old diary cover in silence for a long time. Perhaps she was imagining everything that had happened in the West Woods that year in her mind. The temperature in the ward is not bad. She woke up from her thoughts and looked at the beads of sweat on Su Li's forehead. She said calmly, "Do you feel very hot?" At this moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans were continuously pouring out from the roots of Su Li's hair and then dripping down from the corners of his eyebrows, instantly wetting the entire pillow. His thin cheeks were abnormally pale, and his tightly pursed thin lips were trembling non-stop, but the smile in his eyes was still so natural. "Not hot." Su Li's voice became more and more hoarse. Huai Chaoshi finally could not help but frown and shake her head. She said, "Why hold it in?" After saying this, she turned and left the ward. Just as the ward door closed, Su Li's spirit suddenly relaxed. Although his paralyzed body could not show anything, the sweat pouring out of his thick black hair suddenly increased. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was no longer any smile on his face. His lips were painfully pulled open, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Blood continuously seeped out of his gums, making him look extremely wretched. Ever since he woke up from his near-death coma, he had been enduring immense pain. His body could not move, but his internal senses had become even more sensitive. The collapsed power channel had become countless sharp fragments, wantonly cutting in all directions. His nervous system had been severely damaged, but he could very sadly clearly feel the pain of these small knives cutting into his flesh. There was also the mysterious burning power that had finally broken through the barrier. Although it was no longer suppressed by the power of Huai Caoshi's finger, it could no longer be controlled. It ran up and down his body chaotically, turning into thousands of tiny scalding whips that lashed at every cell in his body, making him feel even the tiniest sensation. It was not a death by dismemberment, but it was even worse than that. Su Li's pain was unbearable. Even if he gritted his teeth until they were broken, he could not hold on for much longer. If Huai Chaoshi had not left just now, he might not have been able to hold on any longer. In order to die with dignity, one must first ensure one's own dignity. He insisted on this, so he smiled and mocked the conversation, refusing to let the muscles on his cheeks twitch because of the endless pain. Sweat flowed down his body like a river, wetting his pillow and bedding for an entire night. It was only when the unfamiliar morning light of Tianjing seeped in through the window that he, whose face was extremely pale and weak, realized that he had been fighting that kind of pain for an entire night. How many people in this world could endure this kind of pain? To be able to endure something that ordinary people could not, they were naturally not ordinary people. This kind of person would most likely achieve great things in the end, as long as they did not die in an accident in their career. This was because they had too strong of a willpower and will that supported them to fight to the death against something that they could not endure. Su Li could endure it because he was unwilling. He had not worn his general's uniform and returned to the dark and boring Donglin mining area to take a look at the cafe, the pub, the library, the big recuperation center, the long-legged policewoman and the police officer called Bao Longtao. He had not seen the men and women on S1 complete their stories. Tai Ziyuan had not gotten married. How was Miss Bai going to wrap things up? Would Zhou Yu carry little Lu Hua and stand under that building to wait for someone to return home? He had not personally caressed Jian Shui'er's black hair. He had not once again used Shang Qiu's greatness to warm his lonely right hand. He had not yet returned the kindness of that beautiful girl. He had not yet found out the truth behind that uncle's death. He had not yet driven the turbocharged MXT to the road in the middle of Lin Mountain to have a crazy race with that bunch of idiotic sons of the senators. He had not yet concealed his identity and gone to some crazy place to dance and have fun. He had not yet forced by Magnolia to cut off that annoying strand of hair that floated in front of his forehead. He had not yet brought Xiong Lin Quan to carry De Lin's gun to help De Wenxi snatch his sister from the 13th floor. He had not yet gotten sick of singing that song with Shi Qinghai. He had not yet had the time to tell everyone that he was Su Lu, the orphan of Donglin Su Lu, and not the soldier Su Lu. How could he be willing to die? Suicide was a battle, but it was also a new gamble. In a situation where he had nothing to lose, he could only gamble with his own life on this last gamble. With difficulty, he turned his head to look at the first ray of morning light from the willow tree outside the window. Su Lu breathed rapidly and tiredly. An abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. In the Empire, this ray of morning light should be called the white belly of a fish. Only a dead fish would show its ugly white belly to fishermen or tourists. He was not dead yet. This was good. Chapter 606. The maple trees outside the window were moving, and the wind was blowing through the treetops. The morning light shone in through the window and onto the hospital bed. The nervous system in his body was fine, but the complicated and elusive energy channels that flowed around the nerves were broken. The injury, which was indescribable, had successfully interfered with the transmission of information from the nerves. As a result, there was an additional paralyzed and weak patient on the hospital bed. The ants that rose in the morning under the old trees, the birds that sang in the breeze, the cracks in the sturdy building walls, and the people who were watching from behind the walls. Everything on Tianjing planet seemed to be moving, except for the frail and weak body on the hospital bed. Fortunately, his heart could move. As long as his heart could move, it was fine. As the thoughts in the deepest part of his mind revolved, the paralyzed body on the hospital bed seemed to move in a space that was connected to reality yet was completely separated from it. Raising his knees, extending his arms, twisting his waist, lowering his hips, bending his elbows. The 10 strange postures that were imprinted in his mind were slowly displayed one by one. The familiar burning and trembling sensation finally appeared once again. Although it only appeared in his mind, it still made him feel extremely relieved. The barrier that Hui Chaosher had struck into his body with a strange method was shattered because he had gambled with his life. The burning power that had been blocked for many days was like a flood that had suddenly been freed. It fiercely surged out, smashing the dam and scattering to every corner of his body without any sense of direction. Then, it transformed into sharp knives and thin whips that whipped and cut his sensitive areas, bringing him endless pain. However, at this moment, following the postures in his mind, the speed at which the flood spread around his body seemed to have slowed down a little. The sharp knives that were cutting everywhere seemed to have become a little blunt, and the thin whips that were whipping randomly seemed to have become a little shorter by an inch. Although this change was extremely subtle, it was extremely clear to Su Lu, who had to constantly resist the unbearable pain. He didn't know how all of this had happened, but he knew that changes were ultimately good things. However, it seemed that the scattered fragments of power had some kind of innate resistance to this kind of request. Every time he tried to pull back the fragments of power that were far away from the fixed channel, his spirit would be greatly depleted. Moreover, it was like holding a sharp blade with one's bare hands. It was so painful that it was dripping with blood, incessantly and vividly, to the extent that it was unbearable. Su Lu, who was lying on the hospital bed, was well aware of this principle. He closed his eyes tightly and cautiously experienced this feeling. He valiantly and resolutely endured the more and more terrible pain. This pain made his pair of dark eyebrows deeply furrow, like an idiot thinking about a philosophical problem. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans converged into a river and flowed down, instantly drenching the clothes and sheets. After an unknown amount of time, Su Lu finally opened his eyes. His eyes, which were usually sincere, amiable, and bright when he was in the Federation, were now filled with endless exhaustion. There was even a trace of fear and regret that was rarely seen in him. This kind of pain was too terrible. It wasn't like using a bare hand to hold a sharp blade. To be more precise, it was like a newborn baby's delicate hand holding a sharp blade that had been burned red. Every time his mind came into contact with the scattered power in his body, it would produce a similar feeling. During this process, how many times had he come into contact with this kind of thing? Again, how many people in the world could endure this kind of pain? He was the most persevering Donglin stone of the younger generation. However, under this round of increasingly painful torture, the moss on the stone's surface had already peeled off, and cracks had already appeared on the stone surface. It was about to collapse and scatter. Under the influence of his will, the scattered burning fragments in his weak body gradually slowed down the speed at which they spread. It was like the universe in the later stages of the Big Bang suddenly ushering in a long period of peace. However, this kind of change was, after all, minute. Su Lu didn't know how many more times he had to endure this kind of pain before he could achieve his goal. He didn't even know why he was doing this. Why was his will able to gather the scattered power? Or was this just his own hallucination under the pain? As an engineer officer who had received a materialistic education from a young age and whose dream was to become a mechanic officer, this was indeed a very big problem. During Sang Shuhai's escape, Hui Chaosher, in order to ensure that this Federation mechanic genius could maintain his ability to move and keep up with her pace, had once seriously warned him not to attempt to break through the Jinchi restriction she had planted in his fingertips. Reality proved that this warning was true. However, Su Lu had no other choice. The next day he was to be executed in front of the royal palace. He had to take this risk. If he didn't succeed, he would become a ghost. At the very least, he would become a ghost with dignity, a combat ghost who made it difficult for the Empire's people's political ideas to be realized. If he succeeded, once he recovered the mysterious power in his body, then he would have a much better chance of escaping the Empire's control. He had no choice but to throw himself into this gamble, and he had to throw himself into it completely. Unfortunately, the result of a suicide attempt to break through the Jinchi restriction couldn't be said to be success or failure. He didn't die, but he also couldn't recover his strength. His entire body lay paralyzed on the bed, but he still didn't despair. Feng Yu had once taught him that the human body was a machine of the first order. He didn't know what ate rice was, what Jinchi was, and he didn't know that the Empire's royal family had meridians. However, he could describe the channels of the burning power in his body with his eyes closed. He could describe the flow of power with extremely precise numerical differences. He could accurately draw countless three-dimensional structural diagrams in his mind, just like how he deconstructed the MX mecha. Perhaps the three major systems of the human body were more complicated and even difficult to understand compared to metals such as mecha and battleships. However, he was Su Lu, a mechanic genius that even Feng Yu secretly sighed with emotion. Just like repairing a mecha, he began to repair his own body. However, repairing the arm became a thought in his mind. In the past, probably no one had ever thought of such a solution to the problem. Li Pifu didn't, Feng Yu didn't, the strong people of the Empire didn't, no one. Because they weren't Su Lu, they weren't the guy who had lived with a mechanical arm since childhood and dealt with machines all his life. There were many body cultivation halls in Philadelphia. Did body cultivation halls mean to repair the body? However, it seemed that he had never heard of a body cultivation hall cultivating someone like him. Even Mr. Tian only had amazing skills and strength. Su Lu looked at the snow-white ceiling and thought silently. Huai Chaosher hadn't been here for many days. As the imperial princess and the highest-ranking officer of the Royal Intelligence Agency, she definitely had to deal with countless affairs, especially when the rebellion of the nobles had not been completely quelled. Several imperial doctors were quietly analyzing the state of his body beside the bed. The pain in his body was still constantly invading and destroying his will. If he didn't force himself to remember the past, he was really worried that he would faint from the pain. Other than recalling the past and secretly repairing his body, he spent most of his time thinking. He thought about the Federation Constitution, the computer problem, and his own problems. After all, the more he thought about it, the more confused and inconceivable he became. According to his personality, he usually didn't want to spend too much time thinking about things that he couldn't understand. However, he was paralyzed in bed right now. There was too much time and too much pain, so he didn't want to spend his days without thinking. The Imperial medical team didn't notice the subtle changes in his body. They only found that this captive of the Federation often had problems with the electrolyte balance. If they didn't save him in time, there were many times when he almost died due to excessive dehydration and circulation problems in his body. During these dozens of days, there were often nobles of the Empire who came to visit. Occasionally, there would also be people from the Imperial Military Department who came to torture some information. Fortunately, because of Huai Caosher's promise, he didn't suffer much. In fact, compared to the endless pain in his body, he didn't mind drinking some spicy water to distract himself. Other than that, no one in the hospital dared to talk to him on the bed, including the two female nurses from the Empire who had lush hair but were still beautiful. Only the snow-white ceiling and the pungent smell of antiseptic accompanied him. The maple trees outside the window were red, but Su Lu couldn't see them. He could only infer this result from the faint light reflected from the snow-white ceiling. He didn't know how long he had stayed in this hospital. At the beginning, he still had the mood to count the days and take deep breaths to welcome the morning light every day. However, the repeated pain made him numb, and the overlapping loneliness made him depressed. The counting of days didn't last long. Su Lu knew very well that this kind of days wouldn't last long. Once the Empire confirmed that he couldn't be squeezed out anything from him and couldn't stand up again as a target to explain to the nobles, he would naturally be killed. No matter how rich the nobles of the Empire were, they wouldn't raise a useless captive of the enemy. On a very ordinary day, the door of the ward was opened. A team of fully armed elite soldiers of the Empire walked in and took control of the entire ward in silence. Was it time? Su Lu watched this scene with narrowed eyes. He took a deep breath and waited calmly and weakly. His right index finger covered by the bedsheet trembled slightly. At this moment, several nobles of the Empire in luxurious clothes walked in. One of them was about 40 years old. He looked at him on the bed expressionlessly and said, "Although a disabled person shouldn't be able to grasp the relevant etiquette, I still hope that you can learn something. Otherwise, you'll definitely know that being paralyzed is not the most painful thing in the world." The Federation language this person spoke was extremely awkward. Sulu replied hoarsely, "I can understand the Empire language." "Very good." The official raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "You should be mentally prepared. His Majesty wants to see you." Hearing this, Sulu was extremely surprised. Why did the Emperor want to see him? But he immediately calmed himself down. After a moment of silence, he said with difficulty, "I don't think this is an honor." This was not an honor but an opportunity. The index finger under the bedsheet slowly relaxed and then became motionless. Chapter 607. It was around autumn. Red and yellow leaves covered the streets and alleys of Tianjing Planet. 4 light green jet cylinders flew past the treetops at a low altitude, like the tip of a pen brushing past the bright colors. Then they landed at an airport outside the center of the capital city. The group changed to military vehicles and headed toward the center of the city along the spacious high-grade roads that extended in all directions like a spider web. They arrived at their destination in the afternoon. The majestic and cold side door of the palace slowly opened, and a group of guards wearing royal military uniforms walked out. They silently took a moving self-restraining bed from the fleet and headed into the depths of the palace. The white restraints were like spider silk, tightly binding the thin, weak and paralyzed young foreigner on the moving bed, making him look like an insect that was about to be sucked to death. Along the way, the Empire's people didn't use equipment to control Su Li's vision and hearing. He was finally able to take a look at this city that only existed in the imagination of the Federation people, the Empire's capital city of Tianjing Planet. The vast maple forest on the outskirts of the city, the extraordinarily wide highways, and the unique architecture all brought him a great shock. It must be known that although the Federation had paid a great price to obtain an image of this huge city, very few people were able to see it with their own eyes. However, all the Federation people who had seen the capital city of Tianjing Planet should be dead, right? Sulu was very clear that no matter what the Emperor's intentions were for summoning him, death was already very close to his body. Being able to see the Empire's capital city before his death and feel the atmosphere that the Federation people would rarely experience in their entire lives, according to his inherent nature, his eyes should emit a greedy and emotional glow. However, there was only calmness in this pair of small eyes today. Even though his heart was shaken when he saw this majestic palace that was known as the most magnificent human building in the universe, he controlled his facial expression extremely well. The Empire soldiers who were pushing the bed into the depths of the palace noticed the calmness of this Federation captive and couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge cylindrical alloy building that pierced through the clouds in the distance. He guessed that it was probably the palace where the Emperor lived in the rumors. He was shocked again, but the expression on his face became colder and colder. How many truly important moments in a person's life could there be? Marriage, childbirth, funeral. Today he, a soldier of the Federation, was going to meet the Federation's greatest enemy, the warmongering, arrogant and cruel Emperor of the Empire. If he didn't pretend now, when would he? At this moment, he missed the wide sunglasses that Zhou had given him. He felt that he should be Du Shaoqing. Riding the maglev elevator that had long been forced to eliminate by the Federation's Energy Management Committee because of its huge energy consumption, it did not take long for them to reach the sky from the ground of the palace that was full of flowers, trees and surveillance equipment. It was really the heavens. The sun in the distance moved slowly toward the horizon. The clouds just had a hint of sunset aura. Golden light rose, red, and people seemed to be floating outside the building. It gave people a feeling that they were within reach. Those who lived here day and night, no matter how firm and steady their minds were, would still be moved higher and higher by the distance from the ground and the drifting clouds around them. They would become more and more indifferent. They would become more and more used to looking down on the common people and take it as a lifelong pleasure. With a hint of criticism, the tightly bound Sulu turned his neck with difficulty and retracted his gaze from the clouds outside the palace. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the darkness in front of him, looking at the back figure in the depths of the darkness. That figure belonged to a middle-aged man. He wore a robe and sat on a soft couch. He held a golden sword in his hand and did not look back. A screen blocked in front of the soft couch. There were golden sunflowers painted on it. At this time, the sunset outside the building reflected the golden light, making the screen seem like it was going to burn. The sunflowers seemed like they were going to come to life. However, all of the dim light fell on the middle-aged man's back and became dim. It was because he was the emperor of the empire, the man with the greatest power in the universe. No one in the Federation had ever seen the emperor's true appearance. They only knew that he was called Huai Fuchai, the 79th emperor of the empire's White Hibiscus dynasty, the unmatched monarch of the entire Left Sky Star region. In reality, not even the empire's ordinary nobles and commoners knew what their emperor looked like. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had never appeared in any of the empire's media, nor were there any images leaked out. The Federation's research concluded that this emperor was deliberately maintaining a sense of mystery in front of his subjects. This was to facilitate the protection of the imperial family's shaky rule. In many relatively strange discussions, people even called this emperor and the intelligence chief of the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army as the two most mysterious people in the universe. Sula did not believe this. In his opinion, that uncle with a mouth full of rotten teeth was the one who truly deserved the word mysterious. But as a soldier of the Federation, to be able to see the emperor of the empire with his own eyes and come into contact with him at such a close distance, how could he not be excited? As the screen of golden sunflowers grew closer and closer, that robed figure grew clearer and clearer. Sulu grew more and more nervous. Ever since he fled Donglin, he had seen many powerful figures with extraordinary auras. He was also a frequent guest at the presidential residence's private banquets. However, for some reason he always felt that the emperor under that robe gave him a particularly strong sense of oppression. Was it the smell of power or the smell of death? Was it the identity of the emperor or this person himself? Sula could not tell clearly, but he could be sure that in his entire life, it was probably only when he first saw the war godly Pifu in Qingqing's military prison that his mind would be shaken like this. Behind the screen stood Huai Chaoshi. In front of the soft couch, there was a white-haired aristocrat of the empire. He was half bowing and softly saying something. The emperor under the robe slowly raised his right arm. This simple movement was enough to stop the millions of soldiers at the same time. The faint mist outside the palace seemed to have paused for a moment. The aristocrat's narration came to an abrupt end. The emperor's voice was a bit low, like a thick book being blown by the wind. Did you kill Prince Delin? Yes. Sulu did not look at Huai Chaoshi behind the screen. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the back of the emperor and answered calmly, as if he was answering a small question in a cooking program. Did you activate the charter on 3320? Yes. Did you kill Prince Carlton? Yes. The emperor did not turn his head. His eyes should have fallen on that old aristocrat. He let out a few strange laughs. What's the relationship between you and Nasri? Never heard of him. Well, I heard that his last name was Feng Yu over there? The emperor slowly turned around. His face was cold and graceful. Hearing the last question, Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt that the band around his neck suddenly tightened, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chapter 608. Sulu had always thought that other than the few people in the Lees of Philadelphia, no one in this world knew about the relationship between him and Feng Yu. Who would have thought that in the empire countless light years away from his homeland, the emperor in front of him could reveal so many secrets with just one sentence? Huai Chaoshi, who was standing beside the golden sunflower screen, and the white-haired aristocrat in front of the soft couch had a bigger reaction than him. After hearing the name Nasri, Huai Chaoshi, who had always been calm, raised her head in shock. The aristocrat's eyebrows were raised extremely high and then quickly fell. The empire's military minister, Prince Barou, was the emperor's brother. The disputes between the royal family and Master Fan's manor were not secrets to him. He knew very well what the name Nasri meant to the emperor. While he was shocked by the relationship between this Federation soldier and Nasri, he also thought sadly that since the emperor let him hear these things, he had probably already made a decision in his heart. Emperor Huai Fuchai slowly stood up, his long robe pouring down like flowing clouds. He ignored the shock of the three people in the room and looked at Prince Barou expressionlessly. I originally didn't need to explain Keaton's death to you, but I didn't think that you would be so stupid. You all always said that no one in this world could kill Keaton under such circumstances, so his death must be my scheme, Huai Caoshi's decision. But now, Nasri's descendant has personally admitted that he killed Keaton. Do you have any new doubts? Prince Barou was silent for a long time. Finally, he no longer humbly bent his body and slowly stood up straight. His back was as straight as a pine tree. He looked at Huai Fuchai and said calmly, Actually, I really don't need to explain. You should know very well that I have always been afraid of you. Keaton's death made my fear into rare courage. But I really didn't think that Nasri was actually still alive and actually had a son. There are many things in this world that people can't imagine, Huai Fuchai replied coldly. Prince Barou smiled bitterly and said, in the end, you just want to convince me. You can rebel against me and try to overthrow my rule. In fact, ever since father chose me as the crown prince, you have been doing this for decades. Huai Fuchai put his hands behind his back, his gaze distant as he gazed at the distant clouds. He said slowly, but I find it very difficult to accept that you would act because of such a stupid reason. I am even more unwilling to bear moral responsibility for something I have never done. Prince Borowski didn't answer anything. He silently tidied up his clothes and then walked to the railing. At the end of the railing, several soldiers were waiting to arrest the mastermind behind the nobles' rebellion. Prince Bo Wu smiled and touched the railing with his wrinkled hand. Then he shook his head and fell down into the sunset. Huai Fuchai coldly looked at this scene. Seeing his own brother commit suicide by jumping off a building, his expression didn't change at all. Only his eyes that seemed to be able to see through the clouds looked down, as if he was chasing after the figure in the air. The tightly bound Sulu silently watched all of this. He knew that he had personally witnessed a page of the history of the empire. He didn't know what the truth of this noble's rebellion was, what kind of dangerous assassination the emperor encountered, what kind of valiant suppression of the rebellion, who that old noble was, but he could guess that with the death of that noble, this rebellion finally came to an end. The emperor probably tied him up and brought him into the palace to make these rebellious nobles believe that he had nothing to do with Keaton's death. Sulu pondered in silence, but he was startled by the burning gaze of the two people. He thought of that question again. From that sentence, it was obvious that the emperor knew the uncle. Could it be that the uncle was really a traitor? He looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him, narrowed his eyes and asked hoarsely, "Can I know who Nasri is?" The emperor didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at his face with a complicated expression and asked, "Where is he now?" "He's already dead," Sulu replied. The emperor was silent for a long time. He waved his sleeve as if to drive away an extremely unpleasant memory and a green fly. He said, "This kind of person should have died long ago. How do you know my relationship with him?" Sulu suddenly thought of a very fatal problem. If the imperial family knew Feng Yu's ability very well and knew that he had the means to take out the chip behind his neck, then how could they not guard against his escape? Li Pifu, this kind of person will not have an illegitimate child. Huai Fuchai said indifferently, "And you are also a person of the Federation who knows 8 rice, so you are naturally Nasri's son." Thinking of the conversation between the emperor and the nobleman, Sulu felt more and more strange. Why did the people of the empire insist that he was Feng Yu's son and not a student? Could it be that, as Huai Chaoshi had once said, this strange thing called 8 rice Jinshi was really a boring existence of blood theory? This is a very simple inference. What is very interesting is that in the entire universe, there are probably only a few people who can infer it. Huai Fuchai's face was cold and did not appear to be interested. Now my question is, since he is dead, who should I vent the anger that has been accumulating for more than 20 years? A wind came from outside the building, not fierce, not gentle, just cold, such was the atmosphere of the scene. Standing by the screen, Huai Chaoshi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head and looked at his father. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end, his lips were tightly pressed together and he did not say a word. I don't know what happened back then. Sulu did not explain to the other the true relationship between himself and Feng Yu. He looked at the emperor and narrowed his eyes. As for what you think, it does not have much to do with me. Right now, I am only one of your captives. Huai Fuchai held his hands behind his back and stood silently for a long time, as if he did not hear what he was saying. Then he slowly lowered his body and picked up the old rattan at his feet. The rattan was held tightly, and there were faint traces of old black blood on it. The rattan fell heavily. It did not dance like a flower, but viciously split open the air and then tore at the bandages and restraints on Suli's body. It tore at his flesh, carrying endless resentment and anger, venting the hatred of a monarch that came from who knew where. Pah, pah, pah. There were countless small metal hooks hidden in the rattan. Each swing was like the terrifying kiss of a tiger's tongue, scraping off a thin layer of flesh, causing extreme pain. Huai Fuchai silently and forcefully swung the rattan like a calm madman, whipping the completely paralyzed young man. The sound of wind breaking and the sound of cloth being rolled up mixed together in the palace. Su Li's face was abnormally pale, his eyes abnormally bright. Paralyzed, he should not have felt pain, but this kind of humiliating torture seemed to hurt his heart. The wind whistled past and a miserable wound appeared on his chin. He did not close his eyes. His bright eyes were round with anger as he stared at the crazy monarch in front of him. He spat out blood and roared, "I'll fuck your mother." Chapter 609. People who were humiliated, tortured, and hurt would occasionally cry out in despair. Pain would make people sob, make people toss and turn, make people bite the corners of their quilts, break out in cold sweat, and lean against the corners of their chairs with yellow faces. Sometimes, it would also make people unable to help themselves from cursing out vulgarities that they would never have cursed under normal circumstances. The merciless and humiliating whipping of the thorns, the bloody marks on his chin and the flying red bandages, stimulated Su Li's heart. Therefore he angrily shouted out a profanity about the emperor's mother. "Fuck your mother." In the vast universe, who dared to say such words to the emperor of the empire? Not being afraid of death was far from enough. That person had to clearly understand that they were going to die. Coincidentally, Su Li met these two conditions. Therefore he wantonly said those words, pleasing his cold and angry heart and balancing the fear before death. The 4 words that the paralyzed and weak person seemed to have used up all of his strength and energy to burst out were like a clap of thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire palace. The servants of the empire in the distance looked up in shock. The golden sunflower on the screen nearby turned around and pretended not to hear it. Huai Chaoshi opened her eyes wide and looked at the pale-faced person under the flying thorns in disbelief. She stared at the bloody foam in the air. These words must have clearly reached the ears of the emperor, but his expression did not change in the slightest. The hint of madness in his indifferent and graceful appearance continued, and the thorns in his hand continued to fall down one after another, landing on Su Li's body, venting his many years of frustration. The emperor stared at Su Li, who was tightly bound, but the gaze in his eyes seemed to pass through his face to the face from countless years ago, the 2 faces. The thorns in his hand swung down slowly and steadily in a gentle but heart-palpitating rhythm, breaking through flesh, splashing blood, and bringing pain. That person was already dead, and the resentment of the past could no longer find a target for revenge. Just like the rosy clouds in the sky, the bright moon in the water, and the sunflower in the mirror, how could they be satisfied without any real feedback? As a result, he placed all of the resentment that no one knew about on the thorns, landing on the body of this Federation youth in front of him, turning them into blood that splattered everywhere. Because you are his descendant. The vines fell directly as if to whip some kind of cowardice in the heart. The Emperor Huai Fuchai's expression was indifferent, the madness in his eyes gradually receding, becoming increasingly cold. "Fuck your mother." Su Li also widened his eyes and stared at the Emperor of the Imperium, who was right in front of him. Every time his body was hit by a thorn, his grayish-white thin lips would open and repeat the same profanity. Compared to the first time, his voice was much weaker, but it was still clear enough for the Emperor in front of him and Huai Chaoshi beside him to hear it clearly. With a bang, the ratchet fell down. "Fuck your mother." With another bang, the ratchet fell down again. "Fuck your mother again." As many as the ratchet fell down, "I'll fuck your mother again." Fuck is a kind of attitude towards life. This is a kind of attitude of not lowering one's head, not blinking, not narrowing one's eyes, only staring at you, unyielding, unavoiding, and fearless. Even if you are the most powerful person in the universe, even if you can make millions of people shed blood into rivers with a single word, you still can't not let me fuck you. You can use a red iron needle to sew my mouth shut, but I can use my finger to write a large fuck character. You can cut off all of my 10 fingers, but I can still silently chant the bright fuck character in my heart. Of course you can kill me, but since death is already here, why not fuck me a few more times before death? The Emperor didn't have anyone seal his mouth, only lowering his head slightly, as if he was carrying out some kind of ritual, slowly and forcefully whipping his body. Su Li also lowered his head slightly, staring straight at his face, as if returning some kind of courtesy, slowly, softly, and forcefully uttering a curse. "Pa fuck your mother." The situation in the royal palace was like this. The great emperor and the brave Federation hero, because of the unique part of each other's temperament, became two seemingly expressionless but, in reality, unusually crazy fighting cocks with black and red coxcombs raised their necks and looked with disdain at the world and the other side, carrying out a childlike confrontation with each other using one curse word after another. The trembling imperial servants and female officials kneeling outside the palace would find it difficult to forget the scene they saw today for a long time in the future. In reality at the time, they thought that after hearing the countless dirty curses of the Federation madman toward the Emperor's mother, they would certainly be immediately executed to prevent the filth from spreading to more people's ears. Unexpectedly, the Emperor didn't execute them afterward. Perhaps it was because the Emperor was too tired. The blood-soaked bandages fluttered in all directions like the feathers of a bird. They then fell and spread out around Su Li's body in a large area. Some of the blood had solidified into black paint, while others were as bright as new blood. There was even more blood that flowed out from the large and small wounds on his body and dripped down his thighs to the ground. It was an unusually terrifying sight. Su Li did not faint. Because of the excessive blood loss, his cheeks were unusually pale. A trace of indifference and ruthlessness still hung on his face. His head drooped weakly, but his eyes were still forcefully open. He stared viciously at the Emperor in front of him. It looked like he was rolling his eyes in disdain. Huai Fuchai's right hand held the whip tightly. There was a trace of loneliness in his cold expression. Under the robe, his chest rose and fell continuously. The long period of whipping seemed to have used up a lot of the Emperor's strength. His gaze was still calm, but there was an additional trace of complicated and indescribable emotion in his expression. He looked silently at the bloody man in front of him and listened to the last curse word that was so slightly hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Suddenly, his brows furrowed and he let go of his right hand. The blood-stained whip fell into the pool of blood and bloomed with a few blossoms of blood. Huai Fuchai silently turned around and walked past the giant golden sunflower screen. He walked back to the dark and noble soft couch. Gently brushing his robe, he calmly sat down. He stared blankly at the large classical brick wall. He seemed to be somewhat tired. Then he raised his hand and waved it tiredly. 2 fingers cut through the air, deciding Su Li's life and death. In the sea of mulberry trees you gave me some surprises, but compared to that, today I feel even more admiration. Outside the maglev elevator, Huai Chaosher looked at the blood-covered Su Lu. After a moment of silence he said, "I am very sorry. The dignity I once promised has been a little unexpected today. However, I can guarantee that you will die by execution and not by torture." The half-lying Su Lu struggled to open his swollen eyes. He wanted to say something, but in the end he could only weakly spit out a few drops of blood. He could only helplessly smile. Huai Chaosher took a handkerchief from a subordinate's hand and helped him wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The Empire's medical team had already rushed over. Large doses of cardiac stimulants and muscle relaxants were injected into Su Li's body. The smell of the medical glue, for a short time, actually covered up the fragrance of the flowers in the royal palace. After a period of treatment, Su Li finally recovered some of his energy. In a raspy voice, he said in a low voice, "Just now, seeing your Emperor's hand gesture, I should be immediately executed. Why are you still treating me?" I said, "I will let you die with dignity." Huai Chaosher furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "I cannot stop the Emperor's anger, but before you die, you will certainly enjoy the treatment a soldier deserves." "I won't say thank you." Su Li's eyes were so swollen that only a slit remained. He looked at Huai Chaosher's face through the slit and suddenly remembered a derogatory proverb from the Federation. In a raspy voice he said, "Because I won't express any thanks to those who want to kill me." "If you had the chance to kill me, what would you do?" Huai Chaosher asked. "Of course I would kill you." Su Li's reply was very honest. In the foreseeable future, the princess in front of him was, without a doubt, the most powerful and terrifying enemy of the Federal Army. If there was a chance to eliminate her from history ahead of time, no Federation soldier would hesitate in the slightest, even if she was a young woman. Huai Chaosher smiled. To be able to prove one's ability from the mouth of the most outstanding enemy officer, one's mood was not too bad. "Before you die, what words do you have to say?" "In the future, when the Empire occupies the Federation, I can pass on your words to the people of the Federation." "The Empire occupies the Federation?" The weak Su Lu was not in the mood to continue arguing with her. He blinked with difficulty and asked, "Are these my last words? When did the Empire treat the captives of the Federation so well?" "This is to thank you for bringing back the diary of that officer," Huai Chaosher replied. Was he going to give out his last words again? Su Lu thought of the conversation he had with Bai Yulan on the summit of White Cliff Peak at 3,320 years ago. A trace of emotion appeared on his wounded and miserable face. After a long silence, he looked at Huai Chaoshu and said in a raspy voice, "I don't have any last words. I just want to know what Feng Yu, that Nasri you all speak of, what is his relationship with the Empire? He is one of the people closest to me in my life. The government said that he is a traitor, and the charter determined that he is the #1 wanted criminal, but I don't believe it." Su Lu painfully coughed a few times. He gasped for breath and said, "Your emperor hates him very much. This is very good. He supports my rebellion. This matter is truly very important to me." Hearing Su Li's last request before his death, Huai Chaoshu was also silent for a long time. The fingers behind her moved slightly, chasing away all of the doctors and guards. Only the two of them were left in the secluded corner of the royal palace. The Federation believes that he is a traitor? An extremely strong trace of mockery appeared at the corners of her lips. Things in this world are truly very strange. In my opinion, your father and Li Pifu, this pair of brothers, are, without a doubt, the most shameless pair of traitors in the history of the Empire. Su Li's body should be very weak after being crazily whipped by the thorns. His hearing was somewhat damaged. The blood that flowed down his temples gradually coagulated when it entered his ears. The sounds of the outside world seemed even more indistinct. He tilted his head slightly with difficulty, wanting to clearly hear what Huai Chaoshu was saying. Uncle Feng Yu and military god Li Pifu were traitors to the Empire? Or did he hear wrong? Fuck. Chapter 610. A few years ago, in the mech combat training room in Section H1 of the Yue University Library, Su Lu used the channel of burning energy to replace the nerves and veins in his body, transmitting the instructions from his brain to every part of his body. From that day on, he became one of the most thick-skinned people in the universe. Until now, when the channel collapsed, the burning energy was still wandering in his body, and his nerves were even thicker than before. Therefore, many things that could shock ordinary people to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground or even trembling all over could not shake his stubborn heart that was as dull as a stone. Being whipped crazily by the Emperor was a rare treatment, but it didn't shock him. He was weak and paralyzed, and he was brutally beaten until he was covered in blood. His wounds were so horrible that even though you might not be able to recognize him, but he was still able to smile. He didn't care and he wasn't shocked at all. Even when the Emperor revealed the secret he had buried for a long time, the secret between him and Uncle Feng Yu, the surprise in his heart calmed down, and there wasn't much shock left in him. Until now, when he heard Huai Chaoshu's words full of mockery and resentment, he was finally shocked and could not speak for a long time. The god of war Li Pifu galloped in the universe, shining brightly and reaching the peak of personal strength, almost like a god. Uncle Feng Yu's body shook, fighting against more than 10 military mechs with his bare hands. He was so strong that it was dazzling. No one knew when this pair of brothers suddenly appeared in the Federation, showing their extraordinary strength in different fields in light and shadow, fighting against the glory of the Empire and the Charter. However, their ability was not passed down. No matter how many close combat masters there were in the Philadelphia Cultivation Gym, even geniuses like Mr. Tian, no one could approach the level of the brothers. According to Huai Chaoshu, the Jinqi that Uncle Feng taught him should be called 8 rice, and this Jinqi was the secret ability of the imperial family. It seemed that this was enough to explain many things. They are from the Empire? Su Lu did not need to squint his swollen eyes to express his inner feelings as usual. He stared at Huai Chaoshu in front of him and asked in an incredulous tone. After a long silence, Huai Chaoshu narrowed her eyes and said, "Fortunately or unfortunately, the people of the Empire can hardly learn the ingratitude of the people of the Federation." Su Lu understood this sentence and suddenly felt a wave of relief mixed with lingering fear. If the Federation's war god and his teacher were really brothers of the Empire, he really found it hard to accept this absurd fact. However, following Huai Chaoshu's denial, even more questions poured into his mind. If the brothers Li Pifu were not from the Empire, where did they learn their amazing abilities? Why was the imperial family so familiar with Uncle Feng Yu's incarnation? It was almost evening, and the red clouds were flying diagonally outside the high palace walls. The faint golden afterglow shone through those unknown trees and sprinkled on this quiet corner. They came to the Empire to study? When did that happen? Su Li's mechanic mode of thinking was calm enough and precise enough to immediately grasp the core of the problem. Nasri definitely came to the Empire when he was young, but the story between him and His Majesty should not be known by anyone in this universe. As for Li Pifu, there is no evidence to prove that before he led the army to invade the Empire, he came to planet Tianjing to study. "I don't understand," Su Lu said hoarsely, his voice extremely weak. Huai Chaosher glanced at him, shook her head and said, "You're about to die, why are you still concerned about this?" "It's because I'm about to die that I have the urge to know these secrets." Su Lu coughed and replied, I don't want to die with 800 question marks in my head. A hungry ghost is uncomfortable, but a curious ghost is even more uncomfortable. Yes, you're about to die. After a moment of silence, Huai Chaosher said, "There's no harm in letting you know about the past of your father and uncle. Maybe you'll understand why the Empire is angry." "This must be a very long story." Su Lu smiled with difficulty. "I don't know if I can finish listening to it before I die. I don't know much about the details of what happened back then." Huai Chaosher looked at him and pressed the electric button beside the self-restraining table. She said expressionlessly, "This is a very simple story. It's always good to have a story to listen to before you die." Huai Chaosher returned to silence and walked towards a corner of the palace. The self-restraining table that bound Su Lu made a low electric sound and followed his back as he moved forward, walking further and further away under the bright red sunset. The Empire's military officers and doctors behind did not hear the conversation between the two of them. They looked at the two long and narrow backs that were gradually moving away and could not help but look at each other. Then they quietly followed from afar. This scene was very interesting. A death row prisoner wrapped in restraints, bandages and medical glue like a Nanling specialty brown rice bag was like a paralyzed old man who could not walk. He leaned against the self-restraining table and followed the young man in front of him who had his hands behind his back. His body was thin but gave off an aura that was more valiant than the huge palace. They slowly walked under the high palace walls in the twilight. It was like two people who appreciated each other were saying goodbye. It was a farewell. Do you see that building? Huai Chaosher stood on the high palace wall and squinted at the civilian district in the west shrouded in the twilight. She pointed at a completely white courtyard in the midst of the low residential buildings. Su Li's eyes were swollen. He looked with difficulty for a long time and then nodded. He did not know what the little story before his death had to do with that inconspicuous courtyard. That is the most sacred place in the entire empire other than the imperial palace. Huai Chaosher had a leisurely expression. The Great Master Fan Manor. The Great Master Fan Manor? Su Lu silently repeated this strange name in his mind. He felt like he had heard of it somewhere before. The Great Teacher is the most respected title in the empire, but not many people know about it because they do not care about the reputation in the secular world. Huai Chaosher slowly explained, every great teacher is a rare genius. Perhaps it is in the academic field, the economic field or some other field. In short, they are the most secret and also the most important foundation of the empire. You mean? Su Lu was confused and asked, this position is hereditary? Correct. A family that always produces geniuses? After a moment of silence, Su Lu shook his head with difficulty and said, I am a member of the Federation. I believe in equality. I do not believe that fate itself will create this kind of unfairness. There has never been such a thing as innate fairness in the universe. Huai Chaosher said indifferently, only those with royal blood have the chance to master the 8 rice true qi. This is unfair, but it is also the truth. So you have to admit that the Creator has chosen the royal family to lead the ordinary people of the empire from the beginning. The War God and the Nasri brothers are not people of the empire, so naturally, it is impossible for them to have royal blood. I am also not from the empire, but we have both mastered it. Huai Chaosher narrowed his eyes, seemingly troubled by this question. After a long silence, he said, perhaps the Creator has chosen you and the Li brothers on your side. Should I feel honored? Su Lu shook his head. You should feel honored. Huai Chaosher gave a simple comment and said directly, now, let us begin the simple story. Please. After or before the Empire and the Federation met, an Empire spaceship passed through the space channel and entered the Federation's territory, landing in a place called Feiqing. Wait, there are many logical problems at the beginning of this simple story. Su Lu did not care about his weak body and firmly retorted, the Empire space technology was even more backward than it is now. It was not enough to support a spaceship to cross the galaxy. Besides, even if that spaceship flew over, it would not have been able to hide from charter and silently land in the capital ring. As I said, I don't know too many details. I just want to tell a simple story. Huai Chaosher stood in the twilight, frowning as if a fire was about to ignite. She was not used to this guy being so stubborn even before death. And I firmly believe that the spaceship can do it because this is the foundation of the story, because the passenger on the spaceship is the former great teacher. Su Lu was silent for a long time before saying, Alright, what's the end of the story? The former great teacher of the empire found a pair of brothers who could cultivate the 8 rice true qi in the Federation's Feiqing, so he taught them. At that time the pair of brothers were still children. They were pure enough and talented enough. They grew up very quickly, so quickly that they surpassed the great teacher's imagination. The problem was that when they grew up they were no longer pure. The older brother changed his name to Li Pifu and participated in the invasion of the empire, completely ignoring the fact that the empire was his teacher's hometown. Then one day this man called Li Pifu assassinated the emperor of the empire. In that battle, he even used the 8 rice true qi he had learned in the empire to kill his teacher. And then? There's no then. The setting sun outside the palace walls was like a crack in Su Li's eyes, from which countless streams of blood flowed. Huai Caoshi's simple words described a major event that had happened several decades ago. Perhaps this major event would never be recorded in history, but that great teacher who was far away from the empire, those 2 ignorant children who were learning true qi in Feiqing, had personally written a few lines of words in history that could never be erased. In this simple story, there was the former great teacher's inconceivable journey into space, the integration and separation of races, the friendly teaching and ruthless betrayal, and the great psychological struggle and painful torment of races. There was also blood. This is truly an extraordinary story. Su Lu knew that she had no reason to lie to him at this moment. Although there were still countless questions that had not been answered, just this information alone was enough to make him shocked again and again, perplexed again and again. Chapter 6:11. Decades ago, even in the last constitutional calendar, an ordinary private spaceship swayed alone through countless stars and dust, through the complex and dangerous space channel of the Night Scorpion Nebula, and mistakenly entered a completely unfamiliar galaxy. Somehow, it avoided the omnipresent the glory of the Charter and came to the Federation, which had been in peace for thousands of years. It was so quiet that it was about to decay. At that time, the Federation, the first generation of anti-government forces without any political program, had just taken shape in the Green Dragon Mountain. The leader of Nanshui had not been born yet, and he should not have been born yet. This group of workers who escaped from factories in the 4 states around the mountains only had wrenches and heavy loading machines in their hands, and other weapons in their hands. At that time, the Federation, the 7,000-year-old families gradually hid their huge bodies behind the scenes of the historical truth. The government and the management committee became stronger and stronger, and the strength of the federal military was as scattered and weak as it had been in the past tens of thousands of years. Because there was no enemy, the West Mountain compound was a forgotten corner of the people. At that time, the Federation was a peaceful society. People enthusiastically praised the countless different styles of Master Schiller's plays, and were content to find excitement from those bizarre and strange stories to pass the time of their stagnant lives. At the same time, they also balanced the boredom caused by years of eating synthetic protein meat. At that time, in the Federation, the Zhong family controlled the 4th military region in the West Woods, carefully keeping a distance from the Federation government. In the more distant East Woods region, the lack of crystal resources forced the enterprises under the Tai family to increase the speed of excavation in the deep crust of the earth. From time to time, uncontrollable mining accidents accompanied by small earthquakes occurred in this troubled land. A spaceship from the Empire quietly landed in such a federation. The young man walked out of the spaceship curiously and excitedly looked at everything new around him. There was a small device in his jacket pocket that kept emitting faint blue light. The young man from the Empire hid his identity, avoiding the glory of the Charter and wandering or traveling in the Federation. No one knew where he went and how long he stayed. They could only guess that at some point in time he saw 2 young boys under the reflection of the snow mountain in a place called Feiqing, a place that had now been designated as a forbidden area by the Federation government. The 2 boys' surnames were Li. The young man from the Empire was pleasantly surprised to find that the 2 boys could actually sense qi. For some reason that no one knew, he chose to stay in a foreign and incomprehensible city to personally educate the 2 boys. Many years later, the young man from the Empire became a middle-aged man with a green beard. Homesick, he returned to his hometown. Many years later, the flames of war between the Federation and the Empire continued. After a night of painful psychological struggle, the 2 brothers chose a completely different direction in life. Because the way they treated war and the way they treated their teacher was completely different from the way they treated betrayal of kindness, these 2 equally brilliant and moving brothers had an intense quarrel and even a fight. Their palms fell down, their teeth bit their tongues, and they were shaken to the ground with blood. Ever since then they had fallen out. The elder brother wiped away his pained expression and changed his name to join the military. He entered the first military region as a 17 mechanic. He wore a military uniform and piloted a mechanical suit, beginning a dazzling career as a military god. The younger brother wiped away his lonely expression and quietly disappeared into the sea of people. From then on, the Federation had one less mechanical genius, but the capital university had one more historical and political scientist. After a few years of blankness, the Federation society had gained many more extraordinary characters. When the Federal Army entered the Empire's territory, a fierce battle broke out. Li Pifu rushed thousands of miles. That black M37 mecha was on the verge of collapse. Like a bolt of lightning, it blasted into the depths of the Empire's military camp that was heavily protected by countless Empire's royal mecha, causing an explosion that changed the direction of the battle. The explosion stirred up a cloud of dust. The Emperor of the Empire fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Beside him, an old man looked at the approaching shadow of the mecha with a complicated and inexplicable gaze until it was reduced to ashes. This old man had once been young. He had once traveled the universe. He had once taught two little boys in a puzzling city in the Federation. Many years later, he had inexplicably died at the hands of one of the little boys. At that time, in the dimly lit cockpit of the mecha, what kind of expression would Li Pifu have on his face? After knowing this, what kind of expression would Feng Yu have on his face? After a few more years, Li Pifu, who had already become the Federation's military god, led the Federal Army in a large-scale attack on the Empire. However, because of that strange explosion, all of his previous efforts had been wasted. What did this have to do with Feng Yu's expression back then? Was this how the number one wanted criminal of the Federation, the number one traitor of the Empire, was trained? In the blood-red twilight, Su Lu, bound by restraints, narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. His face full of red and swollen wounds looked somewhat comical, but at this moment, it was shrouded in a layer of seriousness and even solemnity. Ink painting needed to be left blank. Life also needed blank. Huai Chaoshi had told an extremely simple story, but his mind automatically filled in the blanks left behind. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes like they were real. He was inexplicably shocked, and his heart was filled with endless emotions. What was history? This was true history. Those secret scrolls of the magnificent era gradually unfolded before his eyes. Moreover, these scrolls were also related to him. How could he not be moved? Under the Twilight Palace walls, there was a long silence. Huai Chaoshi quietly looked at the luster on his face, experiencing the emotions in his heart at this moment. She suddenly felt a faint emotion in her heart. Bex, great teacher, he must be an extraordinary person. A hoarse voice finally broke the silence on the palace walls. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the conspicuous white courtyard in the distant commoner district. Someone who could enter the Federation alone and avoid the glory of the Charter was obviously not simple. What was even more frightening was that he was actually able to teach Li Pifu and Uncle Feng Yu, these two terrifying powerhouses. Huai Chaoshi didn't answer with her hands behind her back. In the eyes of the Empire's royal family, those fellows from the Great Teacher Fan Manor never needed to be suspected. But I still have a question. There is no way to find the answer from this story. Su Lu turned his head with difficulty and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why does your father hate Nasri so much?" Huai Chaoshi slowly closed her slightly narrowed eyes. In the gradually cooling night wind, she pondered for a long time. She thought about the anger her father had when he launched the attack on the West Woods, the anger today, that Federation national girl and the metal bracelet on her wrist. I don't know. She paused for a moment and suddenly said, "The Empire's royal family has been connected by marriage with the Great Teacher Fan Manor for generations. My mother is the youngest daughter of the former Great Teacher Fan, but I heard that she died many years ago." Vaguely, Su Lu always felt that Huai Caoshi's words revealed a trace of quiet emotion, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't say it. The setting sun in the distance fell a little lower, but the sunset in the sky was a little thicker. The twilight on the palace walls was even thicker. He looked at Huai Caoshi's pair of black eyebrows that were about to completely burn on her delicate face and said, "Thank you for telling me this before I die. Yes, and thank you for telling me those secrets on the spaceship, although it seems that I can't win this bet." Thinking of the bet with Su Lu without words, Huai Caoshi's eyebrows raised slightly, and she smiled but didn't say anything. When it was time to say goodbye to each other, the two of them were the best of the younger generation in the Federation and the Imperium. They were destined to be enemies who could not live under the same sky, but they had fought together, escaped together, and talked to each other. After you die, I might be even lonelier. This is indeed a regret. Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and said calmly, You won't be lonely for too long. Sulu understood what she meant. He also narrowed his eyes and looked at the sunset on the horizon. He said with a difficult smile, In the future, you will meet a guy called Li Feng. He's younger than you and me, but when it comes to mecha combat, he's actually stronger than me. The legendary Madman Li? With your endorsement, I don't think I'll be too disappointed. Huai Chaoshi said expressionlessly, But I regret that I can't fight with you. After you die, it'll probably be difficult to find another partner in this universe who can fight with me. Yes, the feeling of fighting side by side with Sang Shuhai is really not bad. Sulu paused for a moment and then smiled. But the question is, if we work together, who has the right to be our enemy? No one. Humanity has never encountered a truly hostile intelligent species in the universe. Huai Chaoshi suddenly raised the hand behind her back and stretched lazily in the twilight. She said calmly, So we can only fight with ourselves. We're all humans. Both sides know this very well. But neither side will admit it unless one side completely defeats the other. Why bother? Sulu shook his head. Our generation probably doesn't have the wisdom to solve this problem. Let's leave it to future generations. Huai Chaoshi also shook her head. The twilight was as red as blood. Huai Chaoshi looked at his tragic face and nodded slightly. Goodbye. I understand. This means we'll meet again in the next life. Sulu smiled and nodded. Huai Chaoshi stood on the wall and watched the back of that figure being escorted away by the Empire soldiers. Her brows slowly furrowed. This fellow who clearly knew he was going to die did not have the slightest trace of madness. He was actually so curious about the past. After knowing the answer, he was so satisfied and smiled so sincerely. Unless one had a pure heart that had been washed by the clear spring of the snowy mountains for 1,000 years, who else could do this? Watching that figure disappear into the twilight, she suddenly thought of the words engraved on the stone wall of Great Master Fan's manor. The future of those with pure hearts is boundless. She had spent her childhood and the first few years of her adolescence in Great Master Fan's manor. She had never liked these words with a sour and literary tone. She had silently cursed them countless times, but today she suddenly felt that these words were somewhat reasonable. It was indeed easy for pure people to become strong. She stood in the night wind on the palace wall, silently thinking for a long time. Only when the twilight completely disappeared and the darkness enveloped the houses and the white courtyard did she slowly raise her head. At this moment, an imperial major ran over and heavily kneeled on the ground. With a trembling voice he said, Your Highness, he ran away. Chapter 6:12. In the instant that Huai Chaoshi raised her head, she was lamenting over Su Li's death. In her noble and lonely life, there was one less opponent who was qualified to be her enemy. As a rare person with sufficient strength and qualifications to sigh so deeply that no one would feel disgust or ridicule, in an instant, this sigh of regret quickly transformed into a firm determination. The late emperor and the great teacher had both died at the hands of Li Pifu. My life's goal is to defeat Li Pifu. Even if he is old and bedridden, I must still defeat him. The night wind blew in her face. Just as she was filled with lofty aspirations, she saw the officer run over in a panic and fall to his knees. She heard the officer say in a trembling voice, Your Highness, he ran away. Huai Chaoshi furrowed her brows and narrowed her eyes. Just like how Sulu had doubted her hearing a few minutes ago, she also began to doubt her ears. Her Highness was naturally talking about her, but who was he who ran away? Her furrowed brows suddenly rose, and a trace of coldness appeared in her narrowed eyes. She had clearly confirmed that his meridians were all broken and his entire body was paralyzed. Today he had been beaten to such a weak state by the emperor. How could he run away under the escort of a group of fully armed soldiers? Huai Chaoshi walked down. Her military uniform was stiff and full of murderous intent. She slapped the officer heavily to the ground and scolded in a deep voice, Useless thing. The officer struggled to stand up and once again lowered his head and knelt at her feet, not daring to make the slightest argument. Location. She quickly walked out of the palace and took the communication device from the hands of her subordinate. She knew that this news should have already reached her father's ears. Jianghu Lake, a spaceship has crashed. The escaping soldiers report that the prisoner is not in the cabin. The nearest guard battalion has already rushed over. The officer stood up and didn't even bother to pat the dust on his knees. He staggered behind her and reported in as concise and accurate a language as possible. Inform the Royal Transportation Department to close all docks and stations. Inform all district defense offices to turn on all chip scanning devices. Order the 2nd Royal Mecha Battalion to rush to Jinghua Lake as quickly as possible. Huai Chaosher walked forward quickly. Using the equipment in her hands, she issued her orders to all the important departments on Tianjing planet. Her expression was unusually cold. She did not know why Sulu suddenly had the ability to move, nor did she understand why the bomb on his shoulder did not explode. A faint worry surfaced in her heart. After a moment, she regained her composure. Thinking of the chip behind that guy's neck, she took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Send out all the ground troops in the Weishu district. I want no one to miss anything within a 40 square kilometer radius of Jinghua Lake. The focus of the search is the forest in the south. Advance in echelons, and kill them all." The chips on the back of the Federation people's necks were like lights in the dark night. The buildings in the Empire District were densely packed with chip pulse monitoring devices to guard against Federation spies. Under such circumstances, if Sulu wanted to escape, the only way was to leave the city and enter the deep mountains and forests. A few minutes ago, the 4 jets at the belly of the near-surface spaceship developed by the Empire continuously spat out high-pressure air, driving the spaceship away from the setting sun quickly and steadily. It brushed past the tall ancient triangular maple trees and flew towards its destination in the south of Tianjing planet's capital. The bright yellow and red leaves retreated quickly outside the window, blending into the last of the blood-red twilight and returning to darkness. Sulu, who was completely bound, sat quietly in the middle cabin near the cockpit. He looked at the beautiful scenery on the ground through the glass window in silence. No one knew what he was thinking about. The Empire soldiers in charge of escorting him knew that this Federation captive was about to be executed, so they did not care about his silence at this moment. Although they knew that this person was completely paralyzed, the soldiers still strictly followed the safety regulations. For elite special forces, soldiers stared at him from all 4 directions. There were no guns around them. At the front and back of the long and narrow cabin were dozens of fully armed soldiers. Even if the completely paralyzed Sulu suddenly went on a killing spree, he would not be able to grab a weapon and would immediately be turned into a pile of meat paste by the dense rain of bullets. The spaceship vibrated slightly as it flew silently. The night outside the window grew darker and darker, especially when the horizon in the distance was already as dark as ink. Only the lake still shone like a beautiful gem. Sulu quietly looked at the lake that was getting closer and closer. When he came, he had specially paid attention to this lake. He had calculated the difference between the spaceship and the lake, the speed of the spaceship, the reaction speed of the Empire soldiers, his own speed, and many other calculations. Calculating was for the sake of calculating, and risking his life was for the sake of survival. He would be executed in a moment. If he did not fight now, when would he? Thus, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empire soldier with a cold expression in front of him. He smiled and then lowered his head. The movement of lowering his head seemed ordinary and gentle, but just as his chin was about to touch his chest, he suddenly raised his head and pushed back. With a few shattering sounds, the restraints shattered. The back of Suli's head smashed through the table and smashed into the forehead of the Empire soldier behind him. Almost at the same time, the bandages that tightly bound his body suddenly tightened. The hard synthetic fibers seemed to be affected by some kind of huge force and rapidly stretched as if they were about to break. Sulu narrowed his swollen eyes and quickly lowered his head, slamming his head into the Empire soldier who was about to open his mouth and shout. Head to the left. Head to the right. 4 dull and terrifying sounds of skulls shattering rang out. The 4 Empire Special Forces soldiers around him did not even have time to make a sound before their skulls shattered and they slid to the ground limply. At this time, the restraints on Suli's body finally broke. Countless snowflake-like fragments of the dense fiber bands sputtered like a huge snowball bursting open. Amidst the flying bandages, his body turned into a black shadow and pounced forward with a roar. His feet stepped on the cabin wall, leaving a faint footprint on the alloy wall. His right hand seemed to have casually swept, and the heavy metal chair that he had calculated beforehand was in his hand. With a shake of his right arm, the scorching power that was wandering all over his body suddenly converged into an extremely powerful force. Accompanied by a violent roar, he threw the metal chair in his hand over. His speed was already extremely fast. This throw that contained the power he had been hiding for many days turned the metal chair into a stream of metal light. It cut through the air with a shrill sound and rushed forward at high speed, smashing into the group of armed soldiers. Countless pieces of flesh and blood burst out. The power was comparable to that of a cannonball. The distance of 7 meters was covered in an instant. With a loud bang, the heavy metal chair smashed into the cockpit door, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Sulu followed closely behind and ruthlessly kicked down. Because he used too much strength, the wound on his face at this moment burst open a little. Drops of blood splashed out. His facial features were extremely ruthless and looked extremely terrifying. In the end, the Empire soldiers responsible for guarding him were too relaxed. No one would have thought that a person who was judged by His Highness to be completely paralyzed could actually go on a rampage and kill people. He clearly looked very weak before, but once he went on a rampage he was like a crazy tiger. It was not until Sulu violently blasted open a bloody path with the chair and kicked open the cockpit that the Empire soldiers in the spaceship finally reacted and raised the guns in their hands. It had to be admitted that the reaction of the Empire soldiers at this moment perfectly displayed excellent military training and terrifying discipline. Seeing that the target was about to enter the cockpit, all the Empire soldiers who raised their guns did not seem to have considered the consequences of firing in the spaceship that would cause everyone to die together. They pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bo, 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 bo. Some of the bullets penetrated the alloy walls, while others bounced off and poured into the narrow cockpit like a torrential rain. Even though they knew that they would die, they still had to open fire because Sulu had already entered the cockpit. They could not give him any chance to control the spaceship to force a landing. Sulu never had the extravagant hope of being able to steal a spaceship and escape in front of a group of elite Empire soldiers. From the very beginning of the plan, his goal was very simple. It was not to steal the spaceship, but to destroy it. He slashed the pilot who was taking out his pistol with one hand, smashed the autopilot with one elbow, and stepped on the bottom of the control stick with one foot. Under the high-speed rain of bullets, he completed these 3 actions with lightning speed. He immediately shrunk his body under the seat and firmly pressed his left foot down. After the control stick was stepped on to the bottom, the 4 jets on the abdomen of the spaceship instantly adjusted their postures, and the power was increased to the maximum. The spaceship shook violently, and its head fiercely accelerated downward. The violent shaking and the sudden dive caused most of the bullets fired by the Empire soldiers behind the cabin to hit the top. The sharp bullets easily penetrated the cabin walls, revealing countless small holes, like the stars in the night sky, like sesame seeds on a sesame seed cake. The subsequent development was completely in line with Suli's calculations. The high-speed diving spaceship tore through the tall maple trees by the lakeside and after 2 seconds, it resolutely rushed into the clear and open lake. The near-surface spaceship did not fly high, so the time between Suli's violent jump and falling into the lake was extremely short. However, when the heavy spaceship suddenly collided with the cold lake water, it still caused a huge water column and a terrifying loud noise. Diving into the lake at such a high speed, there was not much difference between the soft water surface and the hard concrete floor. The heavy alloy hull let out a sorrowful sound as it twisted and sank to the bottom of the lake along with the turbulent waves around it. The spaceship was destroyed. The Imperial soldiers in the cabin were sent flying in all directions by the tremendous impact before crashing heavily onto the ground. Some were unconscious, some were groaning in grievous wounds, and some were staring blankly at the lake water pouring in through the shattered windows. An officer's eyes were full of despair. He used the last of his strength to press the electronic bomb button at his waist, but there was no explosion as he expected in the cockpit. The lake water instantly submerged his body, washing away the blood he spat out. There was no one in the cockpit. People were dead. Sulu began to flee. Chapter 6:13. Like an arrow and a fish, a human figure drew a white line and plunged into the depths of the cold, dark lake. The tremendous force from the crashed spaceship was clearly reflected in this straight line. A few bubbles overflowed from the top of the figure did not have time to float before they were crushed by the fierce invisible waves. At this time it was already late at night. The autumn lake water was bone-chillingly cold, hitting one's face painfully. The medical glue was diluted, and there were traces of blood seeping out. However, like those bubbles, they quickly merged into the lake water and no traces could be found. The tremendous pressure from all directions invaded him, but Suli's miserable face did not show any reaction. He was very used to this environment. After sinking and suffocating in the hundreds of millions of tons of lake water on the Red Rose countless times, he was no longer afraid of water, only a sense of closeness with peace. He struggled to open his swollen eyes and swam to the bottom of the lake, holding the box he picked up from somewhere. He did not move, but his waist occasionally swayed like a fish, and his speed that was just slowed down by the lake water would increase again. When he touched a big rock at the bottom of the lake, he closed his lips and slowly adjusted his posture. He put his obviously stiff left leg into the crack of the rock and wedged his body so that he would not float up. Then he quickly opened the toolbox in his hand and took out a small device. He slowly turned his head and looked at the electrically controlled bomb ring in the bloody hole on his left shoulder. The high-speed rotating probe did not make any buzzing sound at the bottom of the lake, only a few beautiful water swirls. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Sulu looked up and squinted at the lake. He could vaguely see lights flashing and the huge spiral arms of helicopters dancing. The people of the Empire came quickly, faster than he thought. After the four-cylinder floating spaceship crashed, the follow-up military aircraft in charge of escorting it did not land to rescue their colleagues. Instead, they directly began to search the lake, preventing him from escaping at the first moment. Then, more soldiers of the Empire came. He watched in silence for a moment, then lowered his head and continued his work. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. In the depths of the lake, where there was no oxygen, he had forgotten to breathe. Faint wisps of blood seeped out of the wounds on his face and nostrils, rising slowly like red smoke. The scorching energy inside his body roamed freely like the bloody mist. It entered every cell of his body, nourished his lungs, refreshed his mind, and ensured his survival. A red light suddenly flashed on the electrical control strap on the wound on his left shoulder. Under normal circumstances, when the light of this color flashed, the plastic explosives locked in the alloy balls would directly blow his upper body into pieces. His injured and swollen eyelids had turned white from being soaked in the lake water. Sulu closed his mouth tightly and continued to operate with his head lowered. He did not even blink. In fact, from the moment the spaceship crashed into the lake, the electronically controlled bombs on his shoulders had flashed red many times. Miraculously, there was no explosion. His mutilated and ugly corpse did not float up from the tranquil lake surrounded by the towering triangular maple forest, nor did a fish flip up its belly. The lake water in the depths of the lake slowly brushed against his black hair, like a clump of vigorous aquatic plants. He narrowed his eyes, silently and steadily disarming the bombs. From the moment he formulated this escape plan, the first thing he had to ensure was that the 2 bombs on his shoulders would not explode, and he had done it. Many days ago, lying in the intensive care ward of the Empire's Second Royal Hospital, his right index finger moved slightly under the clean white sheets. More than 10 days ago, the young nurse in charge of taking care of him lost a mobile phone. The corner of the bed was missing an inconspicuous metal screw and 2 even more inconspicuous steel wires. During those days and nights, he was like a real paralyzed patient, staring blankly at the snow-white ceiling above his head, the clean white sheets covering his thin body. None of the citizens of the Imperium could have imagined that, under the white bedsheet, his body could already move, but he did not. Instead, he turned the metal screws, wires, and mobile phones that had been dismantled into countless parts into slow-moving tools with his 5 fingers that were as nimble as a mechanic's genius. Disarming the sensitive electronically controlled bombs required very professional equipment. Even if the electronically controlled bombs could not receive signals, extremely precise tools were also required. However, for this Federation mechanic named Sulu, a phone, a metal screw, and a few steel wires were enough. There was still no sound from the depths of the lake. Sulu lowered his head to look at the electronically controlled bombs that were slowly peeling off from his shoulders. However, an extremely clear and pleasant click sounded in his heart. A hint of joy and relaxation flashed through his swollen eyes. After he was captured on the Red Rose, the electronically controlled bombs were bloodily tied to his shoulders. Even when he fought side by side with Huai Chaosher in the Mulberry Sea, that Highness had never intended to remove them for him, because the Empire could not underestimate his ability. Once the burden of a serious threat to his life was removed, the mental pressure also disappeared. Sulu suddenly felt that his body was a lot lighter. He could not help but grin. However, his cheeks were full of red and swollen scars, and his white teeth had an unhealthy blood-red color. This smile could not help but be a bit strange. Still smiling happily, he reached out his hand and waved in the lake. He summoned a handful of lake water and splashed it on his face symbolically. He lightly stepped on the giant rock at the bottom of the lake, swayed his waist, and quietly swam to the surface of the lake like a big fish. He did not know how long he had held his breath at the bottom of the lake. Right now, he seemed to be able to survive without breathing for a short period of time. What was the difference between him and a fish? There was a bright light flashing on the surface of the lake. There was a faint vibration that went deep into the lake. The water waves refracted and reflected the light, turning into a strange mirror. He swam to this mirror. The spaceship crashed. The fugitive was a fugitive. Her Highness was furious. The Empire's troops around the capital of Tianjing planet moved at the fastest speed possible. In an extremely short period of time, thousands of soldiers firmly surrounded the lake. The high-powered searchlights were all turned on, illuminating the dark forest and lake as if it was daytime. Dozens of the Empire's latest model Wolf-Fang mecha walked with heavy mechanical steps, closely patrolling the wetland by the lake. From time to time, huge maple trees would be knocked down, causing red leaves to fall all over the sky and startling countless night birds. On the surface of the lake, there were more than a dozen helicopters circling around. The strong wind of the spiral arms caused the lake water to splatter in all directions, as if a monster was about to drill out. Huai Chaoshi was personally on her way here. No matter how one looked at it, the Empire would definitely not allow Su Lu to truly escape. Moreover, he now knew even more secrets because of that ruthless and boring gambling game with Huai Chaoshi. Moreover, in the eyes of the Empire's emperor, his past was enough reason for him to die 800 times. On the western shore of the lake, in the low-lying water plants near the shadow of the forest, Su Lu slowly poked out half of his head. The lake water and sand silently slid down his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the bright white lake surface. Looking at the light beams in the forest around the lake, he could not suppress his shock. The Empire's people really thought too highly of him. They actually set up such a large formation. Mournful dog barks came from several hundred meters away. Even closer to him was a military vehicle with an instrument's wave-receiving screen facing the lake water and slowly scanning. Su Li's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and once again dove into the depths of the lake. The other party had actually mobilized military dogs and life detectors at the same time in such a short amount of time. Other than diving into the depths of the lake, there was nothing else he could do. Once he entered the depths of the lake, he was a fish that happily swam around. He was confident that the Empire's people would definitely not be able to find him. However, just as he began to dive, before he had time to happily swim, the movement on the lake surface and the waves stirred up by the fierce wind attracted his attention. Looking at that enormous floating transport aircraft and the submarine hanging below it, Su Lu was tongue-tied. He was stunned speechless. Even a submarine was transported over. Huai Chaoshi, you really are ruthless. Su Lu silently praised in his heart. His body turned, and his legs quickly bounced as he swam toward the dark and safe depths of the lake. In the instant he emerged from the surface of the lake, Su Lu saw many details. He saw the other party's valiant determination, saw the north and south he wanted to see, and saw the things he didn't want to see. Continuing to hide at the bottom of the lake wasn't a solution. Based on the Empire's people's crazy search, even if their target was a small river crab in a boulder at the bottom of the lake, it would still be easily dug out. He had to leave this lake as quickly as possible. The north side of the lake passed through a green park and was connected to planet Tianjing's capital city. In that heavily guarded capital city, every street, every apartment, and even every toilet had microchip monitoring devices specially designed to deal with Federation spies. The Federation's people entering that area was purely courting death. The south side of the lake was a lush red maple forest. This maple forest was artificially planted in the beginning. Under the deliberate protection of the Empire's royal family, under the long years of protection, it gradually became the rarest primeval forest on this planet. There were large trees and leaves that were large enough to cover one's body, and the difficult terrain that was most advantageous for escaping. Most importantly, there weren't many microchip monitoring devices in the primeval forest. The north side was dangerous. It was like a giant beast that had been silent for thousands of years. It was an ancient tomb full of traps, ready to swallow anyone who entered by mistake at any time. It wouldn't even spit out their bones. The south side was enticement. It was like a piece of white paper that anyone could paint on. A naked virgin attracted people to bravely move forward, using their own adventurous footprints to paint a beautiful picture. No matter from which perspective one looked at it from, Su Lu should choose to escape to the south. This had nothing to do with the inertia of his thinking. The objective environment of planet Tianjing determined that this was his only choice. The problem is that the Empire's people think this way, and so does Huai Chaoshi. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he waved the ice-cold lake water. He silently swam towards the shore in the north. After an unknown amount of time, he unsurprisingly found the exit of the underground waterway at the bottom of the lake. A sincere smile once again appeared on his miserable face. Chapter 6:14. Where there was a city, there would be a lot of people. Where there were a lot of people, there would be a lot of garbage and wastewater. Regardless of whether it was treated or not, the filthy liquid mixed with vegetable leaves, watermelon peels, and feces had to be discharged. Due to the importance of sewers to human life, many historians had always insisted that a perfect underground drainage system was one of the most important inventions in human history. The quality of a city's drainage system directly reflected the level of the city's social civilization. As the largest city in the left sky starfield, Tianjin planet's capital city undoubtedly had the most developed drainage system in the empire. Thousands of square kilometers of the city's concrete underground, complex sewer pipes extended like a spider web. Some of the sewers could only allow hungry rats to crawl through, while most of the main sewers were built to be incomparably huge, so much so that it felt like they could accommodate battleships in space. Su Lu crawled for a long distance in the pitch-black sewers, then walked silently for a while. Looking at the huge sewer system in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. The cheerful song of optimism in his heart also temporarily stopped. He was like a fish swimming freely in the water. After climbing out of Maple Lake, fatigue and pain quickly invaded his body along with the dry air. The large amount of blood loss caused by the cruel whip made his body extremely weak. What was even more frightening was that at the moment when the spaceship fell into the lake, his left leg that was supporting the front desk of the cockpit had suffered too much force. Even though the magical burning power in his body had been completely unleashed, his leg and knee were still severely injured. There were signs of fractures. Another problem was that he didn't know where to go. In the 3-story underground space in front of him, there were more than 10 holes. Some of the holes were pitch black while some of the holes were faintly lit. No one knew which sewer would lead to which part of the city, or would it circle back to the heavily surrounded lake. The drainage system of Tianjin planet's capital city was first designed thousands of years ago. Countless generations of administrators had continuously modified it, and half of the city's underground space had been hollowed out. The cobweb-like pipes were terrifyingly complex. Even if the engineers of the Empire's city management department came here with all the historical drawings, it was very likely that they would be trapped in a maze, unable to leave and could only starve to death. Not to mention a foreigner like him who didn't have any maps. He looked around at a loss. The 5th cup of wine, the youth is about to fly, passing through the layers of forests. This young master is drinking so beautifully. After pondering in silence for a long time, he took out a water bag made of leaves and grass from the edge of his underwear and greedily drank the 5th mouthful of water. Then he grinned and took a deep breath, as if he had drunk a mouthful of extremely strong wine. He took a few quick breaths to calm down the suffocating feeling in his chest and abdomen. His thin gray lips opened and closed silently, and he began to sing the familiar sad melody again. The peaceful smile on his face was still there, and he actually sang a lot of happy feelings. The cold underground buildings around him and the imperial food bags in the sewage all carried the smell of hostility. In this lake, this forest, this city, this planet, and this universe he could not get any help. He could only fight alone, a lonely and dangerous battle. He never knew where he would step next. If he did not have the heart to turn water into wine and sing sad songs into war songs, he would always fall into despair. But he was Su Lu, so he did not despair. After a short rest, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and moved his legs with difficulty, walking toward the complicated underground sewer in front of him. Since he did not know where to go, he just randomly picked a passage. Because a fugitive always had to go forward, and walking was the foundation of all behavior. No one in the Empire thought that he dared to escape to the city through the underground sewer, and Huai Chaosher did not think that either. So most of the troops chasing him were basically concentrated on the south side of Feng Lake. He quietly walked in the underground sewer for a long time, but he did not meet a single soldier of the Empire. Until now. Like a wild cat wandering in the night, he quietly climbed up the rusty stairs to the platform in the sewer that was as high as 2 people and then stopped. In the dim light on the ground in front of him, there were a few dark figures. He could clearly see that these people were holding guns in their hands, and he could clearly hear them talking in a low voice in the Empire language with a dialect. The Empire's troops mainly focused on the forest on the south side of the lake, but they still sent people to control a few transit passages in the underground sewer. Obviously, Both Her Majesty and Huai Chaoshu felt endless anger toward his successful escape and did not want to leave any gap for him to fly out. It was very strange that the air in the underground sewer was very dry with the sound of water splashing. Su Lu stood in the corner and silently listened to the subtle sounds in front of him. He pursed his dry lips and slowly took off the leaf bag tied to his underwear. He squatted down and put it by his feet without making any sound. After falling into the lake, except for the very comfortable cotton underwear, Su Lu did not have a single piece of clothing on his body. The clear lines of muscles on his naked and thin body quietly hid under his skin. As he squatted, the lines slowly appeared as if they were accumulating strength. A dry wind blew in the dark sewer. Su Lu was like a hunting cheetah. Along with the wind, he was faster than the wind. He quietly bounced up and pounced toward the front left. His bare right foot continuously stepped on the dry ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body seemed to have turned into a light smoke as he quickly killed his way to the front of the three dumbfounded Empire soldiers. These Empire soldiers who were responsible for guarding the entrance to sewer number 45 thought that it was just a very ordinary duty. They did not expect that the fugitive from the Federation would be so bold as to choose to sneak into the underground sewer. They also did not expect that the fugitive would dare to attack them with his bare hands. One of the Empire soldiers reacted extremely quickly. He raised his gun and aimed at the figure, preparing to pull the trigger. However, in the next moment he discovered in despair that his right index finger could not pull the trigger at all. This was because Su Li's hand had already arrived first. With a crisp crack, Su Li's right hand bizarrely bounced out from under his left elbow with a whoosh. It ruthlessly smashed into the elbow of the Empire soldier who was holding the gun. The ruthless blow was directed against the joint, instantly shattering this person's elbow. Almost at the same time, his left hand quickly bounced out and pierced this person's throat like a bolt of lightning. Then his left hand bounced back at an even faster speed. He did not even look at this Empire soldier who was helplessly clutching his throat. His 5 fingers spread out, and with his shoulder as the axis, he violently slapped down at another Empire soldier with incomparable ferocity. The second Empire soldier did not have time to shoot. He only had time to subconsciously block in front of him with his gun, blocking that incomparably violent palm. The palm wind howled fiercely. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly. His face was expressionless as he unreasonably slapped down. Together with that ice-cold gun, he slapped down on the second Empire soldier's face. A terrifying muffled sound rang out. The face of the Imperial soldier was like soft cream, with a bloody gunshot mark and a palm print added to it. He didn't even make a sound before he fell stiffly to the ground. There was still one last Empire soldier. Su Li's right leg kicked forward, his right elbow raised diagonally, and struck viciously toward that person's eyebrows. This was the most commonly used move among the 10 powerful melee techniques that were deeply ingrained in his bones. However, to his surprise, this elbow was actually blocked by that Empire soldier. Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, his right leg went forward again, his left hand pulled back, and his fingertips went straight for the other party's throat. He flicked his finger, twisted his wrist, swung his elbow and pushed his knee. The other party moved his finger, twisted his wrist, chopped his elbow and kicked his leg. Bam 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 bam. A series of dense sounds of flesh colliding rang out in the quiet underground sewer, producing strange echoes. In the gloomy underground sewer, it was almost impossible to see the two fiercely fighting figures clearly. The two parties in the battle had no time to think, no time to make a judgment. They could only rely on their battle instincts that had been honed for countless years to carry out absolute melee combat. At this moment, Su Lu vividly displayed the 10 stances that he had learned since he was a teenager. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, but he could not see that Empire soldier's face clearly. He only knew that the other party could not make any sound for help under his suppression. 2 pairs of tough hands finally clashed together like 2 weapons from the cold weapon era, unable to be separated like cast iron. Every finger of both parties tightly clawed at the other party's wrist, blood spurting out. Without any warning, Su Li's injured left leg that had been dragging behind suddenly bounced up and violently struck the Empire soldier's ribs. With a muffled grunt, Su Li did not give the other party any chance to counterattack. Using the force of this kick, he bounced up. His hands were still firmly holding onto the other party's wrist. His right knee kicked out again, right in the middle of that person's chest. That extremely powerful Empire soldier finally could not resist the sharp chain of attacks. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the dirty water below, creating a splash. He either fainted or died with the waves. The heavily injured left leg landed on the ground with a sharp pain. Su Li's face suddenly paled. He staggered back a few steps, but he tightly pursed his lips and did not make any sound. After a few hurried breaths, he looked with a trace of lingering fear at the sewer below that had already calmed down. He then looked at his bleeding wrist. How could there be such a strong person among ordinary Empire soldiers? The details of the dangerous battle quickly flashed in his mind. Su Li's expression suddenly became a little strange. He always felt that there was a very strange atmosphere before, but the real reason for this atmosphere could not be grasped. He only remembered that when both parties were holding hands, his fingertips seemed to have touched an extremely hard thing. Was it a watch or a bracelet? He lowered his head and looked at his left wrist. The ordinary-looking metal bracelet was now covered in blood and looked extremely hideous. Subconsciously, a trace of expectation and doubt appeared on his face. His fingertips gently rubbed the edge of the bracelet. Chapter 6:15. Su Li's breathing became heavy, not because of his injuries, but because of the faint light emitted by the bracelet on his wrist. The surface of the bracelet flowed like mercury, and light suddenly shot out from within, condensing in the air not far in front of him. The starry dots converged into lines, and the lines converged into a structure. The structure glowed with a beautiful starry sky, and it clearly displayed a map. The several rough passages on the complicated map accurately matched the complex underground waterway in front of him. The map of the Federation's major secret prisons was hidden in the bracelet left by the uncle. This was confirmed a long time ago, and there were also some drawings in the bracelet that he didn't know where they were from. Only now did he confirm them. It was actually a top-secret map of the Empire's capital city of Tianjin. Feng, you must have been to the Empire before. From the Emperor's anger and the story told by Huai Chaoshi, this could be confirmed. However, the fact that such a treasure was hidden in the bracelet was still beyond Su Li's imagination. Since he had already encountered the enemy, the Empire should soon discover his whereabouts. Although he was shocked, he didn't have time to digest this emotion. Using his superhuman mental control, he calmed his rapid breathing, raised his black eyebrows slightly, and stripped off the Empire's military uniform and boots as quickly as possible. At the same time, he picked up the gun and the Empire's internal communication system. At this moment, he didn't need to force himself to be optimistic and sing the sad song of 27 glasses of wine in a half-crazy state. Wearing the ill-fitting military boots, he looked at the three-dimensional map in the air in front of him and walked in the direction indicated by the map without thinking. He gasped in his heart and made hissing sounds. The dark underground waterway instantly swallowed his figure, and only the faint light on his wrist flickered like a firefly, but it was exceptionally quiet. Breathing heavily, he opened the bracelet with his fingers. There were maps of the Federation's major prisons inside, and there were also maps that he didn't know what they were. Looking at the whole, he put them together and walked in. He was so shocked that he stopped singing. Wearing the ill-fitting shoes, he gasped all the way and walked into the dark tunnel. Hiss, 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 hiss. A convoy of armored vehicles and bulletproof heavy vehicles sped along the empty streets of the capital city. Due to the sudden incident, the entire city entered a state of emergency. The order of curfew was issued to every family. The nervous military police spread out like hunters at every corner of the city. No civilians dared to walk on the streets. All the streets and alleys were dead silent. This group of carriages tore through the thick darkness of the night and headed south. In this kind of night, the streets were like ghosts, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Your Highness, orbital conversion number 7 is already in place. As long as the search team comes into contact with the target, we can immediately pinpoint its exact location. Jesse, the head of the Imperial Military Tactical Warfare Bureau, frowned as he spoke to his subordinates in a low voice. He raised his head to look at the young officer in the back and said in a deep voice, "The dense formation is ready to launch. As long as the precise positioning is successful, a dense bombardment will definitely destroy the target." Huai Chaoshi calmly moved her eyes away from the light screen in front of her. She glanced at the hardline subordinate who came from the military and coldly shook her head, rejecting this proposal. For some reason, she, who was angered by Su Li's bizarre escape, didn't choose to take the faster fighter to the Maple Lake area. Instead, she chose to go south by car. Your Highness, I admit that the political situation is indeed not stable right now. The remnants of the rebellion of the nobles haven't been dealt with yet. At this time, it is indeed difficult to explain a big explosion in the suburbs of the capital city. Director Jesse tried to persuade her, But this person from the Federation is the murderer of County King Carlton and Prince Doring. His Majesty is very angry. Those nobles of the Senate who went to see him in the hospital? He looked at Huai Chaosher hesitantly and said in a low voice, "A lot of people know that he was captured by you, but they also know the things that happened on Libenstar. If we can't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be some unfavorable rumors about you." Huai Chaosher looked at him and narrowed her eyes. Director Jesse suddenly felt that the temperature in the car dropped a lot. It was a bit cold and piercing to the bone. He hesitantly closed his mouth. "I know better than anyone how dangerous this person from the Federation is. His death is also very important to stabilize the mood of the nobles. If it is necessary, I'm even willing to throw all the high-energy bombs stored by the military into Maple Lake and blow up that big lake into a scorched pit." Huai Chaosher looked at her most loyal subordinate indifferently. She didn't get angry. She slowly said, "But I don't think that the troops by the lake can accurately pinpoint his location in such a short time." Director Jesse frowned. Although he was incomparably respectful of Her Highness in front of him, Her Highness' words were equivalent to not trusting the ability of the Empire's soldiers. He faintly expressed admiration for that fugitive from the Federation. He couldn't help but say, "That's impossible. Although the terrain of the South Coast Forest is complicated, I have already sent over 10,000 troops and several dozen Wolf-Fang machines. Even if they can't kill him, finding him shouldn't be a problem." Huai Chaosher raised her head and looked at the night sky outside the car window. She didn't answer her subordinate's question and asked, "Has there ever been a Federation person in history that could survive for an hour on Tianjing planet?" "No." Director Jesse's answer was very resolute and decisive. "So don't be too nervous. Once a person is chained, no matter how strong they are, they can only become a dog tied to a wooden stake. No matter how much they struggle, they can't run too far." Huai Chaosher's gaze returned to the screen of light. She examined the situation map sent back from the surroundings of Maple Lake. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There was a trace of coldness in that smile. She silently thought of that fellow who was currently running for his life. "I'll let you bloom once more in the last moments of your life." The interior of the car once again sank into a deathly silence. After a long time there was still silence. The search and capture team in front of Maple Lake still hadn't reported back with the latest situation. After Director Jesse contacted his subordinates again, his expression became even more unsightly. He hesitantly glanced at Her Highness, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, and said in a low voice, "We still haven't found the target. The majority of the South Bank's troops have been combed through. They haven't encountered any attacks. The detectors and submarines also haven't detected any abnormalities in the lake." Huai Chaosher raised her head and narrowed her eyes. After a long period of silence, she suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "What's the situation in the north? Are there any movements in the underground tunnels?" Jesse was slightly startled. He thought to himself that although the plan had set up 3 interception lines in the North Bank, how could that fugitive from the Federation be so stupid as to walk into the city? "According to your instructions, the microchip monitoring system in the underground tunnels has been completely activated at the first moment. It's just that there may be some small problems due to the equipment and a few nodes not being maintained for a long time. However, it won't affect the overall situation." Huai Chaosher didn't say anything. She only narrowed her eyes even more, and her neat eyelashes flashed like sharp knives. Immediately after, bad news came. The troops in charge of searching for anyone in the underground tunnels were confirmed to have been attacked 3 times, and no one survived. "Your Highness, I specifically moved Chi Dabin to the underground tunnels. In the end, even he was knocked down. Right now, we don't know if he's still alive." Jesse wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't have time to express his shock. He quickly explained that he didn't underestimate Her Highness' initial order. Huai Chaosher frowned. She knew that Chi Dabin was a powerful soldier from the Royal Special Forces. She didn't expect that even that person couldn't stop Sulu. How can you move when you're supposed to be paralyzed? You've lost so much blood and suffered such heavy injuries. How can you still run so far away? You followed the underground tunnels to the capital. Don't you know that I can grab the leash behind your neck at any time? Looking at the night sky outside the window, Huai Chaosher expressionlessly talked to the fugitive. "Completely seal off the exit of the underground tunnels." "Yes." Chief Jesse replied in a deep voice. Although he knew that it was impossible to completely seal off the complex and terrifying underground sewer system of the Tianjing planet, when he thought of the microchip on the back of the fugitive's neck and the monitoring devices all over the city, his confidence returned to him. The window rolled down and the night wind blew in. There was a long period of silence and there was no feedback. His confidence gradually collapsed. Jessie's face was filled with disbelief and nervousness. Hui Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and looked at the trees on the street that were swaying uneasily in the night wind. For the first time she felt uneasy. Has there ever been a person from the Federation who could survive on Tianjing for an hour? She thought of the cold question she had asked earlier, and a bad omen suddenly appeared in her heart. Now an hour had passed and there was still no sign of Su Lu. Only then did she remember that she had forgotten something. Many years ago, that person from the Federation called Nasri had lived on Tianjing planet for a very long time and had even lived there for a very long time. A burst of gunfire that was not beautiful was spat out. The muffled gunshot reverberated in the spacious and quiet underground tunnels for a long time before it slowly disappeared. In a dark corner, Su Lu held the standard gun of the Empire's military. He stared at the platform in the distance with a determined expression. After observing for a long time and confirming that the 6 soldiers from the Empire had all been killed by him, he started walking forward again. This was the 3rd batch of soldiers from the Empire that he had encountered during his escape in the underground tunnels. In a sudden exchange of gunfire, he used his eyesight that was much sharper than the average person's and the marksmanship that Bai Yulan had practiced to quickly eliminate the enemies. Old thing, even without your eyes, my marksmanship is still awesome. He dragged his injured leg and limped forward with difficulty. There was no expression on his tired face, but he was constantly cheering himself on in his heart. He had been on the run for more than an hour. He knew that even if the Empire had not discovered him yet, he would be exposed soon. More importantly, the closer he got to Tianjing along the underground tunnels, the more likely it was that he would encounter a chip monitoring device. It was time to take out the chip behind his neck. But he kept hesitating. Chapter 616. The sofa in the condominium in Jianghu was not too short. Su Lu liked to nestle on it and watch Channel 23 with snacks in his arms. This showed that his life was actually as warm and harmonious as many ordinary young people. However, many things had happened in the past few years were enough to prove that once he was forced into a corner by his environment or his own obsession, he would always squint his eyes and smash his way through with a straight face. He acted out the words decisive and ruthless in an exceptionally vivid manner. Removing the chip from the back of his neck and avoiding the surveillance of the Empire, he quietly entered the vast sea of people in the capital city. Using the prosperity of the common world to hide his tracks, he patiently waited for the Empire to reveal any gaps. He would find all possible ways to leave this planet, infiltrate the border star system, prepare to face the counterattack of the federal forces, or directly pass through the passage of the Night Scorpion Nebula and return to his hometown. This was his initial escape plan. Once the plan was set, with his personality, he would resolutely carry it out without any hesitation. Therefore, today's hesitation was not because of the confusion of his identity as an artsy youth or because his spirit was bleak after being severed from the past. It was because of a very simple reason. He was afraid of pain. To be more precise, he was afraid of fainting from the pain and becoming a pitiful unconscious prey under the iron hooves of the Empire's search and capture forces. In the autumn of the 65th year of the constitutional era, he began the first escape of his life, an escape that changed the trajectory of his life. At the beginning of that escape he replaced the chip on the back of his neck. As a result, he was unconscious for an entire night in the green hills and autumn forests during the storm. Now, 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he began to escape again. However, the pain that humans could not endure and could only passively resist by fainting was still fresh in his mind. He did not dare to forget it, and there was still lingering fear in his heart. If it was when he was in the Federation, he still dared to look for a secluded place to gamble. Now, countless Imperial soldiers were searching for him. Once he fainted from the pain, he would fall into the sea of death forever. Moving forward with difficulty in the underground sewers, with the help of the sewers map in his bracelet, he originally wanted to find a safe place to replace the chip on the back of his neck. However, he did not expect the Imperial armies to be so aggressive in their pursuit. There was no good opportunity at all. In the underground sewer that was as dark as the passage of time, he carried his gun and stepped on his military boots that were constantly wearing out. He looked at the map and moved forward in silence. However, the question kept echoing in his mind, to gamble or not to gamble? It took him a total of 3 minutes to come up with the answer. 300 meters away, in a dark corner without any light, Su Lu took a deep breath as he looked at the iron gate of the outer passage in the distance. A fierce look flashed across his swollen and squinted eyes as his left hand, which was hanging by his waist, suddenly tightened. The metal wire in the bracelet slowly extended like a ghost and aimed at the bare skin behind his neck. The surroundings were pitch black, but the metal wire reflected the light from somewhere. The extremely thin and sharp metal wire swayed gently in his slightly trembling hand, as if it would snap with a crisp sound if it swayed a little more. Sulu took another deep breath and then closed his eyes. His left hand moved closer to the back of his neck again. When the metal wire was 3 centimeters away from the back of his neck, the sharp tip of the wire suddenly trembled strangely. It was like a hungry bee that suddenly smelled the scent of enchanting nectar. It quickly flapped its transparent wings excitedly. Tiny and invisible electric charges continuously condensed at the tip of the metal wire, and an extremely small electromagnetic field enveloped the area behind his neck. A small bump slowly appeared on his bare skin. Su Li's face was expressionless and his eyes were tightly closed. He could feel the strange feeling behind his neck, but he did not have any reaction. Although the last time he replaced the chip was 5 years ago, he remembered every detail very clearly. The sewage under the underground platform slowly flowed, and the dry air was full of the smell of decay. Suddenly, the tip of the metal wire extended automatically and accurately pierced the bump on the back of his neck. Then it kept vibrating and probing into the cervical vertebrae. The intense pain went along the nerve bundles in the cervical vertebrae and fiercely blasted into the brain. Su Li's half-kneeling body suddenly stiffened. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his face twisted in pain. The burning heat and the endless pain in his body intertwined, and it seemed that he was about to burn into ashes. That a few minutes later, a trembling figure stretched out his right hand with difficulty and touched the heavy iron door. He walked out of the underground sewer and climbed up the old-style stairs to the surface. When he climbed out of the ground, he half-crouched in a bush to rest for a while. Then the figure painfully struggled to stand up again and continued to move forward. He looked like a dying, seriously ill patient who could fall to the ground and die at any time. Fortunately, he did not faint from the pain. Unfortunately, he needed to be awake to endure the increasingly intense pain. The joints where the chip was implanted in his cervical vertebrae were so painful that they were about to shatter, and his fingers were starting to feel numb. The night was dark, and there was not a single person on the streets in the southwest of Tianjin. Su Lu, with a pale face, followed the green field by the street, moving his body that was constantly trembling because of the pain. His trembling body brushed against the bush, making a rustling sound. Fortunately, the night wind was strong, and the branches of the trees brushed against each other from time to time, covering the sound that could possibly expose his whereabouts. Because he did not faint, he could clearly feel the strange feeling and unbearable pain behind his neck more clearly than 5 years ago. He dragged his injured legs slowly in the grass, and his weak body that was about to be unable to support him anymore. He did not even notice that his teeth had bitten through his lips, and the small amount of blood that was originally not much dripped onto his military uniform. A person who was extremely sleepy would not be able to see the bed, a person who was extremely hungry would not be able to see the food, and a person who was in extreme pain would not be able to relax in the slightest. At this moment, Su Li's heart was filled with endless temptation. He wanted to collapse right here and now so that he would never wake up again. He was not willing to endure this terrifying pain and torture. Other than the pain, there was also a strange feeling of emptiness. This time he was not replacing the chip, but executing the program to remove it. Since he was born more than 20 years ago, this was the first time that there was no chip at the back of his neck. Although the people of the Federation could not feel the existence of the chip, their rationality told them that the chip was not there. That feeling was like one of their organs had suddenly disappeared, and it was inexplicable. The pain and emptiness of the frustration, the unknown danger ahead, and the desire to faint constantly assaulted him. Su Lu tightly pursed his lips, resisting with superhuman willpower. Perhaps it was because in the hospital, during the days when his entire body was paralyzed and he forcefully broke through his meridians, he had already endured too many levels of pain that were rarely seen in the world, so he managed to hold on even though it was very difficult. Fortunately, the pain and suffering were worth it. After leaving the underground sewer system and entering the heavily guarded surface of the city, he did not alarm the ubiquitous monitoring devices of the Empire's chip. However, the danger still existed. After struggling for a long time in the gaps between the residential apartment buildings, a straight and empty road blocked his way. What was even more troublesome was that there were many military police at the entrance of the road, vigilantly watching the surrounding movements. The target of his plan was the chaotic slum area that lacked effective supervision a few kilometers away. If he had no choice but to stay in this residential area, it would be very difficult for him to avoid the military police's search during the day. The road in front of him was not very wide. If he was in his usual healthy state, he would only need to bend his body and take a few steps to pass by without alarming the military police at all. However, the problem was that he was in his weakest state right now and could collapse at any time. The dim street lights through the bushes fell on his pale cheeks. He narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, waiting for the right time. However, he found that because of the pain and exhaustion, his vision began to blur. He could not hold on any longer. At this moment, a seemingly drunk Empire man staggered across the sidewalk at the edge of the bushes, mumbling something in his mouth, and rushed to the other side of the street. Probably only the extremely drunk Empire people could ignore the gloomy faces of the military police, and they did not know that there was a curfew tonight. The military police at the entrance of the road became nervous. They shouted and surrounded the drunk man. The military police who did not move also subconsciously looked in that direction. Sulu did not let go of this fleeting opportunity. He struggled to take a deep breath of the slightly cold autumn night wind of the Empire. His throat that seemed to be smoking slightly moistened. His right leg that had already sunk deep into the mud suddenly exerted strength, and the military pants on his leg were torn apart. The last burst of strength caused his body to turn into a gray shadow and instantly swept across the street that he fell heavily into the mud. He did not dare to make the slightest sound. He continued to lie there for a long time, resisting the strong desire to faint from his brain. After confirming that the military police did not discover him, he carefully raised his body with his hands on the ground and looked back at the entrance of the road. The drunk man who could be regarded as his savior had been brutally beaten to the ground by the military police with a taser. He was rolling on the ground in pain. Sulu narrowed his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he turned his head back. He struggled to walk through the alley with wet flagstones. He held onto the wall to pass through the small paths between the buildings. He painfully used his hands and feet to climb over the low walls. In this strange and foreign city, he slowly but firmly moved forward. His body was getting colder and colder, and his trembling was getting worse and worse. He felt like his left leg was broken and he could not feel anything. His vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. The night was still so dark and the main street of the city was still so dangerous. After rolling and crawling into the messy and dirty street, he still did not dare to relax his vigilance. His back was against a short wall mottled with gray stains, and his chest was violently moving up and down. There was a roof on the wall, and dew gently dripped down from the roof onto his face. He subconsciously raised his head and took a sip. The tip of his tongue slid across his dry lips. His spirit was slightly better. Sulu observed the messy environment around him. He followed the corner of the wall into a dilapidated small courtyard, and then used the last of his strength to climb up the dusty attic. Opposite the attic there was a stray cat. It was curled up in the green grass that grew out of the corner of the roof. It curiously opened its eyes and looked at this strange guy. Chapter 6:17. Are you going? Of course I'm going. I heard that the best trees in the plaza were all taken by the students from the West City. If we are late, I'm afraid we won't be able to see anything. I don't want to go, but there definitely won't be any business in the market. So, look at the officials at the management office. I shouldn't have said that. Let's go. Our empire hasn't had such a big event for many years. Who said that? I participated in the celebration ceremony after the big explosion 20 years ago. That scene? Don't say so much. Everyone, let's go together. Let's go together. Let's go together. Let's go together. Listening to the excited conversations of the nearby people, a trace of disgust and helplessness flashed across Aunt Susan's chubby face. Looking at the people rushing out of the market like fish that had eaten drugs, she could not help but curse in a low voice in annoyance. Wiping the dust stains on her hands on her apron, she walked to the management office and took a small flag that was distributed to her. Stepping on the mud and cigarette butts, she joined the crowd. Today, the city's underground transportation system was all open for free. People from all over the city were continuously sent to the empty square of the Arc de Triomphe. It didn't take long for the people from the slums in the northwest to enter the sea of people that was faintly moving. Susan looked at the small flag in her hand. She felt that the black hibiscus flower on the flag was a little dazzling. The hand that was holding the flag was sweaty and uncomfortable. She was like a puppet, waving the flag mechanically along with the excited people around her. However, she kept cursing in her heart. Today was the 723rd year of the empire's Hibiscus dynasty. The nobles' rebellion that caused a commotion a few days ago had been completely quelled. According to the imperial edict, a small number of ambitious nobles took advantage of the fact that the enemy of the Federation was closing in to launch a barbaric rebellion against the glorious imperial family. In this rebellion, the respected military minister of the empire, Prince Bai Wu, heroically sacrificed himself. Li Banstar's governor, Ku Baoning, bravely sacrificed himself for the country. Now that the rebellion had been quelled, it was time to punish the evil of those ambitious nobles. His Majesty the Great Emperor summoned the citizens of Tianjing planet from all walks of life to the triumphal arch plaza to witness this righteous trial. After a long period of silence and anxious anticipation, it was finally time for the gallows to be erected. Looking at the primitive black gallows being lifted up by cranes and the noble criminals with black cloth covering their heads being escorted out by the soldiers, the sea of people suddenly let out the first wave of cheers. With the center of the square as the center, a wave formed by heads rose one after another and spread out. A pale-faced and haggard noble was escorted to the gallows. After taking off his black mask, he was not used to the light in the gloomy day. He narrowed his eyes and looked around in fear, but he was even more frightened by the countless excited faces of the civilians around the gallows. He wanted to say something but no words came out. The empire's chief judge passionately read the verdict, and then without any pause the crisp metal door opened. The noble fell straight into the circular hole, and the black noose around his neck was pulled taut. Since the start of the execution, the crowd of spectators in the square had maintained absolute silence. It had been many years since they had seen such a vivid and bloody execution scene. The crowd's expectations were high and did not fall. It was not until this scene that they seemed to have woken up. They seemed to have clearly heard the sound of the noose ruthlessly breaking the nobleman's vertebrae. They could not help but shout excitedly. Aunt Susan looked at the gallows in the distance with a complicated expression and couldn't help but close her eyes. The nobles were executed one after another. Their necks were broken by the black noose and they stopped breathing. Every time the black noose was pulled taut, and every time the noble's body fell down heavily, it would cause the tens of thousands of people in the square to shout excitedly. Especially when the noble women were executed, the emotions of the people in the square were extremely excited. The sweaty male commoners, the poor, and the untouchables widened their eyes as they watched the noblewomen's jade-white calves kick in the air in vain, twitching until they became quiet, as if they were watching an exciting private performance in broad daylight. They couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction, but their faces immediately changed into a mask of shyness, timidity, and pity. Aunt Susan was pushed around by the excited crowd. Looking at the young ladies of the noble families who were hung, she tightened her grip on the black hibiscus flag. She pursed her lips tighter and tighter, and her thick eyebrows tighter and tighter. She let out a real sigh in her heart. The trial was over. Aunt Susan rubbed her slightly dizzy forehead and walked to the subway entrance listlessly. It was the imperial edict for the civilians to come to watch the trial, and the royal family flag that she was holding was an anti-distribution item of the Federation. She had to come. However, she didn't need to participate in the parade later, and she didn't want to. On the way back to the market by public transport, she saw tens of thousands of young men of the empire marching outside the car window. Those boys were waving flags, shouting slogans like "Long live His Majesty" and "Punish the traitors." They were fanatically walking through the streets and alleys of the city. Aunt Susan walked into the muddy streets and bought a lot of cheap vegetables from the market. After paying the principal and interest for this month's quota, she carried the vegetables back to her shabby courtyard and handed them to the pair of hands that reached out from the side room. At the same time, she took a batch of goods from the pair of hands that needed to be sold and put them on her three-wheeled electric scooter. After carefully checking the quantity of the goods, Aunt Susan found that something was wrong. She finally couldn't help but burst out in anger. She put her hands on her bucket-like waist and scolded the person next to her. "You are so clumsy. You can't even do a simple job like assembling a few broken machines. Do you think I feed you for free? I don't know how expensive you are." Aunt Susan suddenly thought of something and stopped scolding. She glanced at the entrance of the courtyard vigilantly, spat on the ground, and started the electric scooter to drive out of the courtyard. Today, Aunt Susan was a rude woman who lived in the slums of the capital. She relied on selling pirated video players and the empire's minimum wage to survive. Many years ago, she was also a delicate noble lady. She had a pair of jade-like legs like those noble ladies on the gallows in the square today. Her parents, who were middle-class nobles, were secretly executed because they were involved in a struggle between the 6 departments of the empire. She, who was lucky enough to survive, and she and her brother depended on each other in the only house left by the family. Later, her firm and gentle brother bravely joined the Imperial Expeditionary Force in order to restore the glory of the family. However, many years later, Susan welcomed the bad news that her brother violated military discipline and was executed. The last house of the family could no longer be preserved. Susan, who had a hard life, fell into the slums. She was extremely lucky to meet a husband who loved her and cared for her. However, after only 3 years of marriage, her husband fell ill and died, leaving only her and her son to depend on each other. The noble lady who would frown when she stepped on small pebbles in her gorgeous dancing shoes, under the merciless grinding of fate, became an auntie with a shrewish character, a bucket-like waist and hard-soled imitation military boots. She could step on the muddy water in the market and make the sound of splashing water. The strong or obese body pressed on the small electric scooter looked funny, but for some reason it was also sad.in the market. A fierce quarrel broke out again with the male competitors. Relying on her superior lung capacity and extremely filthy verbal attack, Aunt Susan won another victory. She successfully occupied the best mobile stall in the market, sold 2 pirated video and audio players, and then gave 60% of the profit to the market management office and the tattooed hooligans with both hands. She beamed with joy and offered 60% of the profit to the market management office and the tattooed hooligans with both hands. She wanted to live, and she wanted to live with her son. She needed to quarrel day after day, she needed to succeed day after day, and she needed to give her hard-earned money to those parasites with a smile every day. However, every time she returned to the dilapidated small courtyard late at night, the energy in her strong body would be completely consumed by these successful quarrels and smiles. Aunt Susan was extremely tired. In the dark alley, she leaned weakly against the courtyard door. Thinking of the argument with the old guy in the afternoon, thinking of the dirty words that she didn't dare to let her son hear, and thinking of the reservedness of her teenage years, she couldn't help but raise her calloused hands, covered her weathered cheeks and slowly squatted down. Oh, what a life it was! For a hard life, memories were a luxury that could only be found once in a while. Even sadness was a luxury because it would make life more difficult. Aunt Susan stubbornly stood up straight, patted the dust on her big buttocks, murmured a few words in a low voice, and then turned around and walked into her small courtyard. Her life still had hope, and her well-behaved and sensible son, who was studying at the second university in the capital. Her difficult life was no longer all gray and black because of that boy. According to her income, it was absolutely impossible for her to pay the expensive tuition fees of the second university. Fortunately, His Majesty had promoted the Equal Education Program, which allowed excellent students like her son to have the right to study for free and equal. Because of this, Aunt Susan, who deeply hated the imperial family for half of her life, quickly forgave His Majesty. After parking the scooter, she climbed up the small attic with difficulty. She had become a rude but kind woman. With her arms akimbo and her index finger as thick as a branch, she angrily scolded the black-haired young man who was in a daze deep in the dark room. "How many have you assembled in the past 4 hours? How can there be such a stupid person like you?" The black-haired young man bitterly rubbed his face. Those faint scars were no longer clear. He looked at the sturdy woman at the door and helplessly explained in a low voice, "I told you yesterday that the goods your boss gave you were not right. There was a problem with the model of the spinner on the bayonet, and I couldn't screw it at all. I had to polish them one by one. Of course it took a long time." Chapter 6:18. The dim light shone on the black-haired young man's face. After hearing this sentence, his ink-like straight eyebrows suddenly trembled, but he didn't say anything. When Aunt Susan saw his reaction, she thought that her words had touched his sad soul. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful and hesitantly shut her mouth. She casually made some small talk and walked downstairs, patting the back of her head regretfully. 10 days ago, Aunt Susan, who had gotten up early in the morning to prepare for a day's work, was shocked to find a black-haired young man covered in blood lying on the dusty floor of her house in a deep coma. He looked abnormally terrifying. Aunt Susan was very bold. After confirming that he was unconscious, she dragged him to the straw mat and carefully sized him up. From this person's military uniform and boots that didn't fit his feet, she made her own judgment of this person's identity. During those days, the capital of Tianjin was filled with gloomy military police and plainclothes from the Royal Intelligence Agency. The royal family was wantonly searching for remnants of the aristocratic rebellion. Aunt Susan thought that the black-haired young man covered in blood on the straw mat was definitely a noble being hunted down. In the end, what confirmed her judgment was a corner of the black-haired young man's underwear exposed at his waist. As a young lady of the aristocratic family, she was very clear about the material of that underwear. Only the truly wealthy upper-class aristocrats were qualified to use it. Aunt Susan now seemed to have forgotten the tragedy of her family's destruction. She didn't have much hatred for His Majesty and the royal family, nor did she have the courage to involve herself in the aristocratic rebellion and capture a fugitive. At that time, her first reaction was to call the police. However, at that moment, the unconscious black-haired young man woke up for a brief moment. It was in that moment that his small eyes revealed a weakness that aroused endless pity, amiable sincerity, and sincere pleading. He didn't know what kind of struggle Aunt Susan had experienced at that time. He didn't know if she saw the shadow of her parents in this poor fugitive nobleman, or if she remembered that her brother who loved her the most also had such a pair of clear eyes. She didn't call the police. She hid him in the attic of the small courtyard, hiding him in the dust. She fed him plain porridge and water, helped him clean his miserable body that was full of wounds, crushed the pills and stuffed them into his mouth until he woke up. The black-haired young man's first words of thanks after waking up made Aunt Susan confirm her guess again. How many years had it been since she heard that standard Tianjin aristocratic, no, to be more precise, royal accent? This little guy's parents must be important figures. Aunt Susan was busy in the kitchen downstairs. The kitchen knife made chopping sounds on the plastic chopping board, and muttered with a trace of annoyance. But what's the use of aristocrats? You can't eat it. You only know how to speak elegantly, but you don't even know how to turn a screw. The cheap vegetables bought in the market during the day were chopped into pieces by the old kitchen knife and thrown into the pot of porridge. Together with a few slices of meat and a spoonful of yellowish-brown spices, the pot of steaming, appetizing chowder was ready. Aunt Susan clapped her hands proudly. When she was about to put the food in the pot on the plate, she suddenly thought of the poor noble's pale face in the attic. After a long silence, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. She took out the black feather chicken and red oranges that she had prepared for her son on the weekend from the refrigerator and threw them into the pot. In the future, I can't be such a good person anymore. There's no benefit and I have to live in fear every day. As she stirred the food, she wiped the sweat on her forehead and blamed herself. Black feather chicken and red oranges are good for replenishing blood. You picked them out and ate them. Aunt Susan angrily threw the small bowl in front of the black-haired young man and said, "Quickly take care of your body, woman, and then get the hell out of here." The black-haired young man held the bowl that was slightly hot. After a long silence, he slowly picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. After finishing the food in the bowl, he raised his head and looked at Aunt Susan, who had been leaning against the pillar. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Perhaps it was because the food was too hot. That pair of small eyes that still had some traces of swelling were sparkling. "Don't look at me like a puppy. The remaining half of the chicken is for Paul. Don't expect me to cook it for you." Aunt Susan grumpily snatched the bowl away. The black-haired young man looked at her and chuckled. "But don't be in a hurry to leave." Aunt Susan couldn't stand the poor aristocrat's clean and harmless smile. She waved the rag in her right hand as if she wanted to wave the smile away. She said in a serious tone, "I heard that recently there were fugitives from the Federation who ran out." Of course, the Joint Defense Office didn't say anything. It's gossip from the underworld. The military and police are looking for people everywhere. You have to be careful. "I'm not from the Federation. I'm not afraid," the black-haired young man replied. "Not afraid? If the military catches you, a fugitive aristocrat, I'm afraid your end will be much worse than that of the Federation's." Aunt Susan said in a rough voice, "Forget it. You can stay here for a while. The household registration check here has never been strict. Who knows how many fugitives are hidden in the 4 major markets. They won't be able to find you in a short time. You can say that you're a distant relative of my family, but..." Aunt Susan frowned and looked at him. "You have to change your accent. This is an authentic royal accent." So, she sighed and took the utensils to wash. Before she went downstairs, her rough voice sounded again. "You have to be more familiar with the way of life. I don't expect you to make money for me, but you can't live off your parents in the future. You have to learn some skills to make a living, right?" Seeing Aunt Susan turn out of the attic like a moving and rotating bucket, hearing the heavy footsteps below, and then hearing the familiar and kind cursing in the kitchen, Sulu rubbed his black hair. His heart was filled with endless warmth and gratitude. He had a lot of dreams and nightmares when he was in a coma. The most frightening dream was when he woke up and saw the cold muzzles of countless Empire soldiers pointing at him. The heavy wolf Fang Mek was guarding the periphery, and Huai Chaosher was slowly walking toward him with a cold face. He didn't expect that when he woke up, he would be greeted by a bowl of warm porridge and a very kind and gentle aunt who looked fierce on the outside. This was really the luckiest thing in life. He was very grateful to this Empire woman named Susan, but on some issues he had to lie to her and acquiesce to her guess. He pretended to be a poor young noble wanted by the Empire regime. The kind Aunt Susan could take the risk to take in a noble because of her past and her sympathy, but she was certainly unwilling to take in a person from the Federation. After waking up, he found that he was mistaken for a noble of the Empire, and this misunderstanding was very firm in his aunt's heart. Zulu also felt a little strange. It was not until now that he remembered that his Empire language was basically learned from Huai Chaosher. With the standard royal language and pronunciation of the princess, it was difficult not to be misunderstood. Aunt Susan's son, Paul, was studying at the second university. Her daily life was very lonely, so she seemed to be a little naggy. And Sulu deduced a lot of things from her nagging, some of which he had learned from Huai Chaosher but didn't pay attention to. In the past, the Empire's social class division was very strict. The royal family, the nobles, the civilians, the lowly, and the slaves formed the layer structure of this abnormal society. And to distinguish whether a person was a noble or not, there was a not very reliable but widely spread method among the people. That was to look at the color of the person's hair and eyes. The closer the color of the hair and eyes were to black, the more noble the identity of the person was. Sulu thought of Huai Caosher's dark eyes that were always squinting and couldn't help but frown. That year in the Qingqing prison of the Federation, it seemed that the great old man said something vaguely related, but it was too long ago to remember clearly. It seemed that the old man said, "If you can remove the chip, you can go to the Empire and pretend to be a member of the royal family?" What? Could it be that the old man had already guessed that he could remove the chip from the back of his neck because of his black hair and shiny black eyes? Su Li's frowning brows gradually relaxed, but his eyes narrowed. He slowly moved his body and leaned on the windowsill, looking at the moon outside the attic that should be strange but was similar to the Federation's moon. His mind drifted away. The sound of testing came from the dilapidated small courtyard below the attic. The ants seemed to be playing a war movie. The metal box hanging at the entrance of the small courtyard should be the chip monitoring device that the Empire distributed to all families for free. That box never rang. Sulu subconsciously reached out and touched the back of his neck. The tiny wound had already healed. He understood that it was because the box never rang that Aunt Susan and Paul never suspected that he was a member of the Federation. But I am a member of the Federation. I have to leave the land of the Empire. What should I do? Sulu narrowed his eyes at the moon in a foreign land and fell into contemplation again. I don't know how the Empire search is going. They haven't found me for so long. Will they think that I am dead? No, according to the temperament of the princess, she will not give up until the body is found. This shabby little courtyard could be considered a decent building in this slum area, but because it was too close to the crematorium, not many people were willing to choose to live here. The surrounding buildings were all dark, and the silence was just like his mood at the moment. Sulu withdrew his gaze, shook his head and sat back on the straw mat. He dragged out a big box from the corner, picked up the rough tools, and began to seriously assemble the inferior and cheap pirated video player. The big problem of escaping from the Empire and returning to the Federation couldn't be solved in a short time, but he had to solve the most troublesome problem in front of him first. But this snapper is really the wrong model, Aunt. He looked at the screws with a bitter face and found that this problem was more troublesome than escaping. Chapter 619. The next day, after a sincere exchange of technical terms, Aunt Susan finally acknowledged the young aristocrat's judgment. With the resentment of the palace above her head, she went to the upper house and exchanged the appropriate components with a verbal battle of words. Since then, Sulu, the war hero of the Federation, began his long career as an illegal assembly worker in the slums of the Empire's capital. He used the brain of a mechanic who designed the mech to design the wiring of the simple player, and used the fingers of a mechanic who repaired the mech to install the crude imitation components. Accompanied by dim lights and dark moonlight, he worked day and night without rest. This is a 6-jumper cable. The sensitivity value of the power induction brake switch must be adjusted. According to the voltage stability of this block, if we follow the original design, I am afraid that we will have to restart 30 times to watch a movie. This yellow silicon particle box is the decoder stabilizing valve. The most critical part of the entire player is the decoding device. There are professionals responsible for the software. We don't have to worry about it, but we can expand the transmission rate of the storage channel as much as possible. Decoding rate? If it can be hard decoded, of course the effect will be much better than soft decoding. But the problem is that even if we want to invade the computing frequency of the main chip, we still need a special hardware device. Cost? I'm not very clear about this. It will probably account for 7% of the cost. Su Lu explained to the mother and son beside him while quickly flipping his 10 ordinary fingers. He easily and quickly assembled the player in front of him and then put it in a basket on the side. Aunt Susan's eyes widened. She suddenly realized that she had misjudged the poor young aristocrat. His skill level was comparable to a skilled technical worker. Thinking of the hard decoding that this guy just mentioned, she scratched her head and asked in a rough voice, I don't understand these technical terms, but if you can make the high-definition picture smoother, 7% of the cost should not be a big problem. Brother, your work is so beautiful. I can't learn it. Aunt Susan's son, Paul, was on vacation today. He rushed back home from the second university. Like his mother, this young man was also extremely kind and full of sympathy. He had never opposed his mother's move to take in this exiled aristocrat. Today, Paul wanted to learn how to assemble machines from this young aristocrat so that his mother's life could be easier. However, he didn't expect that the young aristocrat's 10 nimble fingers would greatly hurt his self-confidence. Su Lu smiled, revealing his neat white teeth, and said, I have some talent in this area. Although it was only the simplest assembly process, with the help of the talented exiled noble, the pirated video player produced by Aunt Susan's courtyard was more stable, smoother, and clearer than the players of other competitors. More importantly, the decoding rate was incredible. With excellent performance, the player assembled by Aunt Susan gradually made a name for itself in the market industry. There were more and more repeat customers. Even the butlers of some noble houses in the city center came to buy it for their young masters. It was said that those young aristocrats were completely obsessed with the perfect restoration effect of this set of players on 3D. They couldn't stop themselves, and their hands were sore and their backs were aching. The business was getting better and better, and the money she earned was getting more and more. Aunt Susan simply took out a large sum of money to bribe the market management office and the fierce ruffians. She rented a small shop in the market and hired a middle-aged woman salesperson. From then on, she officially bid farewell to the restless life of a mobile vendor. Nearly 2 months had passed, and the empire had entered the winter rain season. The food in the dilapidated and clean small courtyard was getting more and more abundant. Aunt Susan's hearty laughter was getting more and more frequent. Paul returned home more and more often. However, Su Lu had been staying quietly in the attic and had not stepped out of the small courtyard. It was windy and rainy outside, and the empire's people certainly did not relax their search for him. He began to ask Aunt Susan and Paul about the movement outside from time to time, but he did not try to go out of the door. The cold icy rain gently knocked on the window. The small courtyard, which had paid enough heating fees this year, was as warm as spring. After dinner, the three people began to play cards in the attic to pass the time. This had become a routine program in the small courtyard. They were playing Imperial South Road flower cards. From time to time, Aunt Susan's laughter and Paul's morning voice sounded in the quiet attic. Su Lu smiled and played cards with the mother and son, but he knew very well that the mother and son were worried that they would get sick if they were confined in the attic for too long. Paul lost this game. The young college student rubbed his brown hair angrily and began to shuffle the cards. At this moment, Aunt Susan suddenly said, You don't have to worry about implicating us. The people in this neighborhood we live in have always only cared about their own family affairs and are not interested in other people's affairs. Su Lu was silent. He didn't expect Aunt Susan to guess his worries. I went to the Joint Defense Office and quietly looked at the wanted document. There is no three-dimensional image of you in the noble list. Maybe those officials have long forgotten about you, an inconspicuous little guy. Aunt Susan looked into his eyes seriously. You can't hide in the attic all your life. These days you often look out of the courtyard. I know you want to leave, but Aunt wants to say that if you want to leave, it's best to leave when you are sure you can leave. Paul also stopped shuffling the cards, looked at Su Lu and frowned. Brother, there are many speculations about the truth of this rebellion in the school. Mom and I have asked you many times, but you refuse to say. Naturally, there are reasons that are inconvenient to say, but Mom is right. You'd better not take risks. Aunt Susan was silent for a moment, and then said again with a smile, "Remember to at least tell us when you leave." "Sure," Sulu replied very seriously. The city in the winter rain was like silk, like the dilapidated buildings in the slums shrouded in smoke. These were all the scenes that Sulu watched quietly by the window. Although this small courtyard was so warm, he didn't belong here after all and had to leave eventually. He didn't know what the situation of his hometown federation was now. Had the troops attacked? Had the guys in Group 7 already gone to the battlefield with guns? What kind of situation were those dear friends in? On the third day after that night's conversation, he carefully dyed his black hair into light brown with the hair dye bought by Aunt Susan, carefully trimmed his eyebrows, put on the color-changing contact lenses bought by Paul, and walked out of the small courtyard for the first time. Gradually, the friends in the market who were familiar with Aunt Susan, and the few neighbors in the streets, knew that a poor relative had come to Susan's house to seek refuge. The people living in the capital city of Tianjin had a natural sense of pride. Even if they lived in the slums, it was still a slum where they could see the towering palace walls from afar. In the eyes of the country people, the slums where they could feel the aura of Her Majesty up close was still a great place. Such scenes of seeking refuge were played out countless times every day. Who would care about the strict household registration inspection system of the empire? In this quiet life, the continuous winter of icy rain passed, and the charming spring came and went. The life of the people in the slums repeated over and over again, as if nothing had changed. Suli's life was the same. He assembled pirated video players in the attic, accompanied Aunt Susan at night to talk about her emotional past, and occasionally gave Paul pointers on the difficult problems in the university's mechanical department. His life was as steady as a river that didn't flow, a lake that hadn't yet filled. In fact, he wanted to leave but he couldn't. Under the cold gaze of those hidden in the winter rain and spring breeze, he couldn't leave through the normal route. The Empire's ordinary shipping system couldn't get close at all, so he could only try to get close to the Empire's underground society and use the smuggling channels of those dark forces to leave the planet. However, before his plan could start, he was stunned to find that this route had been completely cut off long ago. Through the idle chatter of the neighbors and the discussions that Paul brought back from campus, he knew the whole story. A few months ago, the Empire's military department suddenly sent a cold final notice to the underground world of Tianjin through the relevant channels, ordering those dark forces to immediately stop all smuggling operations immediately. Such a situation rarely happened in history because the people in power knew very well that these underground worlds were in existence that the entire empire couldn't completely erase from the roots. These underground world smugglers often represented the secret interests of those great aristocrats and even members of the royal family. What's more, it was extremely difficult for them to immediately stop all smuggling transactions. Sure enough, with the support of those royal family members and great aristocrats, the underground world of Tianjin did not immediately stop the military department's request. What followed was a bloody massacre that made the entire empire's underground world tremble. All the smuggling spaceships that dared to leave the surface of the planet were coldly destroyed by the military fleet before they could break through the atmosphere. The warships that fired thousands of cannons didn't seem to care about what goods those spaceships were carrying or which family they belonged to. The biggest smugglers were secretly arrested by the Imperial Anti-Smuggling Department on the same day, and no one saw them again. As for their smuggling base, under the powerful firepower of the Empire's military, it was turned into a pile of broken building blocks made of countless corpses. The most shocking part of the rumor was that the royal family members and aristocrats behind the smugglers were unceremoniously invited back to the dark courtroom by the Imperial Intelligence Agency officials. No aristocrat dared to resist because it was said that His Highness personally led the team. Most people in the Empire's society didn't understand why the royal family would think of a bloodbath in the underground world and spend so much effort to crack down on smugglers. Some people linked this incident to the aristocratic rebellion not long ago, but one person knew very well that all this was just to cut off the possibility of him escaping. "Why, Chaosher, you're really ruthless." Sulu walked through the muddy market, haggling with the vendors who were covered in mud as he collected the fish in a basket with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the majestic imperial palace in the distance, feeling helpless and disappointed in his heart. Chapter 620. An engineer's way of thinking was very logical. It was okay to make bold assumptions, but one had to be careful when seeking verification. When the object of research was a non-repeatable life, one would be even more careful when seeking verification. Before he was certain, Sulu would definitely not take risks because of the desire in his heart and the vague hope that seemed to exist. The Federation should be in the summer or autumn of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar. It was spring on the Empire's Tianjing planet. While he was here, he was thinking about the summer and autumn on the other side. He lived quietly in the slums. Looking at the ordinary slums of the Empire who were busy day after day and thinking about his own situation, he suddenly seemed to be able to understand how they felt. The universe was so big and so beautiful that they could only stay on the surface for the rest of their lives unless they went to war. Just like the people of the Eastwoods district back then, they were still bound by heavy gravity and life even though they were in the magnificent space age. He was not very familiar with his neighbors, but he could exchange a few words with them. Not many people could remember his extremely ordinary face, but the vegetable vendors that he frequented had already started to leave vegetables for him. The longer he lived in the capital of the Empire, the stranger Sulu felt. These extremely ordinary, irritable and honest people of the Empire would occasionally talk about the distant space war. When they mentioned the people of the Federation, they would always become abnormally angry and want to eat all the men of the Federation alive and snatch all the women of the Federation to be their wives. Where did this anger and fanaticism come from? Was it an invasion in textbooks, or a racial hatred that had been passed down for many years? These vegetable sellers, vegetable buyers, protection fee collectors, protection fee payers, old people, young people, men, women, and the ordinary slums of the Empire, were all the Federation's irreconcilable enemies? Sulu really found it hard to associate these people with beasts. He could not understand. Was it this group of people who slaughtered the Federation civilians like pigs and dogs on the Westwoods? War should not only make women go away, it should also make civilians go away. Leaving Aunt Susan's dilapidated courtyard more and more often, he walked further and further away at will. Often, he would subconsciously pass by the courtyard whose walls were painted all white. In fact, this was not a subconscious action. This courtyard occupied a very large area. The buildings in the courtyard were not tall and did not exceed 3 floors. Looking from afar, they were basically all luxurious wooden structures. Whether it was the walls or the wooden pillars, they were all painted white. It was so white that it made people feel solemn. The white courtyard was surrounded by tall trees, and there was a faint fragrance of flowers coming from inside. The streets outside the courtyard were extremely clean, and there were many soldiers in plain clothes looking around vigilantly in the shadows, which made them seem somewhat out of place in this slum that was full of dirt and garbage. Sulu would often pass through half of the alley. Every now and then, he would see ordinary citizens of the Empire kneeling on the flagstones outside the white courtyard, prostrating themselves on the ground and murmuring pious and fanatical prayers. Nobody dared to disturb them. One day, after buying 2 cans of metal adhesive in a hardware store, Sulu walked through the alley and came to a restaurant that sold caviar. He bought 2 packs of caviar but did not leave immediately. Instead, he ordered an unknown light drink and sat on the seat facing the street on the 2nd floor. He drank the caviar and ate happily. The corner of his eyes drifted to the white courtyard that he had been observing for a long time. Master Fan Manor. Regarding this Master Fan Manor and the title of the great teacher, there was no record in the Federation's intelligence. He only vaguely remembered hearing the old man mention it once. But according to his understanding, especially the story told by Hui Chaosher, he knew very well what this Master Fan Manor and the great teacher inside meant to the Empire. He did not know what kind of person the current great teacher was, but he knew that this courtyard was related to the imperial family of the Empire's Baijin dynasty through marriage for generations. A certain Master Fan had once crossed the universe and taught 2 students, Li Pifu and Feng Yu. To be able to teach 2 such heaven-defying existences, what kind of heaven-defying existence was this person himself? From a certain point of view, the previous owner of this white courtyard could be considered his Grand Master? Looking at this quiet and mysterious manor, even with Su Li's strong will, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. He knew that this place was definitely heavily guarded. He knew that there was definitely an extremely powerful existence in the Master Fan Manor. He knew that he should not have come here to take the risk, but in the end he still came. This was because he had too many questions in his heart that needed answers. The secret of the bracelet, the secret of the chip replacement, the secret of the 8 rice jinchi, these secrets were very important to his life. More importantly, the great teacher had once crossed the universe and quietly entered the Federation. How did he do it? Where was that amazing spaceship now? The star chart that the old military god had mentioned in prison? Was it the shortcut that Master Fan had taken back then? Sulu chewed on his caviar and narrowed his eyes as he looked over, not noticing that the crumbs were falling from the corner of his mouth. In the face of the imperial family's tyrannical and even somewhat crazy search and interception operations, he had to safely leave this planet, leave the Empire and return to the Federation. It seemed that he could take the old path that his predecessors had taken, but this path might be even more difficult. Just a few days ago the Imperial Military Police once again combed through the slums. Although they still did not discover his existence, it already made him feel uneasy. Time seemed to be running out and he was getting more and more nervous. However, to break into this white courtyard and investigate the mysterious Master Fan Manor, from a rational point of view, was not a wise choice. It was more like a suicide mission. This decision was too hard to make. Right at this moment, a huge commotion suddenly came from the streets in the distance. Sulu was shocked to find that many of the Empire's citizens had put down what they were doing and were rushing over. Gradually, the earth-shattering commotion turned into orderly angry shouts. Race not destroyed, fight to the end. Kill the Federation. Long live the Empire. Long live the Emperor. Fight to S1. Kill. Autumn of the 71st year of the Federation's constitutional calendar, spring of the 724th year of the Empire's White Hibiscus Dynasty's imperial calendar. The Federal fleet, consisting of 1,400 warships, passed through the two giant warp holes in the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor at the same time. The Federal fleet easily defeated the Empire's border fleet and headed straight for the Virgo galaxy in the southwestern star region of the Empire. The Third Cosmic War officially broke out. The vast sea of stars that had just calmed down was once again lit up by the flames of war. Chapter 622. That night, Paul rushed home from the second university. His clothes were full of traces of inferior paint. During dinner he picked up 3 pieces of wheat vegetables in a daze. Finally he could not bear the puzzled eyes of his mother and Sulu. He put down his chopsticks, lowered his head and said, "I have signed up for military special training." Aunt Susan took a deep breath in surprise, covered her mouth and did not speak. Sulu looked at Paul's young face, hesitated for a moment and persuaded, "Now the Federation has just passed through the space channel, and the situation is not so tense. You are a mechanical college student. How can it be your turn to fight? I have to be prepared at all times." Paul replied very seriously, "Brother, I know you have resentment against the Empire. In fact, we do too. The problem is that our country has reached a moment of life and death. Our compatriots are trapped in blood and fire. Brother, forget the hatred related to political conspiracies." He patted Su Li's shoulder and said with emotion, "We are not fighting for His Majesty but for ourselves." Aunt Susan slowly put down the spoon in her hand, and a proud and gratified expression flashed across her chubby face. She put her hand on her son's thin shoulder and said in a gentle voice, "Do what you want to do." Okay. Paul nodded hard. Sulu was silent. Looking at the young man of the Empire beside him and thinking that he might walk on the battlefield full of blood and fire, he was a little nervous. He wanted to teach him some life-saving skills on the battlefield, but on second thought, wouldn't this be too irresponsible to his compatriots? Sulu was a foreign young man who had saved his life and had a very good relationship with him. Now he was about to enter the battlefield. Perhaps one day he would hold a gun barrel and spit at him, and then cry as they bid each other farewell. Generally speaking, Sulu should be very depressed and struggling with a headache. However, since he had seen too many scenes of comrades dying or surviving by luck on the battlefield in the West Woods, especially this time when he was captured by the Empire, Su Li's personality changed, or it could be said that he returned to the psychological state of the orphan on Zhonglo Street in Donglin. For problems that could not be solved temporarily, not only could he not think about it, but he was also full of confidence with a sly aura. He believed that if that day really came he would definitely be able to find a solution. Paul was busy with military training and parading in the streets. Aunt Susan was busy making money and then changing the money into hard currency that was not easy to depreciate. Sometimes she would go to the management office to give wartime gifts. Su Lu, a soldier of the Federation, did not have the consciousness of being their enemy. He still repaired pirated video players and polished all kinds of inferior metal devices as usual, living a quiet and warm life in the small courtyard and attic. No one knew that when he went to the hardware store every day, he would always sit in the restaurant in the alley next to the white courtyard for a long time. He silently and attentively observed the environment of the house and the movements around it. Then he would memorize everything he saw in his mind. When he returned to the attic of the house he would draw it on the map. The engineer's meticulous way of thinking made him unusually serious about his preparation work, to the point that he was so serious about every detail. Even so, he still felt that his impulse to enter Master Fan's manor was a little crazy. After all, it was an existence with a taste of history and mystery. And after so many years had passed, who knew where the amazing spaceship that the previous Master Fan had taken was? Was the star map of the third passage between the Federation and the Empire still in Master Fan's mansion? On a calm and impermanent night, the warm fragrance of bean paste buns was steaming under the attic. Aunt Susan was humming one of the most famous and most vulgar online songs in the Empire, happily waiting for her son's return. Paul had already finished the special military training at the Second University. If the situation of the universe war in the future developed to be extremely unfavorable to the Empire, even the civilians of Tianjin had to join the battle. Paul, who had good grades in the mechanic department, would definitely become a reserve member very much needed by an armored division. Aunt Susan, who had a tragic life, couldn't have any good feelings for the Empire's royal family and those dignitaries because of the tragic death of her parents and brothers. In her opinion, this country was undoubtedly a tragic world. But as Paul said to Sulu, ordinary Empire civilians and even slaves, facing the situation of the Federation's large-scale attack, simply put down their hatred for this society in an instant and filled their hearts with love for their hometown, supporting mothers to send their sons to the battlefield with laughter and tears. Sulu was in the attic, smelling the warm aroma of food from the market below. He shook his head lightly and walked to the window. He glanced at the distant Fan Manor shrouded in dust and fog, and the new moon that had just risen above the white courtyard. He slowly closed the window tightly, not leaving a single gap. His left foot slightly stepped forward, his right foot pulled back horizontally, his knees bent at a 60-degree angle, his left hand clenched and retracted to his waist, and his right hand stretched out horizontally, but his fingertips curled strangely. He silently maintained this posture for 10 minutes. Then he retracted his feet and changed to another strange posture. These postures were obviously against the common sense of the human body. At the very least, he didn't like the reverse-jointed elbows and knees and the trembling thigh muscles and fibers. These were the 10 postures he had practiced since he was a child. Gradually, trembling was born from the muscles and fibers that were constantly being twisted, squeezed, and rubbed all over his body. Then, it turned into a magical burning power that was hidden under his wheat-colored skin. Following an irregular path, it was transmitted to every part of his body, every finger, every strand of hair, and the tiny holes under each strand of hair. The air in the attic seemed to feel some kind of attraction, and a gust of wind came out of nowhere, slowly flowing around his almost absolutely still body, intimately communicating with the invisible power that seeped out of those pores, rubbing together and then dispersing. The magical power that he had practiced for more than 10 years was silently called the tremor magic when he was a child. Only now did he know that this power actually had a name called 8 rice. However, just as he learned the name, the powerful power in his body was cut off by White Xiaoshi's even more powerful and irresistible power. With his life as a bet, Su Lu fearlessly broke through the seal of that finger, and all the meridians in his body were shattered, turning him into a paralyzed patient. After that, this Donglin stone endured pain that ordinary people absolutely could not endure, and actually forcibly picked up all the scattered power in his body piece by piece. Not only did he recover his original power, he even had a faint leap in some level. Sulu felt this, but his body was too weak during the escape, and there was no way to know how big the scale of this improvement was. It was not until Aunt Susan saved him and allowed him to stay in the attic that he somewhat inconceivably discovered a lot of problems. He slightly narrowed his eyes, looked at the headphones on the straw mat, slowly raised his hands, and felt the scorching heat spewing out from behind his waist. It no longer followed the previous path but rushed straight out from the inside of his body like a running bison, rushing over his chest, rushing over his shoulder, rushing over his upper arm, rushing over the tip of his elbow, and rushing into his palm. His palm was still the palm with calluses, but there was a real feeling of swelling filling it, and it seemed to be bigger than what he saw with his eyes. The scorching power was like the air in a balloon constantly pouring into his palm, making his 10 fingers feel swollen and sour. Especially the skin of the fingertips became very sensitive, as if he could feel the slightest flow in the air. Sulu suddenly frowned, softly groaned, and stretched out his 10 fingers in the air suddenly flicked. A series of slight crackling sounds suddenly sounded in the air, as if some kind of invisible power was penetrating the air, and the headphones on the straw mat 2 meters away from him strangely moved their position in a very strange way. A cool and refreshing wind reverberated in the attic, stirring up a few strands of dust that he usually did not pay attention to. Sulu slowly opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of neat white teeth. He pulled back his hands in front of him, carefully and seriously and shockingly and admiringly, like an engineer admiring the beautiful electron beam that he could never analyze with his intelligence. This was not the first time that he had discovered the so-called Jinchi overflow phenomenon, but he was still deeply shocked. Opening the window again, Sulu looked at Master Fan's mansion in the distance under the moonlight, could not help but shrug his shoulders, put on the headphones and carefully listened to the communication over there through the electronic pulse monitor. This electronic pulse monitor with a simple appearance was made by the parts he purchased in the hardware store in the past 2 months. With his mechanical skills, it was easy to complete this tool, and it did not let the Imperial Engineering Supervision find any abnormalities. Lifting the straw curtain, prying open the somewhat rotten floor, and taking out a pistol with a metallic luster, Sulu silently did the final maintenance, and then stuffed the weapon that he hid before he passed out under his clothes. "You don't want to eat?" Aunt Susan looked at him walking down the attic in surprise, waving a spatula and said, "You don't like bean paste buns? I also made a pot of chowder soup." "There's something that I need to take care of," replied Sulu with a smile. Aunt Susan had always supported his courage to communicate with the outside world. He had to have the courage to treat the Empire's wanted list as shit, so she did not force him to stay. She continued to wave the spatula and shouted, "The curfew is not strict now, but there are a lot of people on the streets. You have to be careful and come back early." "Okay." Sulu walked out of the small courtyard, walked through the alley, stepped on the mud and garbage and narrowed his eyes as he walked toward the white building. As he walked, he became more and more nervous. "I'm not an ordinary person. Well, people who can use their fingers as engines are generally not human." Chapter 623. Sulu was an ordinary person who did not take the usual path. However, as a fugitive from the Federation who was crazily wanted by the Empire, he actually dared to carry a gun and charge into the white courtyard alone. Even he himself admitted that the path he chose was a bit too steep. This matter was a bit too crazy. Based on this psychological expectation, when he arrived at the third side door of the Great Master Fan Manor, answered a few simple questions according to the information he obtained from the eavesdropping, and walked in without any obstruction, he could not help but feel a lot of absurd and indescribable feelings. "What are you doing here?" The white-haired butler of the Great Master Fan Manor asked expressionlessly. "I'm here to fix the heating lines." Sulu swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his somewhat dry throat, and handed over a crudely forged card that he had spent an entire night making. Somewhat unnaturally, he explained, "Last winter the heating lines in the remote residence exploded twice. The Bureau asked us to hurry up and fix it so that there won't be any more problems when winter comes." There was still a long way until the next winter. Although it was true that the Bureau had recently sent engineers into the Great Master Fan Manor to do maintenance, Sulu still felt that this reason was not very tenable, not to mention that the forged card was really easy to see through. Unexpectedly, the white-haired butler did not even glance at the card. He frowned and waved his hand, leading him in. The moment he entered the courtyard and closed the door, Sulu subconsciously glanced at the dark shadows of the trees outside the Great Master Fan Manor. After observing for several days, he knew very well how many elite forces of the Empire were responsible for the security work in the darkness. If the Great Master Fan Manor discovered that there was something wrong with him, who knew how many bullets would shoot through him? But he just had to enter like this? Just like this, he entered the most mysterious Great Master Fan Manor of the Empire like a joke? Don't make any noise. There are many old scholars in the manor who do historical research. They hate metal, so they also hate the sound of metal colliding. The white-haired old butler clearly did not care about this brown-haired maintenance worker, coldly telling him what to pay attention to. "Don't cough. The people in the manor are all old. They like to cough, so they don't like to hear other people cough. Don't run around. There are no traps in the mansion and there are no dogs. However, even a cleaner in the mansion has a license to kill. If you make too much noise when you run around, it will affect his mood." Sulu obediently carried his toolbox and followed behind the butler. He seemed to be carefully listening to these strange and threatening warnings, but in fact, his slightly drooping eyes were constantly sweeping around him. From the outside of Master Fan Manor, he could not see much of what was going on inside. Now that it was rare to enter, he had to carefully examine the terrain and analyze the functions of each area to facilitate his later search, or escape again. "Don't look around." The white-haired old housekeeper seemed to know what Sulu was doing without turning his head. Or perhaps it was because every outsider who could enter the Fan Manor in the past couldn't help but look around curiously, so he coldly added this sentence. Along the way, all he saw were corners and trees. He didn't see too many valuable things until he entered the pipeline control room in a remote corner. He was left alone. Gently placing the toolbox on the ground, Sulu looked at the complicated pipeline lines in front of him and frowned deeply. For a full 10 seconds he did not move at all. He was not confused by the complicated pipelines in front of him. No matter how complicated the mechanical pipelines were, as long as there were corresponding external paint labels, he could sort out the pipeline structure in the shortest amount of time and find the one that needed to be repaired or not. The reason why he frowned and fell into deep thought was the process of entering this white courtyard. Closely related to the Empire's Hibiscus dynasty, the incomparably mysterious Master Fan Manor, he had entered so easily? This fact that had already happened made him feel somewhat inconceivable. There was no strict search, no multiple verification of identity, and even the toolbox at his feet had not been opened. What was the use of those elite troops of the Empire's military outside the manor? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the deep and peaceful night outside the window of the pipeline room and the tall trees swaying gently in the spring breeze. He felt that there was a problem somewhere, but he didn't know where the problem was. He felt that there was something strange hidden in the peaceful courtyard, but he didn't know where it was. Gently and silently exhaling, he squatted down and opened the heavy toolbox to begin his work. Since he had already entered this place, then regardless of whether there was a problem or not, he had to continue walking. He pulled up the historical data on the monitoring screen beside him and found the few pipelines with the least amount of sewage discharge. Then he opened the central valve in the pipeline room and silently placed the high-carbon rods that were sampled and analyzed into each pipeline in order. Among them, there was one pipeline with the least amount of sewage discharge in history, and there was more flocculant inside. Su Li's eyebrows raised slightly and waited for the results of the high-carbon rods to appear on the light screen. Indeed, the sewage discharged from this pipeline did indeed contain the most K2 factor. He had already checked before. K2 was the most commonly used cleaning agent in the high-level libraries of the Empire. The question was, why were there so many flocculant? Could it be that the archive room of the Master Fan Mansion was still using plant fiber books? Although he was hesitant in his heart, there was no hesitation in his actions. He took out 2 rubber pads from the toolbox and stuck them on the pipeline. He pulled out a wire and connected it to a small metal box. Then he took out a rubber rod and gently knocked on the metal pipeline. No one could hear the sound, but the shock wave produced by the collision between the rubber rod and the metal pipe quickly flowed into the ground along the pipe. It continued to move forward until it reached the exit at the end. Then it turned back again and entered the rough sonar receiver modified by Sulu through the 2 rubber pads. The Master Fan Mansion was very big. Sulu had no way to confirm where the room he was looking for was, so he could only choose this way. After confirming the location of the archive room, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out a low-end rotary screen workbench that was often used by maintenance workers from the bottom of the toolbox and connected it to the cable that he pulled out from the depths of the underground. He wanted to hack into the surveillance system of the Master Fan Mansion. No, to be more precise, he wanted to synchronize with the surveillance system. Although it was easy to enter, and this white courtyard was as unguarded as a brothel, Sulu was extremely vigilant in front of his teacher's old residence and the most mysterious name in the Empire. He didn't dare to take too many risks, and he didn't believe that he could hack into the other party's surveillance system without being discovered. After putting on the earplugs, he hung the miniature light screen over his left eye, loaded the pistol, and took a deep breath to let the burning power surge through his body. He could use the power of a leopard's speed at any time. After finishing all the preparations, Sulu tightly closed the door of the archive room. His body suddenly shrank, turned into a shadow and went out through the window. Then he hid in the shadows of the flowers and trees. With his current strength or state or the speed that he could burst out with, under the cover of the night, it was difficult for a normal surveillance camera to capture his figure. Once he stopped, even if someone walked past him, it would be difficult to discover his existence. He walked in the courtyard like a shadow, carefully avoiding all the dangers and moving towards his target. The Master Fan Mansion was much bigger than it looked from the outside. To reach the archive room he had to go through a lot of places. On the way forward, there was the sound of the TV news, the sound of arguments, and the unique buzzing sound of tapping on the diaphragm keyboard. These sounds made him feel a little strange. It was as if this courtyard wasn't some mysterious high-ranking official's mansion, but rather a campus full of the smell of youth. On the way forward he saw a lot of buildings, and the outer walls of these buildings were all painted white. Even if there were traces of time and wind and rain, it still gave a feeling of cleanliness that made people feel a little cold. He didn't know how many turns he took, but through the branches in front of him, Sulu suddenly saw a stone wall that wasn't white. His body slightly stiffened and stopped in his tracks. There were a few lines of scribbled words on the stone wall. A person with a pure heart has a boundless future. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that the guy who founded the Master Fan Mansion must have been an artistic youth who needed to be cured. The people of the Federation kept criticizing the big shots of the Empire, so he didn't notice that below the line of Empire characters, there was a line of smaller words. There was no trace of light in the room, no sound, and no one. There was only the faint smell of plant fiber moisture resistance medicine and the unique low electric current of the disk array. There should be countless old books and a huge amount of electronic data stored inside. Su Li's eyes narrowed again and his eyelids were a little dry. He observed for a long time in the dark, and confirmed that this all-alloy room didn't have any overly heaven-defying security measures. Su Li used a tool to deactivate several of the triggering alarm systems. Then he crouched before the dark door and spent 3 minutes unlocking the door. Slowly he pushed open the door, revealing a small gap. Then he slipped in. He was more grateful than ever for the lock knowledge that the uncle taught him. At the same time he confirmed once again that as long as he wanted to, he could become the most amazing thief in the universe at any time. Some pride and contentment surged into his mind, but it was immediately frozen by the scene in front of him. As far as the eye could see, the room was filled with black cloths. These thick black cotton cloths had a light blocking rate of about 100%. They hung from the ceiling and draped down to the ground. They were like black space partitions, forcibly cutting the three-dimensional space into countless small compartments. Sulu looked at these black cloths in surprise. Looking at the books and discs in the grid formed by the black cloths, he vaguely understood that the black cloths were probably used as partitions, but he didn't know why they were like that. He didn't have much time. First, he quickly browsed through the paper books on the bookshelves, and found that there should be many secrets of the Empire in them, but they were of no use to him. He flipped through 4 black cloths in a row, but the result was still the same. Somewhat relaxed, he casually lifted a black cloth again, but a light flashed into his eyes. Su Li's eyes narrowed, knowing that he wouldn't be able to put down the black cloth in time. His right hand pulled out a pistol like lightning, and his finger pressed the trigger tightly, aiming at the back of the figure behind the black cloth. It was the back of a middle-aged man. Chapter 624. Before entering Master Fan Manor, Sulu had spent dozens of days observing and eavesdropping. From his disguise to a series of detailed problems, he had made ample preparations. The details decided everything, and the details seemed to have decided that he could enter so easily. Although he had made so many preparations, he still didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. This was because this white manor was unknown in the Federation, but to the Empire, it was too important. The smell of history was too strong. The bracelet he had come into contact with when he was young, and the story of Twilight in the Palace City made him particularly cautious of this place. Because of this kind of psychological preparation, even if there was an electromagnetic cannon hidden behind the black cloth, or dozens of invisible mecha that were far beyond the level of modern technology suddenly popped out of thin air, he might not be surprised. But the scene before his eyes shocked him so much that he could not speak and his body stiffened. Whether it was the Federation or the Empire, their history was written by a combination of pen and gun. At this moment, his hand was tightly gripping the cold metal gun, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the man who casually asked about Schiller's novels. That was the content of the novel, the pen and the words. It was very different from the current atmosphere, as if a wandering poet had suddenly appeared on a bloody battlefield. It was either pretentious or stupid. I've read many of Schiller's novels, but I don't have much of a literary opinion. Su Li's footsteps were soft and silent, and he expressionlessly took 2 steps forward. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of the man's head. The strange feeling made him subconsciously lower his voice as he answered. The middle-aged man wore an extremely ordinary thin coat. The hem was a little long and it covered his legs and knees. The room was warm like spring, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. He didn't seem to feel the cold metal gun at the back of his head. He scratched his head, put down the pen in his hand and turned back with a frown. Reckless men like you who only know how to fight have never studied comparative literature or genre literature. My question was a little redundant, but since you've read so much, quickly recite a few of my novels. The Empire's collection of information is still problematic. Those idiots sent by the military always think that novels are not serious business. They only know how to draw maps. There are still a few of Schiller's early novels that haven't been collected yet. Sulu looked at the face of the middle-aged man under the muzzle of the gun. His finger on the trigger couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't know why, but he had a strong urge to blow this face into pieces. It wasn't because this face was too ugly, too wretched, or too frivolous. It was because this face was too beautiful. Sulu had seen many handsome men in his life. There was no need to mention the delicate and pretty by Magnolia and the gloomy Li Qishao for the time being. Shi Qinghai, who had a mesmerizing face and peach blossom eyes, was his best friend. He had enough tolerance for a man with a beautiful face, but at this time he was almost unable to suppress the jealousy and hatred in the depths of his heart. This man from the Empire had a head full of white hair. He was not young, but his face was so perfect that it made people jealous. He was even closer to the category of monsters than Mr. Shi. It was enough to make all the men hate him and feel that the creator was a bastard. Don't tremble with your fingers. The middle-aged man from the Empire tried to move the gun barrel away from his forehead, but he found that Su Li's hand was very tight. He helplessly gave up the idea and said innocently, "I know that many male animals have the urge to destroy my face when they look at it. But this has nothing to do with me. It's my parents. To be more precise, it's a biological mark passed down by some ancestor." He continued with emotion, "The greatest tragedy in the world is to destroy beautiful things and display the process for others to see. I admit that my face is the source of countless tragedies." Su Li's knuckles turned slightly white as he gripped the gun. He found that this mysterious man in front of him was not only ridiculously beautiful, but also nag in narcissism to an outrageous extent. "Who exactly are you?" He knew that his question didn't have much power because it was too cliché, but this was the question he was most nervous about at the moment. "This is Master Fan's mansion." The man from the Empire looked at him with a smile. His bright eyes were unusually charming, and even the few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had an indescribable feeling. "So," Su Li's thick eyebrows raised slightly. "So, I am naturally the great teacher." According to the background introduction of Hui Caoshir's story, the great teacher was a great title that was inherited by a certain family. This family of unknown origins helped the Hui family establish the Hibiscus dynasty, and for more than 700 years, they had been hiding behind the scenes to support the royal family's rule over the vast star region. Every great teacher naturally became the teacher of the empire's emperor, so the title of great teacher gradually became an actual position. This kind of existence was definitely amazing, especially when he knew that the former great teacher had taught Li Pifu and Fengyu, the pair of brothers. Sulu no longer doubted this point. He had thought that the current great teacher might have 3 heads and 6 arms as thick as thighs, but he didn't expect that when he really met him, he would still be severely shocked. "All right, I admit that I'm not a guest." Sulu took a deep breath to calm himself down. His finger that was stroking the trigger relaxed, but he was ready to pull at any moment. He intimately pressed the muzzle of the gun between the beautiful face's eyebrows and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "I seem to have to admit that you seem to know that I was coming and have been waiting for me. But the problem is, do you know who I am? The entire empire is looking for you." Great teacher Fan smiled and replied, "But other than His Majesty and Xiao Shi, probably no one knows your true identity. But if others don't know, how can I not know? Please try to be concise." Sulu gradually calmed down. He twisted his lips and pressed the muzzle forward without hesitation. The great teacher frowned because of this action. He then stood up as if he wasn't worried that Sulu would pull the trigger at all. He waved his hand and said, "You are Nasri's son, so you should be Jian Shuer's half-brother. Based on this relationship you should also call me uncle. Is it popular in the Federation to point a gun at one's uncle's head and shout kill? Well, if we don't start from my poor sister or from my poor father who died in the hands of an old man, Nasri and I are brothers. I am the disciple of the sect leader." Does the Federation have such a cute title? Listening to the middle-aged man in front of him talking non-stop, Sulu suddenly felt as if all the sounds in the room were being absorbed by the black cloth that was everywhere. He couldn't hear anything at all, but the words were clearly transmitted into his mind. There were too many plots and clues in a few simple sentences. It was so complicated that even his logical brain was a little confused. "Wait, this is a little too complicated. You have to let me sort it out first." Sulu reached out his left hand with a headache, indicating for the other to stop. Oh, the relationship between the great families has always been very complicated. If you are interested, you can study the history. The great teacher continued excitedly. Su Lu helplessly moved the muzzle of the gun down a little and blocked the great teacher's mouth. With an extremely serious expression he said, "Let's start from the beginning. You said that Jian Shui'er has to call you uncle. Does that mean that her mother is your elder sister or younger sister?" Logically speaking, the great teacher, who should be incomparably honorable and serious, was now squeezing his extraordinarily beautiful face, ignoring the cold muzzle of the gun in his mouth and vaguely explaining, "I said that she is my elder sister." "So your elder sister is the former great teacher's younger daughter? Then what are you?" Su Lu thought of the story that Huai Chaosher had told him and asked in confusion. The muzzle of the gun subconsciously moved away. "She is the younger daughter and I am the younger son. This relationship is very simple. The former great teacher is my father, and my elder sister is my father's daughter. Isn't it natural? So, Jian Shui'er and Huai Chaosher are half-sisters." Su Lu opened his small eyes wide and came to an incredible conclusion. The great teacher looked at him and nodded. He spread his hands and said, "Jian Shui'er made His Majesty wear a green hat. Otherwise, why would he go crazy whenever he saw Jian Shui'er? But you don't have to worry too much about the incestuous relationship between you and Xiaoshi. She and Jian Shui'er are half-sisters, you and Jian Shui'er are half-sisters, and you and Xiaoshi are half-sisters." Su Lu felt a headache coming on. The great teacher was focusing on the main point, so he asked, "Then you, the current great teacher of the empire, is Jian Shui'er's uncle, and also Huai Caosher's uncle? I am very proud to have two nieces who are the most outstanding in their respective fields," the great teacher said with satisfaction. He waved his arm again, causing the thin coat on his body to flutter in the wind, revealing his bare thighs and a corner of his underwear. Su Lu didn't expect this important person to have such a strange habit of dressing. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He silently thought about these complicated things, and his feelings were indescribable. Of course, he knew that he wasn't the great teacher's son, but it seemed that the empire insisted on this, so these complicated relationships involved him. "I don't think you waited for me just to tell me a story." He narrowed his eyes, not looking at the middle-aged man's thighs. He shrugged and said, "Actually, I don't even know how you guessed that I would be able to escape and enter the great teacher Fan Manor. I heard that Nasri died. You inherited his legacy, so of course you were able to escape successfully." The great teacher smiled and said, "Several decades ago, when I was still young, I ordered him as his brother-in-law to find a way to take me to the Federation to play. Only then did he create that little blue thing. Although he didn't keep his word and didn't take me to the Federation, I thought that since you had that little blue thing on you, how could the Empire's surveillance catch you? As for why I guessed that you would come to the great teacher Fan Manor, the reason is very simple." The great teacher completely ignored his pistol and naturally turned to pick up the teacup on the table. His thin clothes fluttered like an immortal, and his two thighs were a shocking sight. Student Huai Fuchai will go completely crazy when he hears the names Li Pifu and Nasri. If you want to live or even go back, of course you have to find someone to help you. But you're alone in the empire, who can you find? The great teacher's legs were bare. He smiled and said, "After all, we are relatives. Although we don't interact much, we still have to visit each other occasionally." Chapter 625. It was another long paragraph with the tone of an early Schiller script. Su Lu vaguely understood what this relative of his was trying to convey. Due to the vast relationship between them that spanned across the Federation and the Empire, this imperial master was willing to help him, but he was not willing to put too much effort into it. In other words, he did not have many good methods to deal with the wrath of the imperial family. This paragraph also mentioned some things that happened decades ago. The great teacher had clearly wrongly attributed Su Li's ability to escape the surveillance of the imperial chip to the small blue device, not knowing that he had the ability to extract the chip from the back of his neck. What Su Lu was thinking more about was that if the little blue device was the uncle's invention, then the image of the former master's pocket emitting blue light as he traveled around the Federation in her mind was naturally not real. It seemed that imagination was not the truth of history after all. "If you are willing to help me leave the Empire, I will be very grateful." He slightly raised his chin, unwilling to look at the middle-aged man's naked legs. After a moment of silence he continued, "I don't have a complete understanding of the things that happened back then, but I believe that since your father could enter the Federation on a spaceship alone, He must have a very impressive spaceship. That spaceship is indeed very impressive. The great teacher lifted his thin shirt and scratched his smooth thighs in an indecent manner. Then he lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. But I don't know where it is. Besides, although the universe is vast, who knows how many Imperial warships are hidden in it? How did you get out? Sulu was silent again, guessing how much of what the great teacher said was true. He tightened his grip on the gun and then loosened it. Lowering his head, he said, "That star map." The great teacher blew out a mouthful of light blue smoke and frowned his good-looking eyebrows. He said self-deprecatingly, "If I had a spaceship and a star map, I would have run to the Federation to play by myself." Do you know what a star map is? The middle-aged man's inhumanly handsome face suddenly flashed with a hint of emotion. He held the cigarette in his mouth and gently exhaled the words with the smoke. "The Pifu might know a little, but he doesn't know where the star map is. Our Majesty, student Huai Fu Cha, knows where the star map is hidden, but until today he does not know the true contents of the star map. As for the other big shots in the Imperium and the Federation, they know nothing at all. In the entire universe only I know what that star map is and only I know where it is." Master Fan held the cigarette between his index and middle finger and gently brushed his lush white hair. The smoke entered his hair and lingered for a long time before slowly dissipating. It was like a nebula in the sky, showing a sense of vicissitudes at an unbearably slow speed. Sulu was still silently holding the pistol, aiming at his head. He listened quietly and didn't say anything unnecessary. He played the role of a quiet listener very well. "Because the star map originally belonged to our family." The slightly mocking smile on the master's face gradually disappeared, and he said in a low voice, "It passed from my father's hands to my sister's hands, and your father, Nasri, sent the bracelet back to my niece. It can be considered to have returned to the hands of our family." Su Li's eyes slightly froze. He remembered the bracelet he saw on Jian Shuer's jade wrist. The bracelet was engraved with ancient letters and lyrics. He was shocked to find that the important star map, which had never appeared in historical records and was only silently sought by big shots at the level of military god Li Pifu and Lady Tai, had always been in Jian Shuer's hands. But there was something wrong with this matter. If the bracelet that hid the star map was passed down by Master Fan of the Imperium, why was it engraved with the ancient characters of the Federation? After hesitating for a moment, he raised his question to the beautiful middle-aged man in the smoke. "Why is the ancestral bracelet of Master Fan of the Imperium engraved with the ancient characters of the Federation?" The great teacher laughed cheerfully. The air he exhaled dispersed the smoke in front of him. The thin coat on his body fluttered uneasily. He raised his leg and stepped on the stool beside him. He praised himself and said, "This is also what I have always wanted to prove." Master Fan stared into Su Li's eyes and said with a charming smile, "At the very beginning, there was no Federation and there was no Imperium. Both sides came from the same place in the universe, and I have to narcissistically come to a conclusion that our family should occupy a very important place in this period of history." The inference was not complicated, and the conclusion was not narcissistic. Instead, it was very logical. However, there was no shock on Su Li's face. Instead, there was some indifference. He shook his head and said, "Many historians in the Federation are doing research in this area, but in front of the flames of war, this kind of experiment is not very meaningful. Because my ground is higher, the Imperium has to believe what I say," the great teacher said calmly. Su Li silently agreed with the great teacher's statement. "There is a great calamity in the history of the Federation, but what is a great calamity? Have you ever dug up a prehistoric relic underground?" Master Fan waved his arm and said disdainfully, "Only you poor mechanical citizens brainwashed by broken computers would not conduct in-depth research on these matters. What do you mean by not very meaningful? I have evidence to prove that both sides are relatives. That is enough." The Federation's current research also believes that the Great Calamity is a disaster for the prehistoric civilization. This point coincides with your thoughts. Su Li looked at the excited great teacher and said with a shrug, "All right, the Imperium might be a branch of that prehistoric civilization, and our families might be relatives. But where is your evidence? Is the bracelet on my beautiful niece's wrist not evidence? First, you have to show evidence that she is your niece. Look at this face of mine." Master Fan raised his head and forced his face, which could be described as peerlessly beautiful, to come before Su Li's face. "Think about Jian Shuer's face. Where can you find such excellent genes?" "That does make some sense," Su Li said with a shrug again, But don't forget that your princess is not very beautiful. There is still a lot of evidence in numerical units. How can there be the same astronomical units and dating methods that are so outrageous in different universes? Be it the Federation or the Imperium, as long as the big shots in power are willing, they can start a comparison work that involves all aspects of human society, Master Fan said sarcastically. Master Fan said mockingly, "It's a pity that what should have been the warmest and most exciting reunion in the history of mankind was directly turned into countless massacres by those greedy mineral merchants of the Federation." The middle-aged man opposite him looked like a licentious playboy, but after all, he was the most mysterious and honorable great teacher in the Imperium. Whether it was his psychological inclination or his position, of course he was on the Imperium's side. Sulu had no intention of refuting his ridicule. Why am I so interested in Schiller? Not only because his popular novels in the middle period of his life seem to me to be the best way for humans to pass the time and survive the hardships of life, but also because I feel that from his works, I can clearly see the similarities between the Imperium and the Federation. There is no one in this world, no one with a brain that can come up with so many plots that require different life experiences, insights, and even extreme insights to write. According to my request, the Imperial Intelligence Agency collected a large amount of Schiller's works. The more I read, the more I feel that the person who can write so many scripts and novels can't be the same person. Sulu listened to him in silence, feeling a little strange. Regarding this question that had troubled the Federation's Literature Research Institute and the folk celebrity gossip fans for countless years, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Schiller really did not exist and was not a sock puppet of one of the five, but was it written by an old thing? Schiller is not the same person. Great Teacher Fan raised his head slightly, his gaze passing through the smoke and the black cloth to look at the white courtyard outside, the green trees and the high sky. Or rather, those books were not written by the same person. He was just a narrator. Sulu was still silent. He originally thought that tonight's visit to the Great Teacher Fan Manor was ridiculous, but after the conversation he realized that the owner of this white courtyard was indeed not an ordinary person. "Shouldn't you put down your gun? Although we are not related by blood, you still have to call me uncle." The great teacher suddenly changed the topic. What kind of uncle is this? Sulu thought silently in his heart. However, in the Imperium, it was not a bad thing to have such an influential uncle. His father, who had died in a mining accident, seemed to have benefited him greatly. He only hoped that his mother and sister in the underworld would not mind that he had randomly recognized a relative. He put down his gun. "This makes me feel much better. I can continue talking about my research over the years." Great Teacher Fan looked at him with an amiable smile and said, "My hobby since childhood has been literature. After obtaining 6 bachelor's degrees from the Imperial University, I finally chose to focus my life on comparative literature research." Comparative literature research between the Federation and the Empire. Yes, I am the only one in this department. From the head of the department to the lecturers to the students, I am the only one. I believe that in the entire universe I am the only one in this field. It is absolutely unique. The middle-aged man smiled very proudly. Every generation's great teacher was a stunning talent, a figure who was close to a god in their own field. Sulu had long acknowledged this fact, but he really did not expect that this generation's great teacher Fan seemed to be a youth, a middle-aged man, or perhaps an old man who was intoxicated by literature. I have written countless unpublished papers to prove that Schiller's novel scripts have many texts that are too similar to each other. In the form of folklore, they are circulated within the Imperium. To prove that two societies came from the same civilization, what kind of similarity is the most important? That is the similarity of cultures. Great Teacher Fan pursed his lips and raised both of his hands as he spoke loudly. His thin jacket slid down his arms and piled up to his shoulders. Paired with his bare legs, he looked like a fanatical religious priest. According to the distant and almost blurred legends, although my ancestor was the biggest war oligarch, he was also the person who hated war the most. I am also the same. My hobby is literature, peace and love. So please allow me to temporarily imprison you in the name of literature, peace and love, the most precious things in my life. As his voice fell, the gradually dissipating smoke dissipated even faster. Su Li's pupils suddenly constricted. His right hand that was still holding the gun vigilantly was just about to raise when several thick bolts of blue lightning broke through the smoke and struck his chest fiercely. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.